At Maple Crest Lincoln, it's about time. Time to experience the unique Lincoln brand of style, performance, and safety, like this all-new 2020 Aviator. Time to discover the ease of personal connectivity with the Lincoln Way app. Time to enjoy premium ownership benefits with pickup and delivery, loaner cars, complimentary detailing, and much more. Serving Essex, Union, and Morris counties, Maple Crest Lincoln. Isn't it time? At Maple Crest Lincoln, it's about time. At Maple Crest Lincoln, it's about At Maple Crest Lincoln, it's about At Maple Crest Lincoln, it's about time. Time to experience the unique Lincoln brand of style, performance, and safety, like this all-new 2020 Aviator. Time to discover the ease of personal.
This is good. Hi, Mark.
Good morning, Jeff. It looks a lot better too. We get rid of that though, so you can see the monitors. You can't see the cord. This mic, that mic's live, so it should be on. Hold it.
Voice for radio.
There we go. Welcome to the 69th Annual Short Hills Invitational, the longest running platform tennis tournament in the country. We have some bonus coverage for you this morning of Andre Bonfigli and Javi Kraneviter versus Marco Grangero and Thomas Nolan. Grangero and Nolan are down a set and a break, serving at 2-4 in the second. We're going to take you out to the court right now. Okay, that's Thomas Nolan on the far side of the green, and I'm joined this morning by Jeff Morneau, who very conveniently got his match done quickly so he could help us with the commentary. Jeff, welcome to the booth.
Hey, thanks. Really appreciate it. I always love the opportunity to get in the booth and be next to you, of course, and try to analyze and watch some good paddle. And we've got a good match here. The points are, I would say, very patient play from both sides of the court. You got Grangero and Nolan. They're at the net. They're down 2-4. They lost the first set, and I think we're going to see a little bit of a comeback here, Mark.
So, Jeff, talk a little bit about Grangero and Nolan. They're a new team. I think they're playing nationals together. They've both been kind of hunting for partners. And just identifying the players on the other side, that's Andre Bonfigli from Cove Lee in the white jacket, and his partner Javi Kraneviter, who's at Round Hill in Greenwich.
Yeah, so Kraneviter and Bonfigli are a team that's been playing together for a number of years. They're very comfortable with each other on the court. They play very slow, very patient, both at the net and from the back. It's hard to put the ball away against them when you're at the net, so they play very long points. And, that's a shot right there that Marco almost always makes. That's in his wheelhouse.
I think that's 15-30.
And yeah, Nolan Grangerio, I think they're giving it a go here at Short Hills to see how they play together. You know, both are looking for partners for nationals. Marco, obviously, with I think a lot more Grangerio, a lot more experience playing at the high level than Nolan, but right there, great roller from Nolan.
Grangeiro made the semifinals of nationals in Darien in 2016 with George Wilkinson.
Yeah, and he's, you know, it's back there at Darien again this year, so I'm sure Marco's got, Grangero's got some good vibes about the location and is looking for a partner to complement him.
Big sequence there, and the transition takes them to game point. Great play by Nolan. And Nolan's been one of those guys that's kind of been bopping around a little bit the last few years. Very talented, played with Adam Gard for a couple of years. And you're kind of waiting for him to make a big breakthrough.
Yeah, you know, I've been there. I was that guy for a number of years, so I know exactly how Nolan feels. You feel like you can play with the top guys, but you really need to get another partner. And so this is, I think, a great opportunity for Nolan. If he can make this work with Grangeiro, I think they'd make a very good team.
And he's had tournaments this year with Martin Bostrom, Blake Anderson. So he certainly played with some of the better players.
Yeah, he's done better. You know, he's done better. He's gone deeper into the tournaments this year. So he's had an opportunity, I think, to play more against the better players. What a great shot.
Great athleticism there from Nolan, and that takes them back to 4-3.
Yeah, Nolan's, you know, he's very tall, so he's got a lot of, you know, he's got a big wingspan. He's got a big wingspan at the net, as you saw right there, and was able to reach out and drop it over. And from the backcourt, you know, he's known for having a very nasty backhand.
Yeah, I think the backhand is better than the forehand.
Yeah, he can really drive that backhand. He hits it hard and flat, and
as opposed to the forehand, which is a very loopy swing.
Right. So I think, you know, if he does try to go big on the forehand, he tends to make mistakes. But he plays very patient. He knows his own game, and he, you know, on the forehand side, he'll play patient and he'll lob it unless the ball's up high and he can really hit down on it. You know, I had the opportunity last year at President's Cup to play with Nolan, and so I've got a lot of respect for his game.
Is he going to be a President's Cup pick this year, Jeff? I hear you have some in with the Region 2 President's Cup captain.
I do, and he is, I told everybody that I would finish up the President's Cup picks. I've got 3 more left, and I'll be making those final decisions right after Short Hills.
And rumor has it there are 4 candidates for those 3 slots.
There are.
So somebody's going to be unhappy with you, Jeff.
Yeah, you know.
Will that be the first time someone's been unhappy with you?
No, it happens. It happens all the time. You know, that's the hard part about being the captain, especially in a region like ours. We've got Region 2 has consistently had a lot of really good players, and so inevitably, you know, every year there's somebody that gets left out, and thankfully, I haven't had anybody had too hard of feelings yet.
I've heard people speculate that this might be your best team ever.
Yeah, you know, it's close. I mean, I certainly, I mean, if you think about it, we've got, you know, you got Juan Araya, you got John Hughes, you got, you know, the legend Mark Parsons, Johan Durant, Stephen Mitchell, Chris Humphreys, Martin Bostrom, Max Lepavere, Anton Protsenko. You know, I probably fall in somewhere in there, and then, you know, there's a litany of other guys in Region 2 to choose from.
And you guys have won every single year since we opened it up to the top players, which I believe was 2013 was the first year.
Yeah, we've had, you know, a lot of barn burners along the way, some really close matches, and President's Cup's really fun. I think it's a good chance for, you know, guys just to get together the day before Nationals and really have a good time. And same for the ladies.
And there you see some of the way that Kranvitter plays, where he had a couple forehands which he could have really ripped, but he didn't. Kind of guided them, doesn't want to make a mistake, and that's one of the reasons they play such long matches.
Yeah, and you can see also, Mark, where they play in the court. You know, another great shot by Marco. That's one, you know, it's a patented shot of his to close in on the net and then hit the dropper. But you'll see they play pretty deep in the court. You don't see their feet on the baseline. You know, they're about halfway between the baseline and the fence when they're in the backcourt.
And talk a little bit more about that, Jeff. I mean, where do you like to play? What makes you uncomfortable?
You know, I think for me, I like to try to be aggressive when I get a chance on, you know, my best shot in the back. And I like to play sort of right up on the baseline if I can and try to take the ball off the deck. I think it's really hard to generate offense from behind the baseline.
With Bonfigli and Cranewitter seem to have no interest in staying at the net. I mean, they bailed a couple times there on balls they could have easily volleyed.
And you can see right there, you know, both.
Great lob there from Cranewitter. That was a ball he could have ripped in again, kind of guided. Another one.
Yeah,
Surprised by that, Jeff?
I'm not surprised because that's just how they play. You know, I think, you know, I agree that, you know, if you got a different player back there, that is, you know, that's a shot you should drive. I think if, you know, the pros are teaching, that's probably a ball that you should drive. But this is just their style of play. And so I don't really see anything wrong with it because they're so used to just playing slow from the back.
Great scrambling there from Bonfigli to stay in the point that they switch in the backcourt. Why do you think they're switching back there, Jeff? Any speculation?
No, maybe they're just stuck. Looks like they were just stuck there. They're getting back to their usual spots.
Yeah, it looked like an intentional switch, both directions. See if they do it again. And when you played against Bonfigli and Cranewitter, was there one of them you tried to play more than the other? Any
No.
particular strategy?
Not really. You know, I think fortunately the majority of the times that I've played them, it's been with my partner's been Juan Araya.
That ends points.
So he obviously has the ability to end points quickly. But, you know, I can remember one match we played them at the Western New Englands, and it was Juan and I against the two of them, and the match was about an hour, and it was probably a good solid hour and a half, and I think it was like 2-2, because even, you know, Juan, one of the best closers and finishers in the game, you know, had a hard time, especially when the weather's a little warmer, just putting the ball away.
And Cranewitter worked for Juan at the Espantoke Valley Club before he became the director there.
Yep.
They're really a pretty team. Just very fluid, very natural.
Yeah.
Missed the lob long. Boy, this match is really turning.
You know, it doesn't surprise me a little.
Love 40, I think, is the score. I think Nolan just called that Love 40.
You know, it's not surprising. Marco Grangero and Thomas Nolan hadn't played together until today. So, great shot there. Just got it behind him. So, you know, the first set loss isn't shocking to me because you know, you got one team that's been playing against each other, that hasn't played together, rather, and another team's been playing together for years.
Okay, so the score, just to reiterate, is 4-3, 15-40. And Bonfigli and Cranewitter are serving at 15-40. So, Jeff, I remember you wrote an article for the magazine a few years back talking about playing with different partners. How did you adjust with somebody you hadn't played with? What were the things that you looked to do?
You know, I think you have to talk to your partner in advance and find out, you know, what their strengths and what their strength is and what they like to do on the court. And I always feel like my role is to try to give my partner the best opportunity to hit the shots that they really like to hit, and also to, you know, try to find out, I think, what their weaknesses are and what they don't like to do. And what makes them uncomfortable, so that I avoid doing that.
And did you find people were willing to tell you what they didn't like to do? Oh, what a lob from Grangero.
Yeah, for the most part they did. And you know, having played, I think, most of the people before, you also have an idea as to how they play.
So I got to ask Jeff, what did Juan Araya tell you what he didn't like to do?
There's not much that Juan,
Yeah, I
Juan didn't
suspected
like
that.
to do. But
He didn't like to eye roll you after you missed.
That's right. I didn't look at it. You know, somebody like Juan, it's more about not what he doesn't like to do. When you have a dominant player like that, it's more about, what do you like to do? And he liked to hit overheads, and he liked to finish points, and he liked to play in transition. And so you wanted to let, not just because he is great at it, but also because it's what he likes to do. You don't want to, that's when he's playing at his best. And the same, it's sort of the same for me. If, I like to drive the ball off the deck, and I like to hit return of serves, and so, I like to play with a partner who, even when things aren't going great, encourages me to keep doing what I like to do.
Great blitz there from Bonfigli, and it works out. Looked like he was in trouble. I think that takes us to 30-40. Big point right here, Jeff.
Yeah, this is a crucial point. This is a big opportunity.
So just to reiterate, this is Andre Bonfigli serving 30-40.
Oh, a let court, and he got it.
Great volley by Kranevitter. It's interesting how much of the play, even just in this short period we've seen, has been Bonfigli and Kranevitter in the backcourt. And again, Grangero misses a surprising volley.
Yeah, and he's, and Grangero's one of the, he's an outstanding volleyer. So it's a little surprising.
One of the best offensive volleyers in the game.
Yep. So, a couple of the other matches, I'm sure people check it out on the live scoring, but we had Johan Durant, I think, won his first round match.
I think he won his first match. Then I just got a score from Patty Hogan that Broderick Frazier are 5-all in the second with Green Vidal. And I know that Burish and Doyer are through.
Yep. Yeah, good matches. Green Vidal's a sneaky team. I think if you look at it on paper and you say, wow, Broderick and Frazier against Green and Vidal, you might think, oh, that's going to be a standard, not a walkthrough, but it's going to be a fairly routine match. But Green and Vidal have, come a long way. I think this year they've gotten a lot better as a team, and they're a tough out.
We should mention the big upset of the day. Hughes and Powers got past you and John Lubau.
Yeah, they barely snuck it out.
I heard there were some bad calls down the stretch from John Hughes. Any truth to that, Jeff?
I can't verify that. John, one of the most, Hughes, one of the most
best sportsman in the game.
Yeah. I mean, I think not that you can take over Stulak's sportsmanship title until he completely retires from the game, but I think Hughes is certainly right up there. No, we had a good match. We had some opportunities, as I think we thought we might get some, and there, as usual in paddle, it comes down to a few points or a few games here and there, and they, probably not surprisingly, were we just made some mistakes at the wrong time.
It's interesting watching the match, Jeff, where you see that Nolan and Grangero were playing much more aggressively, looking to end points, whereas Bonfigli and Kranevitter were simply looking to extend them for the most part.
Yeah, and you know what, when when you're the team that's trying to end points, and the other team is just pushing the ball back, it can get frustrating.
Wow, that's a big miss there from Feburary Kranevitter. Another break opportunity.
Yeah. I think he tried to sneak in one of those, a drive forehand.
Big good morning to APTA presidents. Oh, I missed that one wide, and we're back to 4-all. Big good morning to APTA president Tiernan Cavana, who's watching up in Vermont. Tiernan's done a wonderful job. She's chairing 2020 Nationals, and Darien running the APTA. She's a busy woman these days.
She is, and I think she is. I think she's still Region 2 president as well, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'd be surprised by that. She's probably doing 6 other things though. Okay, so 3 games in a row, 4-all. You accurately called this kind of shift in the match, Jeff. And again, that's Marco Grangero serving. And Marco's had some serving issues in the past. He gets in his head a little bit. It'll be interesting to see in this big game. You surprised he served first, Jeff?
Yeah, I can't remember how Thomas serves. know, it could.
Great play from
That's
Feburary Crane. He's got a wonderful backhand off the back wire.
Very sneaky. Very sneaky.
Okay, so that's love 30 with Grangero Nolan serving. That's Marco Grangero serving at love 30. Okay, Green Vidal won the second set, 7-5. And wide volley there from Grangero. Bunch of misses from him this game. I think that's 3 consecutive volley errors. And that takes us to love 40.
Just missed the nick right there.
Feburary Crane is just smooth, isn't he, Jeff?
Yep. I've played against him a bunch of times, and like I said, he's just smooth. Played against him in mixed with his. He's a great mixed and husband-wife team.
Vicky Staklasova is his wife and partner.
Yep.
One of the best players in the game.
No doubt.
Okay. 15-40. Boy, this is a game that Bonfigli and Crane have to have. That's a great rip from Bonfigli.
Oh, I'm surprised he played that.
Oh, yeah, his partner called it out. He was standing 3 feet from the baseline. Oh, what a volley from Bonfigli. Another one.
What a move by Marco.
That's
Great point.
Great aggressive play in a big moment. That's Grangero kind of taking advantage of the opportunity.
Yeah, and if they can get into more points like that, it's going to favor Grangero.
30-40, another game point opportunity. Oh, what a volley. Another one. Oh my,
that's it
what
right
a
there.
sequence, Jeff.
Yep, it's great. I mean, but those are the points. If they get into those, I think, they're going to win 75-80% of those are going to go, I think, Grangero's way.
Takes
big comeback.
That's the game. If they come back and win this match, that's the one they're going to remember. There's a really smart bail from Nolan. Just no reason to hang in there when your opponent's got a high forehand like that.
You go.
Big Marco thought that ball was going to be out, Jeff. What was he doing? I mean, he called it incorrectly.
Well, he called it out, and yeah, I mean, he called it out incorrectly. That does happen.
That's fine.
But then you got to move back. You can't stand there, and once it lands in, you've got to bail. And he tried to stay in there, and.
But he didn't even stay in there. He kind of bailed halfway and caught himself in no man's land. I mean, with his hands, he would have been much better off up tight at the net.
That's a good volley right there.
High risk, high reward shot, that hard roller to the back wires. If you can find the nick, it's going to be effective. But as we've seen, Crane really drives that ball well up the back wire.
Yeah, he's sneaky. It doesn't look like he hits it hard, but it just gets on you. It gets on you really fast.
Yeah, you don't quite see it that well off his paddle. He hides it with his body. Great lob there.
You go.
And they're doing a great job opening the court up with their lobs, really creating a lot of movement for Grangero Nolan. See how many overheads they're hitting outside of the service box.
They're a very good defensive team.
Yeah, and then they hit the overhead too hard into the back wire, and Bonfigli takes advantage, and they'll serve for the match. They just grind you, don't they? If you don't have, if you can't end points vis-a-vis Johan Durant, Drew Broderick, somebody like that, they're a hard team to play.
Well, we've all heard you say it before. Anybody who's out there watching live stream, the players who watch live stream. I mean, you've commented, you've seen it a lot that the game is transitioning to you know, if you have to have a player on your team, at least one who can finish the point at the net, because otherwise you just can't beat the top level players. You could be a great team, you could be a top 10 team, but if you really want to be a top 4, top 5 team,
You want to compete for nationals.
yeah, you got to have a guy, a player at the net who can finish a point. So.
And that list has grown. I mean, Graham McNerney's now on that list, a guy who can really end points at the net, along with Hughes and Powers and Broderick, Araya, Durant,
Frazier.
Frazier.
You know, there's a lot of guys who can do it. I think, you know, the game's transitioned. I think each generation it transitions as newer and younger players
Faster.
come up faster. They come up with, you know, new shots. And so that's the way the game's transitioned, I'd say, over the last few years.
When you're serving for the match like that, you just love that first miss. Okay, that's 15 love. Jeff, what did you focus on in a moment like this when you're serving for the match?
You know, you just want to stick to your strategy, not try to, you know, not try to finish it too quick or not get frustrated, not be in a hurry to win. You know, you just want to stick to your game plan. You know that the other team is going to probably be more patient than they, you know, to the extent that you can be.
Well, Figley would like that one back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I often felt that one of the big differences between the contenders and the pretenders is that the contenders only hit the shots they know they can hit in the big moments. They don't go to their second pitch, to use a baseball analogy. Again, Grangero closing the net off. Brilliant play, had him in trouble and missed the volley.
Yep.
2 points from the match. That's 30-15.
You know, there's something to be said for that too, Mark, that, you know, in the big moments, you know, sometimes you see players think they can do more. You know, I'm in the big moment. I think I want to win this. I think I can do more than I really can. And then they go to their third pitch. And that's rarely a good idea. You want to stick with what's been working, not change your strategy, play your game. You can see here, like, just, you know, that's an example there that probably the entire match he lobbed that ball.
Yeah, and that was a 50-50 ball.
And there's a low one, and, you know, I think normally he lobs that, but he tried to sneak something in there that he probably shouldn't have.
30 all. Kramer does such a great job in transition, drives the ball off the wires. Oh. Well, that was a tough miss.
Yep.
Takes us to break point to get back on serve at 30-40.
You know, you'll see there they've Kramer and Bonfiglio have missed 3 balls that they probably didn't miss, you know, the other 2 sets. You know, you missed a Bonfiglio backhand volley, and then, you know, maybe an ill-advised forehand drive, and then that one.
And there was no pressure on that overhead at all.
But I think, you know, now I think you're going to see them play their game again.
Both teams a little tight right now, Jeff.
Yeah.
Bunch of surprising misses. That miss by Nolan there is one you'd think he'd make 10 times out of 10.
Yep. Are we at deuce, Mark?
Deuce, Kramer again serving.
And you know.
Match point. Much frustrating when they're kind of giving up the net like that, miss the return.
Match point, and I will say that the sun is out. You can see that the change in the court.
And there's another return miss, and it's game, set, and match. Bonfiglio, Kramer. A little bit of an upset, Jeff?
Yeah, I think a little bit of an upset. You know, it's tough to play those guys. It's tough to finish off points and close it out. But congratulations to them. I'm sure they're very happy with that. Very happy with that win.
Any closing thoughts?
I think everybody should stay tuned. I think we're going to have some great quarterfinal matches coming up, semifinals, finals late. It's going to be a full day of live stream. You know, I'm going to be trolling around the back draw. I'm hoping to pick one up. We got to go to another location and play that match, but I'm really looking forward to a great day. We've got great weather, great players, good time. You know, Short Hills puts on, you know, one of the best after parties on the circuit. So I'm just looking forward to a really fun day.
Okay, well, hopefully we're going to see you back in the booth later again, Jeff. We're going to hopefully be back with our next quarter at 11:25. And right now we'll be back after these commercials.
At Maple Crest Lincoln, it's about time. Time to experience the unique Lincoln brand of style, performance, and safety, like this all-new 2020 Aviator. Time to discover the ease of personal connectivity with the Lincoln Way app. Time to enjoy premium ownership benefits with pickup and delivery, loaner cars, complimentary detailing, and much more. Serving Essex, Union, and Morris counties, Maple Crest Lincoln. Isn't it time?
Crack it like whoa. Pop it, lock it, top it, switch it like whoa. Whoa.
All my ladies in the back with me, all legit. Everybody gather round, now they placing bits. But no, we're not taking bets, we're just breaking necks. Throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, bounce. 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 Bounce on it swift, bounce on it lit. Show 'em how you bounce with the split, bounce with the trick. Bounce it down really quick. Then make it dip, bounce it down, bounce it down, bounce it down, bounce it down, bounce it. Bounce on it swift, bounce on it lit. Show 'em how you bounce with the split, bounce with the trick. Bounce it down really quick. Then make it dip, bounce it down, 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 bounce it down.
And welcome back to the 69th Short Hills Invitational. We're live streaming along with Mark Fischel. I'm David Broderick, and we are about to bring you quarterfinal action here in the men's premier draw. And we have a great matchup this morning. We have Randy Lofgren and Graham McNerney playing against Juan Arroyo and Mark Parsons. Mark, so what do you think about the match coming up, and what do you think we're going to look for?
Well, let's talk about the day so far, Dave. I mean, just a couple of big upsets. We just saw Drew Broderick and Tyler Frazier, one of the pre-tournament favorites, go out in the first round. Lucas Green and Victor Vidal in a tremendous match.
Yeah, no, it was an exciting match. Unfortunately for our family, it didn't go the right way, but you know what? You win some, you lose some.
And Drew's won a lot. And as I said to you, I liked him to win that match until they shook hands.
No, absolutely. And that's, until you shake hands, you still, as we know, you always have a chance. But you have to give it to Victor and Lucas, who played phenomenally.
Yeah, and it goes
well. They played great.
It goes to the depth of this draw and just how talented it is. We saw Von Figley and Farron Cranewitter with a semi-upset at Grangero Nolan. And now we have this match with our number one seeds, Araya Parsons, versus Lofgren and McNerney, who are a new team. McNerney normally plays with Marek Chervinsky, and Lofgren plays with Nathan Crick out of Charlotte. So it'll be interesting to see how they match up. Both McNerney and Lofgren tend to play the backhand side, so I assume McNerney's going to play the deuce court.
Right. And we saw a little bit in the other match we were just talking about that sometimes two backhand players playing together might not be the best formula.
That's a great comment, Dave. And that was clearly one of the big issues with Broderick and Frazier, and they're both terrific backhand players, and neither one really looked comfortable on the deuce side.
Right.
I mean, Drew played the deuce side most of the match, but it seemed to me that when they switched, it was a little more comfortable, and then we saw Tyler close the match with 2 forehand errors on the last 3 points on return serve.
Right. And I think, with the two of them, especially with Tyler's backhand and Drew's backhand as well, I think possibly going the other way may have been not a bad strategy either, to take away the just dumping the ball down the middle, which it seemed like Victor and Lucas were doing a little bit, especially as it got towards the end, and they were trying to play a little bit safer, not wanting to give away free points. But
clearly the strategy they had was the wrong one.
Apparently
Apparently
it was.
So.
it certainly was. But no, I think we're in for a great match here. It's always exciting when we watch Juan play. He could do some special things with the paddle ball. Sometimes
good, sometimes
bad.
Always
right.
special though.
But it's always fun to watch. And again, they have a good combination with Mark Parsons bringing the big two-handed backhand as well, and he likes to drive the ball. And even though Juan has a lot of spin, I think it's exciting to watch when Parsons hits the overheads as well, because he hits that roller at the nick, and it's just kind of exciting to watch.
Yeah, he was definitely rusty in Boston. Made a lot of errors that you don't normally expect to see from him, but it was his second tournament of the year. And I look to see better play from him today. I'm also interested to see how many of the guys are going to serve sidearm today. I think Araya will serve overhand, but I think the rest of them are going to serve a lot of sidearm serving.
All right, well, it'll be interesting to see. And, Mark, just a couple of things we want to let our viewers out there know today. For the Short Hills Invitational, as I said, this is the 69th consecutive year.
Longest running platform tennis tournament
other than the Nationals. Yeah, other than the Nationals.
Yep.
It certainly has to be the biggest tournament with 424 participants.
Amazing number.
The tournament spans over 2 days. It started out yesterday with the men's 95s, the men's 60s, and the women's B tournament. And then today we have men's B, women's open, men's premier, men's open. So it's a pretty big task. And Dennis Collins, who's the paddle chairman and tournament director, does a great job. And you have 50 volunteers between the lunch check-in, the hut commanders, Katie Gasella, who does a great job as the general manager here at the Short Hills Club, Jose Becerra is a food and beverage manager, and Marvin Becerra as well is our site facilities manager. All do a great job making sure it's a great event. So, Mark, I think we're going to go down to the action, and we're
going to introduce the players.
We'll
we should
players,
also
yep.
note, I see, Dave, that Nathan Lefevre just walked in. So it appears that he and Chris Humphreys beat Bostrom and Bredberg as they're into the quarterfinals. against Randt Mitchell, and the winners of these two courts will play each other in the semifinals. Okay, so that's Graham McNerney with the blue hat on. Over on the left of the screen, his partner Randy Lofgren is in the shorts. And on the far side of the court, you have Mark Parsons in the white and, I guess, blue hat, and his partner Juan Araya playing the deuce court. So we're going to start off, and McNerney will be serving to Araya. McNerney's got one of the best net games in the country. He volleys exceptionally well. He's got great overhead, and he can end points.
And I think that's a big key with platform tennis these days, having the ability at the net to end points, because, you know, as we see all the time, that there are points that just last for hundreds of shots. And the ability, if you do get a loose one, to be able to put a little pressure on the baseline team or end the point, I think that's a huge advantage.
A couple wild forehands from Mariah to start. Yeah, Jeff Morneau and I were talking in the last match that to be a contender to win nationals, you have to have somebody on your team that can end points. A Durant, a Hughes, a Powers, an Araya, a McNerney, a Broderick. That's Dave. Not true. I mean, I'm talking about.
I know exactly who you're talking about.
So that's a critical element. And you know, McNerney is an interesting player. He does a lot of blitzing from the backcourt, but he doesn't generate quite as much offense as a lot of the other top guys. His partner Marek Chervinsky generates a tremendous amount of offense. Great forehand. So I look to see McNerney hitting most of the overheads here, with Lofgren kind of transitioning into the deuce side at the net. You see Ryan Parsons kind of lobbing the ball over there, moving McNerney around. I think Araya's best weapon for the backcourt is actually his one-handed backhand. He's got so much variety with it. Hits it so many different ways. Ooh. McNerney almost catches Araya in the head there.
Right. On a fly.
On the fly.
With a volley.
There's that big
Good
Parsons
volley, yeah.
Big Parsons backhand.
You see again Graham over on the left side, up at the net in the overhead position.
And Araya Parsons is going to be looking for Lofgren continuously at the net. There, Araya smartly lets the ball through. Just looked like he was trying to make that play, Dave. And there's that cross-court lob that you see. That you know, McNerney's got to cover so much ground to hit that one. I think eventually Lofgren's going to have to step in and hit that ball.
You see right away Juan going to some heavy slice on the overhead.
Yeah, and I think for Lofgren and McNerney to win this match, they've got to be at the net. I don't think they can win this match from the backcourt. I just don't think they generate enough offense from back there. And they're both ad-court players, as we talked about in the warm-up, so we'll see how they fit there.
And as we talked about earlier, you know, Juan just can do many things with the ball at the net. It's so I think the holding serve, which we know is difficult to do, will be super important for Graham and Randy.
Yeah, see, that's overly aggressive. That takes us back to deuce. But that's too aggressive a play for me from Lofgren. I don't think that's his game. But I think it's an indication, too, of their lack of comfort level in the backcourt.
Right.
They know that's going to be a tough place for them to be. There's the switch at the net.
Well, I think just early on in this first game, you could see that Lofgren likes getting on top of the net.
Yeah, Rice missed a bunch of forehands, but you can see how much court they're opening up with those lobs with Lofgren on top of the net, as you commented.
And you just saw a couple times when Lofgren was on the left side on the overhead, in the overhead hitting position. You know, they kind of caught him falling backwards as he's hitting.
I think Parsons' forehand was going to hit the back wire there. Oh, that ball from Mariah barely reached the net. Looked like one of my forehands, Dave.
Mark, we missed you yesterday in the 95 plus division.
Yeah, no Steve DeRose. It was kind of sad. Steve texted me from San Antonio. Wanted to know how we were doing.
You tell him you're still in it?
There's a good move by Lofgren.
See there how he gets, wow, what a get. See they catch him on top of the net again.
Yeah, Raya lobbed with such purpose as he misses that one badly. Okay, a hold for Lofgren McNerney.
Mark, in the chair today we have Dave Lasui, who's the chair umpire for this match.
You know, Dave, I was thinking that there are probably more platform matches being played today than at any other day of the year. I mean, you're playing a 16 men's draw, a 32 women's draw, and then a 32 men's draw, all in one day.
And 30 and a 48 men's B.
And a 48 men's B. I mean, that's amazing.
She has a big return there by Lofgren.
Yeah, Lofgren's got a great backhand. He much prefers it to the forehand. Carson serving sidearm, misses it long. They're in danger of going down an early break. He likes to serve sidearm to the deuce.
It seems that seems to be the play.
Well, the deuce court is such a hard side to serve to if you're a right-hander.
Right.
There's just nowhere to hit the ball. And then we see the McNerney forehand, which can be a little bit wild at times. Great forehand there from McNerney, catches the outside of the line. Araya has missed maybe 14, 16 forehands in the first two games.
Yeah, a little bit of impatience there.
That ball was middle of the net. There we see McNerney serving sidearm. I'm sorry, Lofgren. Parsons misses the lob long.
I think they're starting out a little bit loose here. I can't imagine that that's going to be the trend for long.
There you see Araya playing short in the court, stealing time. And that puts so much pressure on you when you're at the net.
And that's the thing, you know, it doesn't have to be a great shot just by Juan stepping up. They're taking away time is really what it's all about, and not giving them time to get set for the next shot, and putting them in the, you know, maybe taking them out of position a little bit.
That's a great volley from Lofgren. So now Parsons contributing some forehand errors.
Yeah, it's 2 in a row.
Lofgren's sidearm serve has been really effective so far. Have you tried that yet, Dave, serving sidearm?
You know what? A couple of times, just sort of trying it out. Not too much though, and it's not easy to do.
No.
And I've been sitting here thinking that I was going to ask you. You know, you've watched a lot of the matches. You've seen them in person. What do you think the amount of faults compared to the traditional overhead serve?
I don't think it's significantly different yet. And I think that's surprising because there's not a real comfort level with the sidearm serve. And
right.
Doing it in the big moments is still a little bit dicey when you haven't done it. But I've been impressed by the consistency of it. And there's a great cutoff by Lofgren. And they're off to a fast start, 3-love.
Yeah, and it goes back to what we were saying earlier, that, you know, Lofgren really likes to get on top of that net.
And here's the drop shot. He reads that soft forehand. This is the point before that. Araya smartly catches it. Okay, so Araya to serve, love 3. Lofgren is doing a lot of blitzing. There's Araya kind of taking over the net.
that roller overhead there by Parsons that we talked about. And you see Lofgren looking to pinch in. He's looking to swing at that backhand.
Yep, he wants the backhand. He doesn't want the forehand. That's not the shot he's comfortable hitting. And they've come out looking really sharp. And there you see Araya switching to the backhand at the net. And that's what Parsons struggled with in Boston. He really, his roller is usually so reliable, but he missed a lot of them. He's just catching a little too much of the ball. He missed 4 or 5 more than you'd expect. Great return there from Lofgren. 30 all.
So, Mark, we have some other action here at Short Hills Club going on. We have Bonfigli and Farron Cranewitter taking on Burris and Idoia in another quarterfinal match, as well as Durant Mitchell are taking on Humphreys and Lefevre.
Well, that was a great exchange at the net before on the return. Lofgren with great hands. And normally you don't want to get into those hands battles with Araya. That's great lob, and that takes him to break point for 4-love. Yeah, I think in some sense Lofgren really matches up well with Araya, because if you're going to beat Araya, you have to be able to hurt him on that side wire.
Right.
And Lofgren's backhand can do that. He can step in and hit it.
Good serve there on 30-40, break point.
And there you see Araya just firing away. I mean, big serve and then 2 hard cutters. Second one eliciting the error. Great forehand there from McNerney off the back wires. And that's just too hard a serve on a warm day like today. Another point for 4-love. Great lobs from McNerney. And then Parsons with a surprising miss, and it's 4-love. They are rolling early. Feel like it's been Araya Parsons kind of sleepwalking, or McNerney Lofgren playing really well?
I think a little bit of both. I think see another forehand mistake there.
Tremendous forehand there for Parsons. Great overhead from Araya.
See Juan's taking the back of the left side of the, hitting the overhead spot. Parsons is up on the net. There's another big backhand.
But that's just a dangerous overhead. That ball down the middle is going to come out hard to Lofgren's backhand. And that's his shot.
And they have a point here to go up 5-love.
Boy, Araya is just missing everything right now. It's 40-love. So it's 4-love, 40-love, just to confirm.
Left court serve. Wow.
Boy, a really shocking start to the match, Dave.
Mark, we have a score in the one of the other quarterfinal matches. Bonfigli, Farron Cranewater are up 3-2 in the first set over Burris and Idoia.
As we talk often, Dave, I think it's important for Araya Parsons to start They don't have to win this set, which is unlikely from 5-love down, but they got to start making some shots, get the ball in play.
See a good move there again by Graham.
And he does that as well as anybody in the country. He's just a great blitzer, and he generates a lot of offense off of that play. Great hands. Well, they can't win any points. Parsons misses by a yard, and that takes us to one of my places I'm intimately familiar with, Dave. Love 5, love 40.
Also known as set point.
Also known as the deepest, darkest hole you can find on the battle court. Okay, they save one. Parsons going overhand.
And staying back. Wow.
And great volley, great transition from Lofgren, and it's set 6-love. How long was that set, Dave? Like 18 minutes?
Could have been. Yep.
Okay, we're going to be back in 2 minutes after these commercials.
Turn it, drop it, scratch it, dub it, crack it, like whoa. Pop it, lock it, top it, switch it, like whoa. Whoa.
All my ladies in the back with me, all legit. Everybody gather round, now they placing bits. But no, we're not taking bets, we're just breaking necks. Throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, bounce. 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 Bounce on it swift, bounce on it lit. Show 'em how you bounce with the split, bounce with the trick. Bounce it down really quick. Then make it dip, bounce it down, bounce it down, bust it down, bust it down, bust it. Bounce on it swift, bounce on it lit. Show 'em how you bounce with the split, bounce with the trick. Bounce it.
Okay, and welcome back to the Short Hills Club. We're here at the premier draw of the Short Hills Invitational, and we're in the quarterfinal second set match between Juan Arroyo and Mark Parsons, taking on Graham McNerney and Randy Lofgren. And it's the second set, Lofgren and McNerney winning the first, surprisingly 6-0. And I'm here along with Mark Fischel. Mark, very
Yeah.
interesting morning we're having.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Lofgren and McNerney have played very well, but Araya Parsons are just missing everything right now. We saw Araya misplay a simple 2-wire ball for the second point of the game, and they really need to get in the board and start playing some points. A great shot from Araya there.
You know, that was a great get. And that, you know what, and that point right there could be a big one, because the left court winner, now it's 40-15. Juan makes a great get, and now it's 30-all.
Yeah.
And it's, as you and I both know, it's that type of a game where a point here, a point there makes a big difference.
Another miss from Araya, as usual, reliable backhand.
And do you think that's just also more of a forced error because McNerney and Lofgren have been playing so well?
Yeah, I thought he just missed that ball.
And look
There's
at
the
this.
called wide. Overruled by the chair
Overruled by the
umpire,
chair
and
umpire.
that's 7-love. Araya slams the ball in anger.
I'm guessing he wasn't happy with that overrule.
Yeah, I think it was more than the overall. I think a lot of it has to do with his play. He has really played poorly so far. They're switching balls in the 7 games. This time Araya will start. A shocking start to the match. So it's no longer a start, I should say.
You know, right? We're into the heart of it right now.
That's the first kind of force ball we've seen from those guys in a while. But again, that's Lofgren's shot.
Right. Right. You don't want him to go away from it.
30 love. Araya was up 30 love last time he served and lost 4 consecutive points. But you're hearing some positive energy from him right now. And there's a vintage Parsons Nick. They got a chance to get on the board.
Yeah, no, and it came at a really good time.
Looked like Araya lost that ball. And they're on the board. Yeah, I like to see them play a lot more overheads in the middle of the court. McNerney backhands, Lofgren forehand. Not a lot of offense is going to get generated from there.
And maybe it lets them open up the side screen for Mark to hit some more rollers at the Nick and Juan to, you know, hit some more cut overheads into the side screen.
Just amazing how fast things shifted.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, they played 3 or 4 good points and chance to get up a break. Haven't seen Lofgren fall once on that sidearm serve.
And he's been doing it to both sides, I've noticed.
Yeah. That's good discipline from Lofgren to let that ball through. Oh, what a shot from Araya. That's the one he unveiled in Pittsburgh last year at the Nationals. Well, you don't mind losing those points if you're Lofgren McNerney at love 40. Because they played a good solid point. They lost it. And if you're sticking with your game plan and being smart, things are going to turn for you. Right. When you get away from what you want to do.
You know, and like you said, it's not that they didn't lose that point.
Okay, that's 2-1. Araya Parsons. Yeah, they started to play a little bit better. Now you're going to have to see whether Lofgren McNerney can raise their level. I always thought it was hard to win, not that I know personally, but hard after you want to set 6 love to come back because you know the other guys are going to start playing better. Right? You know it's going to turn somewhat. You're not beating Araya Parsons on love.
Well, you know what I've found just myself in playing where you win a set and now all of a sudden the ball's coming back more than it was in the first set. Now all of a sudden it's like it almost it sets in a little bit of panic mode sets in. Thinking about, you know, and you know they're going to play better, but it's more mental than it is anything else.
Randt Mitchell at 3-all in the first set. It's Fever Humphreys. And all of a sudden you're starting to see some misses.
Yeah, you're starting to see Juan swing confidently at the slice overhead again. That's a good return.
That's a ball where he reaches. He's got to stay close to his body. Let that ball through.
Just let it go through.
Yeah, Parsons is going to drive that ball back at him. This is a big game in the match right here. Oh, dangerous. Very dangerous. I was bailing behind you, Dave.
I actually ducked.
Boy, Araya is just working him over.
Yeah.
Lofgren's in survival mode now. Stepped in and hit that backhand.
Yeah, no.
But again, not dunking anything in the middle, which I thought we'd see a little bit more of. Great shot from Lofgren there, and Araya playing a little too fast. I'm ready to hit that ball. 15-30.
15-30. And I think, Mark, would you agree that that's just typical of a lot of the way the points are going these days where, you know, Juan does a ton of great overheads, and then they end up not winning the point. You know, I think all the players are just getting better. They're getting used to the spins.
It's 15-40. Oh, great return from McNerney and back to 2-all.
What do you tell all the players that are new to platform tennis? Don't aim for the doubles alley.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I saw Graham McInerney
Yeah.
do that.
not around them. You want to go through them. That's a great backhanded transition from McNerney. McNerney's had success in this game at the highest level. He's won a couple of Grand Prix. He and Monik Chervinsky beat Uriah Parsons last year in Philadelphia from match point down. So I have no doubts in my mind that he believes he's winning this match.
Right. And I think, you know, so far what we've watched, I mean, just forget about the score. I think they've just put a lot of balls in good spots where they're not getting hurt.
Yep. That Lofgren over is such an odd shot, isn't it, Dave? Almost like he jerks his neck down as he's making
Yep.
contact.
Well, I was noticing too that I think, wow.
Oh, great volley. Clean or miss hit?
I don't know if that was an intentional drop shot.
Yeah, looked to me like a miss hit,
But
but a heck of a shot nonetheless.
right, broken back singles or
They all
line
look like
drives in
line
the
drives in the box
score.
score. Yep, that's the old saying. Lofgren has volleyed exceptionally well. Great ball from Parsons there. Catches McNerney off the net. Great transition.
Another one where they hit
McNerney.
an amazing spot. He's hitting all the right spots for this.
Good scrambling there from Uriah Parsons. These are really big points right now. Well, that's a miscommunication there.
They got out of it. Back in the point. See, I think that's got to be more of a play. The lob over Lofgren's head as he's force him back, keep forcing him back. And he's been hitting some great overheads to get out of trouble.
Well, Parsons really misplayed that ball. Four all in the Durant Mitchell court against Humphreys Lefevre. Next court over. Lofgren is just volleying so well. Another surprising miss. And we got Burris Doy up 4-3 first set. A point for 3-2 here. Parsons couldn't hit that ball any softer and it caught the top of the tape.
Could that be the turning point? The left court winner. He can hit him hard, but the softest one he's hit all day could be the.
It's a fault from McNerney. He's got a very reliable serve, one of the best serves in the country. That's the overhead I expect to see more of, that dump in the middle.
Right.
That's not the one. And you can see Lofgren doesn't really want to hit that forehand. I missed that one by 3 feet.
A little maybe impatience there because he's hit some really good overheads and they're getting him back.
Another point for 3-2. Another missed forehand from Parsons. As we start to get to the business end of the set, things are starting to get a little dicey for Uriah Parsons here. Those were 2 games in a row they lost, but it looked like they were turning the tide a little bit.
Can Short Hills 2020 be the upset open?
So far. Ron Mitchell up 5-4. You hear a lot of positive energy from Parsons right here, right here. Good swing from McNerney there, catches the tape.
Mark, would you say with us seeing some upsets early in the Short Hills Invitational this year, would you say that's healthy for the game?
I think it's great for the game. I think seeing, young upcoming players breaking through. I mean, Green Vidal been playing the tournaments for a while, and you can see them getting better and better. So here you have Lofgren and McNerney switched, so the power is in the center, and Lofgren hits the backhand through, gets the leg cord winner, and it's getting really dicey right now for Araya Parsons.
Good serve there by Juan. Big forehand there, surprise. Good run away by Juan though.
But he's forcing that ball. Even that overhead to me is a forced
Right.
overhead. That's a ball you want to dump in the middle. Just that's a risky shot. Like
That's
that's like that Parsons overhead there. It's
Right.
not generating any offense.
Right. Right.
But that's the way Araya plays. Is he wants you to drive the ball in him. He doesn't want you to lob 15, 20 yards
Correct.
in a row. In the finals of the Nationals last year, they went after Mark Powers. They challenged Mark Powers. Again,
by
great,
Lofgren.
great blitz from Lofgren. Point for 4-2.
You see Lofgren lining up to hit that backhand. See, there's the previous one. Is the risk reward worth it?
Yep. Last year he won Nationals. Back to Deuce. Boy, McNerney's forehand return from Deuce side's been really effective today.
I'm starting to believe that he can hit that shot.
Yeah, you and me both. Another point for 4-2.
But I need to see two more, Mark, before I'm convinced.
That is a dangerous overhead
Yeah.
from Parsons there, that down-up overhead.
See, that's the ball you're talking about. That slow roller down the middle.
No, missed it.
Wow.
Yeah, they don't seem to want to go there. And now they're down 4-2. 2 games from victory for Lofgren and McNerney. Great forehand off the back wire there from Randy Lofgren. And his underhand sidearm serve has been really effective. I think that's the first point he's lost off return to serve.
A good return there by Juan.
Araya gets pegged.
Mark, just to let everyone know, coming up later this afternoon, we have women's quarterfinal action of the Women's Open draw here at the Short Hills Invitational.
That's great overhead. Ball's called out, overruled by the chair umpire. One overrule on each side.
And then verified by Juan.
Did Juan verify or did Juan call it first and then wait for the umpire to verify?
The umpire verified it.
Yeah. Okay, 15:30.
See McNerney getting over on the left side of the net up there. The overhead position.
Parsons was lucky to make that one. Oh, great volleying from McNerney, from Lofgren. Oh, what an exchange. Araya was all over him.
See that lob? I think Juan has to keep going there. Good spot.
Parsons was slow to that ball. Great drop shot from Lofgren.
And again, they're just hitting the right spots. They're in the right positioning.
Even that lob from Parsons barely made it over the net. He's not hitting the ball real solidly.
And I also think that some of these overheads, they're just sticking to the side screen pretty tightly.
Ryan misses the lob wide, and they're point for 5-2. Big return there from Parsons. I like the aggressive play from McNerney, though. Misses the volley,
Yeah.
but playing a win. Ryan called Parsons off that ball. It was in by about 6 inches. It was more of a hopeful call than anything. Missed it wide. Yeah, that was Parsons' ball, or I should have let that through. Another point for 5-2.
And I think that he had Graham all the way to the other side of the court, and then he drove it back at Randy.
Yep.
Who, as we've said a few times, he's on top of the net. It's going to be tough to get a ball by him.
Boy, he hasn't missed anything. He's volleyed brilliantly. Like the play from Lofgren there, staying back. Oh,
Forced through.
that's a pretty good swing, I thought, Dave.
No, I agree. I thought it was definitely the right play.
That's the one you may remember tonight. That would have given him 5-2. But they still got chances. They're not out of this game yet. Parsons' lobs are so short.
Yeah, I like that lob there.
Ball hit the wires on the fly.
Short.
Short, high forehand. Oh, I don't know about you, Dave, but that would just wreck what little confidence I have. That was a relatively easy ball.
There's the same play by Graham. This time it works.
Yep. They're scrambling to stay in this point. And it's advantage Lofgren, McNerney. And Parsons takes one short, hops the back wire. And that's 5-2. Shocking. I still can't get over that forehand Araya hit it deuce.
It was, would you say it was a little loose?
A number of terms I could use to describe that ball, Dave.
Loose being number 5 or
Yeah.
6 on the list.
Loose being the nicest one I could come up with.
But again, as we were talking about it earlier in some of the other matches, 5-2. Is it over? This 6th game could be the hardest.
Yeah, no question. But, you know, Araya Parsons have given you no reason to believe they're going to do anything. And they've missed so many balls. Look, Lofgren and McNerney have played exceptionally
They
well.
have, absolutely.
Not to take anything away from it, but Araya Parsons have been awful. As Parsons starts with a fault by 3 feet. I mean, I see no reason to think this match is going to turn. First real good backhand Parsons has hit.
And I think that's one of the first balls that they've put in a bad spot to allow them to hit it.
Yeah. Even on return of serve, he just really has not been hitting the ball cleanly.
No.
Okay, that's 15 all. Parsons gets his serve in the box, but misses the next shot. 2 points from the match, Dave.
Yeah.
Double match point. Want to let everybody know at 1 p.m. we're coming back with the women's quarter. Andreka Zabori versus Morgan Sikora. And there it is. Game, set, and match. Lofgren McNerney, 6-love, 6-2.
Mark, welcome to the 2020 Upset Open.
Wow. Okay, we'll see everybody at 1 o'clock after these commercials.
Thank you for tuning in.
At Maple Crest Lincoln, it's about time. Time to experience the unique Lincoln brand of style, performance, and safety, like this all-new 2020 Aviator. Time to discover the ease of personal connectivity with the Lincoln Way app. Time to enjoy premium ownership benefits with pickup and delivery, loaner cars, complimentary detailing, and much more. Serving Essex, Union, and Morris counties, Maple Crest Lincoln. Isn't it time?
A very good team from Connecticut. Jolene Sutter was a Connecticut State tennis champion, played tennis at UPenn. Partner Ali Van Kettle is, very steady, solid. He's got good spot drives. And Sutter can hit the ball off both wings, very athletic, and has a good head for the game. So there are a couple that, you could almost say so far within the men's game, and even a little bit on the women's side, this has been a bit of an upset open. In our other quarterfinal, you have, Hall and Curtis. And Curtis has been in, semifinals with Stoklosova, but hasn't really played at all this year. And Rupali Hall's been a, stalwart on President's Cup teams and things, but she's another up-and-coming player in the draw. So it's been terrific out there seeing some of these players break through, and there's a lot of talent.
There is, and I think we should swing out onto the courts here so we can watch the conclusion of the warm-up here.
And Brad, just to add to your point, and Mark Fischel and I were talking about it earlier during one of the men's matches that we were covering, about it being, kind of talking about it being the upset open, how good that is for the health of the game of platform tennis. Because for many years, you'd look at the draw and you could probably almost predict it down to the finals, whereas now you have, the gap is closing in terms of talent level.
Well, for sure, the game is deeper than ever before, and the amount of players playing at the high level, the more finishing shots out there, it makes it much, much harder to predict. I mean, I'm still probably going to call Hughes Powers, but I would have said Araya Parsons would have had on the men's side, and they just went out 6-love, 6-2 against a very good team. So let's look at our players on the court really quickly. In the blue is Sikora and Morgan. They both have blue and black hats, but to the left of your screen on the bottom side is Charlotte Sikora, her partner, Allison Morgan. On the far side of the screen, we have, with the orange hat on top, that is Anna Zabori and her partner, Martina Andrekova. And that team has had a great year. I mean, they're seated one here. They can drive the ball off everywhere. What do you think about this match, Patty?
Are you asking me who I'm picking to win this match?
Sure. Why don't we go with that?
Okay, I think the panel should pick boldly here.
The panel should. That mean you're deferring it back over to Dave?
No, I'm going to pick. My pick is I'm going with the current #1 team in the country here. I'll go with Andrekova Zabori.
Dave?
I'm going to go with Sikora and Morgan on this one. I've had the pleasure of playing with Charlotte a few times back when she used to play with Cooey, and they used to always bring me a good selection of IPA beverages. So I'm going to.
So this is an emotional.
It's an emotional. It's a sentimental pick.
Fair enough.
So I'm going to be rooting for them.
Well,
I'm not going to be. I'm going to be partial in my announcing, but that's
Dave,
who I'm going to pick.
You've already played your hand. Clearly, you have a rooting interest here. So try not to let it affect your commentary. But they've played a good three-setter before. This is a great matchup because Zabori and Andrekova hit a lot of balls. We'll listen to the umpire first.
It's a quarterfinal match. Best of 3 sets with tie breaks. To my right, the deuce court, Stanford, Connecticut, Martina Andrekova. Her partner in the ad court from Westport, Connecticut, Anna Maria Zabori. To my left, in the ad court from Lake Bluff, Illinois, Allison Morgan. Her partner in the deuce from Chesterbrook, Pennsylvania, Charlotte Sikora.
All right, so there you go, a little receive. They win the toss, so that means Sikora and Morgan are going to serve first. And what I was saying before, Patty, is Sikora and Morgan, they've had a really great season, and they're learning every match. They started out coming in 7th place at the Lake Invitational, followed up with a finals at Chicago, then a semifinals over at Midwesterns. So they've been doing just great ball. But their tough losses have come to. They've had a couple of losses to Darzan Shea and also to Molenveld and Gio. And in those matches, now those are great teams, obviously, but in those matches, those teams have played slower. A lot of lobs, didn't mix in a ton of drives, and they were searching for answers. The good thing in this match is I don't anticipate that Zabori and Andrekova will play slow. They hit the ball. Zabori's got an explosive forehand, And Andreeva can hit the ball off both sides, you know, forehand and backhand with tremendous power. So I like the matchup.
And, you know, the pace of play, I think fast suits both teams here in a way. I feel that Morgan and Sakura have this athleticism to them, and God knows they're in shape. And I feel like the more wide array of shots they get, that almost helps raise their level of play. I feel like when there's very few, you know, variety in the shots coming to them, in a way, they don't respond to that as well.
Now, Dave, you said you've played some with Charlotte Sakura in the past. What did you notice about her game when you played with her?
Well, obviously she's got a, you know, when it comes to driving, she has a big range of motion and wingspan out there. She can bring some heat off of both sides, the forehand and the backhand. Good volleyer at the net. So it'll be interesting to see. I think to Patty's point, you know, the more you kind of move the ball and let them move and swing, that may favor Morgan and Sakura, as opposed to just hitting it to them and having them hitting stationary shots, possibly letting them show off their athleticism and shot ability and shot-making skills. I think that could be beneficial to them.
All right. Well, look forward to a great match. Looks like play's about ready to get started. Now, you're right, though, because Charlotte Sakura's got a great backhand. It's even better than her forehand, and her forehand's better when she's moving forward.
Right.
You can keep her back into the court, and Morgan is super fast, great position volleyer. Here we go. Charlotte Sakura to serve. First point. A let court winner there, I think.
And I think starting out early on, you see that they're going to play most of the overheads, it looks like, maybe to the forehand side. Another big forehand we see coming on the return of serve.
Yeah, Zabori's forehand is really explosive. It reminds me a lot of Patty Hogan's.
And then we see a big backhand by Sakura.
The one I hit back in '89, Brad.
The one forehand, Patty.
Glad you remembered.
That's a great play off the screen there by Andreeva.
And again, she kind of just got the ball over the net and found the good spot. See, they're predominantly hitting the forehand overheads to the deuce side.
So far. And Andreeva will hit a lot of balls. She's got a very long wingspan. You said about Sakura. Andreeva can hit the ball from almost anywhere. And she frequently does. Oh, great.
Well spotted drive.
Can I change my pick? No, I'm only kidding.
In the first game? No, you got to square off against Dave here. Dave's got Sakura and Morgan, and you're taking the #1 season.
I always go with #1.
It's not a bad suggestion.
To start off, but
Patty, when you've never had a #1 next to your name, you kind of go for the other way. You root for the underdog.
Brad, true or false? There's over 400 players who played in this one of the 7 tournaments here at the Short Hills Invitational 2020.
I'm going to say true.
You never miss. Dave?
There are so many tournaments here and so much activity going on.
True or false? Chuck Fegg was a big winner yesterday.
Chuck Fegg was. He was victorious in the men's 60. Lecord there, winner by Zabori.
That's the second one this game.
Yeah. Chuck Fegg did. He took home the crown in the men's 60-plus division with partner Scott Freeman over Scott Esty Sr. and Lloyd Yuko.
That's great blitz. See a lot of heavy hitting, big power play. Morgan Sakura played good position at the net. You know, and they move over more traditionally. Some of the other teams, it's become less of an art than it used to be, or a mandatory thing. They play a little bit more wide open these days.
Well, Brad, I have to let you in on a little secret. The reason why Dave knows so much about Charlotte's game is When Charlotte started playing a couple years ago, she teamed up with Kui Line, and they came up here, and Dave and his then assistant pro, younger Blake Anderson, played a couple practice sets against him to sort of introduce Charlotte to big-time paddle, and they became Charlotte learned with the school of a ton of backhand volleys. They're shifting, and I think Allison really is a good position player.
Oh, she's a great position player, and they have a nice balance, Sakura and Morgan. Allison Morgan, very athletic, doesn't hit the ball with quite the same attacking fervor that Sakura can, but she's very fast. And so she'll run down. If you see a lot of hard overheads, you'll see Allison Morgan run them down. Great forehand there.
Well spotted.
That's one of the things that I think is a way that you do break down the great hands of Zabori and Andreikova, going a little bit at Martina. I think some of those, up the line drives for those players looking to be aggressive sort of in the middle. You've got to keep them home early in the match, and that's going to open up some lanes for your return to serves.
And Andreikova will volley pretty upright, and she also will take a lot of forehand, backhand volleys. So you can find spots on her here and there. She volleys very well, does have great hands, but you're absolutely right, Patty. Well, there you go, quick break back.
And it's 1:15. I wouldn't be surprised if at 3:15 we're in the third set of this match here. What do you think about that, Dave?
Well, I think, we're watching every point. You're seeing Allison and Charlotte, they're talking. They definitely have a game plan. And, that game, they hit some really good shots. They weren't great shots, but they created space and created openings, and they took advantage of it.
I think this is a treat here. We have the current #1 in the country team of Andreikova and Zabori, and Morgan and Sakura, as you guys probably said, #5 in the country. And as we know, this is it before nationals. And I think this match means a ton to these guys.
Well, it's Philadelphia still.
Well, there's Philly, right.
Right, and then, but you're right. Now is the time for everybody to come out and establish their game for nationals, in the position in the draws.
Right, and Morgan Sakura, a lot on the line here. Just a few ranking points behind Delmonico and Gebbia for that possible third, top 4 spot in the draw.
There's a good behind-the-back attempt. Actually, they usually get one of those, and she makes it, Zabori, in a match. Frequently between the legs, behind the back. She's one of the more talented players. She is got an explosive forehand. You can find her backhand. She won't hurt you with her backhand. But anything near that middle that sits. Look at that aggressive positioning there from Andreikova standing at the service line when they're stand back. Looks like Hughes and Powers are rolling, winning 6-1 and up 1-love against Green and Vidal. And it looks like Bonfili and Feburary are up 4-3 against Burish and Burish and Erdoya, actually. So a lot of good other men's quarterfinal action. There you go. Little miss-hit drop volley winner.
The nick, the left cord, and the miss-hit drop shot winner. 3 ways to win points.
Yeah, one of the keys to this match is going to be the ability to get the ball to the edges, and you can't leave the ball sitting in the middle against Andreikova and Zabori. And if you do, it better be the perfect kind of deep overhead, that goes deep. It's something that, Patty, you were amazing at. And a lot of the women sometimes don't always just go to that strategy. Ooh.
When there was an opportunity, just missed it. But I'm not changing my pick. I like that swing.
There you go. I actually like the whole, the burglar outfits of Morgan and Sakura too. They're like, after this, they're going to rob a bunch of homes. They're going to steal this match.
They're coming out to steal it.
It's a very nice area around here. There could be anybody missing some jewelry later on. Look out for these guys because they're all black. They got the hats. I think they might even pull that ski mask thing down later on.
Well, that gold chain that you put down, Brad, on the counter before you went on air, you've got to be.
What gold chain? All right, seriously, Patty, what do you do with my gold chain?
So that's Martina Andreikova serving. That's Allison Morgan, the shorter of the two burglars over there, and they're trying to steal a match here, Brad.
A little roller. That's a good deep one and soft enough. That's what they need. They need the edges and deep and soft. And there you'll see something that hopefully they can do more of. Andreikova is a great player. She's #1 in the country. Hit the ball from anywhere, but she's not specifically mobile. You know, if you can get her to move, the problem is she strikes the ball from so many places, it's not always easy to do that. That's a heck of a drive there from Sikora.
Yeah, Andreikova has a tendency a little bit, it seems, on the baseline to play kind of deep, and then it almost makes it easier for the team to hit into her corners.
And I think you saw that on the last overhead.
That was yeah, and I think when she plays baseline, makes a move immediately to her right, her forehand is a weapon. When she gets deep, I mean, you can't let someone with Allison Morgan's height beat you on a double screen, honestly.
Sure, absolutely. And like you said, a lot of that's going to start with hitting that good, deep, soft overhead that makes her back up into the court. You bounce the ball in front of Andreikova, and she's going to crush it 90% of the time and stay right up on top of the net.
Brad, sometimes you do some Viking keys to victory. And since this is an APTA event, I think we should throw in a couple Viking keys to victory for the baseline team of Sikora and Morgan. I think if they can lob pretty well, sort of, and add to spots that cause confusion, I think when the ball's over toward the deuce side, this is where
that's a heck of a lob there.
Sikora could lob themselves to have to create a ton of setups for themselves.
And I was going to say
I don't
to be
see it
patient.
just out of the ad court. I feel like that's Zabori sets up, covers those overheads beautifully.
Right.
The vulnerable side, I think, is when their play does swing over to that deuce court.
And you saw the last point, the ball came from the edge side all the way to the deuce side, and they caught them with that overhead.
That's a great between the legs.
Tweener, we got to see that again.
Can we get that on replay?
Yeah, that's her tweener, and she got one on the behind the back that she missed before. Look at this great get from Allison Morgan. Flips it over her, and she is not expecting this.
So there goes Zabori.
Oh, she tried a difficult drop shot there. That was a problem. What a heck of a play.
Well, it would have been a great time to hit a drop shot. She just wasn't quite on top of the net there.
It was a tough ball, though. She hit that tweener. I mean, that was a great shot.
Yeah.
Oh, there's 2 points back.
Yeah.
That was huge points there for Morgan Sikora. Couldn't close that game from 15-40. But it all started with that amazing tweener from Zabori. She's awesome.
See, I love this
There you
play.
go, out
I
of the
think
forehand
Morgan
side, right.
is really smart in the lobbing out of that deuce court, and she'll take what she's given. She doesn't force it. I think that's her improvement in this game over the last couple of years.
Well, Morgan's not a thumper like Sikora and, actually, Zabori's forehand, Andreikova and Sikora, they thump that ball. Morgan, it's the lob, then the drive. And with her moving forward into it with a blitz follow-up, that's the real offense. She can hit a good forehand, but it's not in the same power zone. It's not that she combines her shots, and to your point, it's going to be crucial for her to find that lob spot cross court, move her back out and away from the court to the right, open up the middle or the space at her feet. Oh, great volley. The biggest thing so far for Morgan Sikora is they have not found a way on their serve to get into net and hold the net and make them play from the backcourt.
It's a good shot of Mark Bliss's truck in the background there. Blissful gardening.
We have a loose forehand there.
I'd say she probably wants that one back. Her screen drives are good. She holds them well, but that was too low. Wasn't high enough. Look at that sound off of Zabori's paddle.
I'm ducking up here in the booth.
love that. I love that. They made Andreeva back up again with just a deep, soft ball at her. Get her back, then you can find the creases on the side. If you let her stay on the baseline, she'll crush every ball.
Patty, what do you think about for Sakura and Morgan maybe hitting a few more overheads to Zabori's corner just to get her out of the middle? Because we saw in that last point, she's starting to creep over into the middle, and she took a couple of good cracks at the forehand.
Well, I think when the sound starts getting like that, that you're cringing up here in the booth, you're absolutely right. You don't want Annika to go lights out when she plays with her forehand. I totally agree. Just keep her honest, one shot.
Right, just hit it just to drag her back to the corner.
I think getting the ball into Zabori's backhand at any time is the right play. Anytime the ball's on her forehand versus her backhand. So hitting that ball to the edge in there, I agree with you 100%. You need that play. See, any ball in front of Andreeva, she crushes. If you can make her back up, that's key. Both those overhands landed right around the service line, not behind. She crushed them both.
I think Andreeva takes the fewest number of steps to hit great shots, but you don't see her creating those other great shots or taking advantage of opportunities that require a lot more footwork that you will see in some of these other players.
And you see a fault when they were both staying back.
Yeah, we haven't seen a hold yet, have we?
No, I was just thinking about that.
Yeah,
we played 5 games and we've had 5 breaks of serve.
Not that that's specifically surprising, and clearly here the returns are dominating versus but nobody's versus the ability to make first volleys, but nobody's been able to put together since they're playing from the back enough of a strategy from the backcourt to gain enough points. It's whoever's been at the net losing more.
Hey, Brad, can you tell us who the winner plays and what else we expect from the women's side here this afternoon?
Sure. The winner of this match will go on to play the winner of Brown Cobb's Tarzian against Delmonico and Gebbia. And that'll be one of our women's semifinals. That'll be coming up later at 3:30. And Brzova and Nika, if they get through Sutter and Von Kennel, are going to play against the winner of Curtis and Hall versus Cooper and Hanisch. And that's an interesting match, too. Hall, she's known, but not known necessarily to our viewers. Very good player who's up and coming and playing with Jade Curtis, who is well known, but hasn't played much at all this year.
Does Hall have a first name?
Rupali Hall, yeah.
Patty, were you thinking she just goes by the artist known as Hall?
Hall, that's what I think. She's going to be so good so fast. She is so good so fast. She only needs one name.
And we see a fault there, so we have Love 30, Zabori serving.
Oh. It's going to be so crucial for these guys to keep that ball deep. Really hone in on it. If there's one shot right now that they could figure to use time and time again, would be to keep that ball deep and soft back there until you get something you can attack the screens with. Anytime one of these players is moving forward, they're winning 75% of the points. Oh. Great drives.
It's fun to see Zabori load up for that overhead. She turns sideways, gets that paddle all the way back, swings through, through the ball so effortlessly.
She almost hit it. She hit it too hard, actually.
Right?
Yeah.
Easy for Zabori to just go back and hit her before she had a chance to get back.
Oh! Wow.
What a tricky little shot from Morgan. Here's the thing, though, about that, though, Dave. You said before when she missed one off the screen, that loose forehand there. If she missed it, we probably would have gone, loose backhand. Right. But she makes this incredible shot behind her, totally flat-foots Andreeva. You got to take some risk every now and then. And she knew that Andreeva was off the net there, so what a shot.
And there is just another good example of Morgan, how we talked about, she might not just, blast balls and win with sheer power, but she picks her spots, she moves, she has
That's a good deep volley getting into
other assets to allow her to win points.
They know where they want to hit it. They want to get her moving to that side
See,
screen.
I like that overhead.
No, they're going over there all the time
Right,
on
just
the
get her back in that corner. Brings Zabori back to the corner.
Oh.
Great read from
Oh,
Zabori.
what
I was
a
going to say
read.
Zabori was at the service line before Charlotte hit that one. She saw it coming.
As soon as she saw the windup, the open stance, it was clear the ball was going to go straight ahead off that back screen.
I like that play to Andreeva, though, by the way. That's not a bad play. Hard at her body. Virtually an impossible ball to drive. Makes her move to try and get it. Zabori read that easily, but creates that movement. If you can make Andreeva move a lot, that'll help.
Interesting here. You see Sakura and Morgan switching in the backcourt.
Well, Morgan will cover a lot of balls. Anytime there's a lot of scrambling to be done, it's pretty much Morgan doing it. There, she's played this great point, and she bounces the ball over the fence. That is a hard way to lose that one, and especially when they're getting what I feel like is a little bit of momentum, Morgan and Sakura.
It's kind of surprising with Allison's height. You know, she's on the shorter side that she could actually bounce that ball up. What's the temperature here, you guys, today? 40 degrees? Surprised it bounced out of the court.
Patty, you hit it right, nail on the head.
It felt like 40, Dave.
40 and sunny. 40 and sunny here.
So we're at 3-all, first set of this quarterfinal matchup. As Brad said, the winner of this will play against the winner of Delmonico, Gebbia, Brown, Cobbs, and Tarzan. Following this match will be a men's match to be determined. We've got Hughes and Power still going in their prior round. We've got the Sven Burris fan club here. Sven has the second biggest fan club here today besides Drew Broderick. But Drew Broderick's fan club may have gone home.
They're fair weather fans.
Now, Dave, did you talk to your brother after that one?
Nah, he's not approachable.
He's not answering his calls?
We were out to dinner the other night, and my daughter Marissa says to him, all right, I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing Saturday. Do you have a chance to win? Otherwise, I'm not coming.
There you go. I like that. Marissa she wants to hang with the winning crowd. Otherwise, she can be golfing or
she's got
something
other
else.
Stuff that is going on, yeah.
Yes.
It makes for awkward dinner conversation, but it does add entertainment.
It's a good deep overhead there. It's an entertaining match. A lot of great points.
Brad, can you hear me now?
I can hear you just fine, Patty.
Is this a commercial, a cell phone? Can you hear me now?
Verizon did not pay us for ad space, so we're not going to talk about that.
They're doing two back here. Like the play, and you notice how they stay with both of them on the same side of the court when Morgan serves that, and they stay back. So that's why they can stay there. Great lob, that cross-court lob that you talked about earlier, Patty. Big deal, and there's our first hold, I believe.
Yeah, and you know what? Although the score's tight, 4-3, I think Sakura and Morgan might be having more success playing the forehand side. I think it seems, as we know from teaching and instructing all of our players, where for two righties, that's a little bit of an awkward side because the ball comes out at a weird angle. You're both back a little bit more. And I think they're just having more success of knowing whose ball should be hitting it coming out of that corner.
Not only that, it's part of their strategy today. You're going to watch them. Anytime they can get a chance, they're having Allison Morgan play in soft angled overheads into that corner to get Andreeva moving
Right.
off to the side. They're trying to go deep in at her and then move into the side. So they have a specific plan, which is a little more than I think you can say for Zabori and Andreeva at this point. You know, they're kind of playing and allowing their talent to work, and they, you know, so far they're the number one team in the country.
Right.
So it's been working, you know. But right now, I mean, look, this set can go any which way, you know. But I would say kind of what you were alluding to, that Morgan and Sikora have a little bit of the better of it right now, just the way the play is going. Now, that said, you throw in 2 faults, airmail 2 forehands or something, and the set
Right.
can be over in a heartbeat.
See a big backhand there. Set up a good opportunity. 30-15. Just want to remind everyone we're coming from the Short Hills Club for the 69th Short Hills Invitational. If you're out there and you're close by, stop down. Weather's beautiful. The action's just starting to heat up.
It is actually gorgeous out there. Perfect weather. It's kind of warm. You know, and the ball's not going to die in the screens. It's going to be a little trickier to hit drops.
See, as you said before, you know, good forehand by Sikora there while she's on the run.
See, there's the shot they want to use.
Right.
You'll see it again. That's too deep, so she's got to go back behind her or deep with that ball. But whenever they get a medium short one, they're going into Andreeva's forehand side off that side screen. Like this. They're going right there. That's the one play. They want her moving up that side where there you go, beautifully done. And then they'll shift to their left a little to cover the drive that's possibly going to come. Andreeva's going to have to adjust to that.
And how does she adjust, Brad? What's her move?
Well, there's, you know, a variety of things she can do. She can definitely move herself just over and in a little bit and start pushing those lobs up down the line, give them no angle to hit it. And a quick lob up down the line would just set up Zabori's forehand. But she's not a lob setup player. She's a hitter.
All right.
And what you mean by that is if Martina just puts the ball cross court, it just gives them the angle to keep the ball in. She's essentially Waldo when we talk about find Waldo in a match, and then you break down that player. And right now, Martina's Waldo. It's hard to believe one in the country, but I think this is what you can do to her. And I love that play from her, just being a little bit more aggressive, looking for it. I think she could change
and I think
the tempo here
right, she doesn't,
instantly.
She doesn't want to have Morgan and Sikora thinking that they could just dump the ball into her corner and get away with it. And we see there, it goes to the Zabori forehand and left court winner.
Instant offense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Zabori needs no sequence of shots in succession to win a point, and that's where Morgan's the type of player that needs a couple of those shots in succession.
Oh.
And then she can break down tons of players.
Crush that. Oh, surprise miss there from Morgan. It's nothing to hit at. She bailed smartly, Zabori.
And it was perfectly set up.
Yeah, great point, but smart bail there from Zabori. No way she could get back into the net before Morgan's going to hit that.
So she couldn't close, so they just decided to let the ball go through. It ended up being the bottom of the net. Dave, but you can't convince, and Brad, club-level players to bail sometimes. They just stay up there. It's the ball of life for someone to rip a ground stroke.
Or they run.
They'll try to make the volley, where these guys don't.
Right, they'll try to run into it while their opponent is crushing a drive at them, and that's just not the play. That's too good. Should not have driven that ball. Did not see Zabori coming forward.
And good recognition by Zabori to pounce on that one.
Yeah, just all over it. great little forward move. Forces the error. All right, now we're coming down to the crunch time in the set where you play a really good set, but now you gotta, closing it out is the key. These key moments, we've all been there, on both sides of the coin where it's 4-all, play another good game, you lose that game, and then you can't have any cracks here. You gotta keep playing tight.
Wait, is it 4-5, Brad?
Yep.
Or 5 serving 4?
It is 5 serving 4, Zabori and
So we have the score
yeah,
backwards.
are ahead.
On the screen it says Morgan Sikora are up 5-4. Andreikova Zabori are up 5-4.
Oh.
Another let court, but they got it.
Yep, and great bail. There they go. Smart. Terrific lob. Morgan misses the 15 love. That's good long and lows. Nice. Oh, great volleying.
I think maybe one more down the middle there.
I totally agree. I think Zabori is such a beautiful reaching backhand volleyer that one more in the middle trying to get her to flip her paddle over
Right.
or way off her right hip, I think would be Charlotte's best choice.
Or maybe get him
Or
to just
right
a
at
little,
Martina,
or a little
straight ahead.
uncertainty right there. But once she went out wide, once Charlotte went out wide, Zabori knew it was her ball. We have 30 love here, 2 points away from the first set.
Oh, look at these great overheads now. You see how Andreikova is letting that ball drop and playing it long through the middle with her overheads now.
Wow. Good little off-pace little flick there.
It's a tricky little shot there from Sikora and a great move from Morgan. She's so fast. Oh, and now we have our first set points here, 40-15. And it's just like, a top-seeded team, always when the time comes,
they tighten up a little.
To raise your level a little bit or, step it up. See, Andreikova hit some great overheads here. They must add confusion. Who's getting that? We couldn't see it on the bottom of our screen.
So that's the first set. We're going to take a quick commercial break and we'll be right here, right back here at Short Hills Invitational.
All my ladies in the back with me, all legit. Everybody gather round, now they placing bets. But no, we're not taking bets, we're just breaking necks. Throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, bounce. 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 Bounce on the swip.
And we are back at the Short Hills Invitational. I'm Patty Hogan alongside Brad Easterbrook and Dave Broderick. Quarterfinal match. Andreikova Zabori won the first set 6-4 over Morgan and Sikora. Brad and Dave, what's your expert analysis of that first set?
15 all.
So we have 15 all. I'm sorry, Patty, can you repeat that question?
Yeah, what'd the first set come down to? We knew it was going to be close. Dave, you picked Morgan and Sikora. I picked Andreikova Zabori to win the match. What was our bet for this one? $5?
At least $1.
What is that? At least $1.
At least $1.
$5 is at least $1.
All right.
Oh.
What a get. What a get. And the point's still going on. Like I said to Brad at the end of the set, I think Zabori and Andreikova just, they tighten things up. You know, they hit a few less loose shots, and Morgan and Sikora had a few opportunities. They didn't capitalize, and there was a difference of a couple of points here and there.
So we got Hughes and Powers through, I believe 6-1, 6-1. 6-1, 6-2, I believe, over Green and Vidal. So they're on to the semifinals, waiting the winner of Bonfili and Kranevitter against Borussia Nordoya.
And I am happy to report for the Sven Burles fan club that Sven and Mikir Doya have advanced to the semifinals.
It's a very handsome team.
They are a good-looking team, Brad.
I think we have another match ending in the men's quarterfinals. I think the Hughes Powers match,
Here.
Vidal Green. Okay.
Dave, you weren't listening. But I'm used to that, don't worry.
It's good to repeat it, Dave.
All right, great start there for Andreikova Zabori, 3 games in a row now.
So real quickly, before we go back to this match, Brad, great job as always running the Connecticut Juniors last weekend. You had about 60 kids who played in the event, and you have run that event for over a decade. And you're one of the forces for junior paddle because you have the willingness to put in some time, and running junior tournaments presents some challenges very different than adult play. But, you know, we all love the juniors here. We're all teaching pros. And, you know, it's because of pros like you and Dave who have stepped up where the junior game is growing. And, Brad, tomorrow we have 2 huge events in New Jersey. We've got Mike Gillespie running the Indian Trail Juniors. But we also have the 2nd annual New Jersey State High School State Championship. Last year, Chatham beat Del Barton in the final of the boys. Chatham girls won the finals over, was it Mount St. Dominic's last year, Dave?
I think it was the Lions.
So I think it was the Lions, and we have the that competition starts at 8 o'clock tomorrow, and that event is run by 2 more teaching pros, Mikir Doya, who's pulling full duty this weekend, and Jill Estes Fair from Noe Pond.
That's great, and it's great to hear. It was so many good players and great players out there. Look forward to seeing them all in the upcoming events.
We've got junior nationals coming up right here at Short Hills Club, Canoe Brook, and every club here. We have 6. How many different facilities have given their courts up, Dave, for today's event, yesterday's?
Between today and yesterday, 16 clubs.
16 clubs, and how many different clubs for junior nationals, Dave?
We have right now 14 different clubs.
14 different clubs giving up their courts for a day of action. And Dave, if someone wants to sign up for junior nationals, you and Brad cannot team up. You're over. You've exceeded the eligibility of our boys 18s.
You could take, like, we exceeded the eligibility of a lot of things at this point in time.
Oh, and throw me in there. We've got senior play covered.
Senior play. That's it for me.
Listen, I feel like I played yesterday the men's 95 by myself. I added up to 95.
That's it. I try to just enter events. You know, if it's my IQ's under 95, so I can't get into most of these.
Yeah, and sometimes they have those height restrictions.
Oh,
Knocks
Patty,
me right out of it
that's
as
rough.
well, Brad.
If you do not reach this line, you cannot participate in this tournament.
Red, if you can grab the ring. Still reaching for it.
Had a break point to even this up at 1-all, a little bit of a loose point.
Yeah, the Dragons, Bori they're starting to move here a little, and just a slight slippage from Morgan and Sikora, and that's all it takes. And that first set was very much in the balance, and they got to be really careful here. Andreeva Zabory, that was not a great blitz. She hit it at the net person, and when that person volleyed it down at Morgan. So if you're going to blitz, you got to hit the ball down under the net. It's the only way it's going to work out for you. Good move. Oh. She's holding her head going, oi. That was not the best choice. Moving back and away and firing the ball to the opposite side of the court.
Brad, what's Zabory's hometown? Do you recall?
Well, Zabory lives in Connecticut right now, but her hometown? Birth town. No,
Birth
you got to
town.
give it to me.
I don't know it. I'm going to come back to you.
Zabory was looking for a behind-the-back shot there, and she would have made it, but the let cord. Nice play there from Morgan. It was a better blitz that time. They already had him off the net. So able to get the ball down and also give her a little time to move in.
So, Brad, I'm going to give you Martina's hometown right now. No, I'm going to give you Anna's hometown. Are you ready for
Anna
this?
Zabory's hometown. Let's go.
Hold on.
Great
Good
hands.
defense. Good defense.
Did you guys get that? Vachka Kalampa, Serbia.
Vachka Kalampa. Are you sure you're even pronouncing it right, Patty?
You know what?
You're going to go Vachka Kalampa?
I had a little helper back here.
Is that Jane Jacobs in the background?
I handed the mic to for the pronunciation. Let's just go with Serbia.
Okay. That's a home country, not a hometown.
You know, you're right.
Oh, surprising miss. She was all over it, but she could have actually closed in more. Just missed it, though.
I think Morgan, though, had a good pace of play, pace on that drive.
You mean she surprised her with the
a little bit
off-pace
off
drive?
speed, yeah.
Sure. You know, like anything, Dave, we talk about it. One of the keys to doing well is to keep your opponent off balance.
Right.
And varying the height spins and paces of your drives is a good thing.
And I try to talk to a lot of players about, you know, shots don't have to be better. Maybe just a little different. You know, if you're hitting all hard drives, maybe slowing the ball down, or if you're lobbing everything off that back screen, maybe once in a while you throw in a little bit of a drive.
There's another behind the back shot, and she wins the point, not with that shot, but incredible there from Zabory. So fun to watch her play. And one of the great things about Zabory is, you know, she came off her matches the other day. I mean, they've been winning almost everything, Zabory and Andreeva, but she goes, that match was fun. You know, it was really close. It came down to the wire, and she had fun out there, and she loves it when she's having fun. So you're going to see her throw in those shots.
So like there, I think, you know, we weren't seeing those mistakes from Morgan and Sikora in the first set.
Looks like they're pressing a little here
bit
in these crucial moments.
And Sikora and Morgan can't win this match with a short point. They're going to have to really get deeper in the point. I just don't think you can overpower Anna with pace, you know, on a drive, no matter how hard Charlotte can hit it. I think that fuels Zabory.
Yeah, it's just some mistakes there. Here we go. Let's see if this is probably one of the behind-the-back deals. There's a great drive. Drop. Yeah, this is where she was going for the behind-the-back, but never came because it hit the net. She got one later on in that game. And she's won both points where she's hit a behind-the-back and a between the legs. She hit a tweener running it back before. Won that point. Yeah, and Sikora and Morgan have got to tighten up, though, right now, too. They also, in that last game, just made a few mistakes.
Wow. Sikora has flirted with the sideline twice.
Walking the tightrope.
Yeah, she's right there. She's going to crush that.
That's the spot right in the middle there.
Now you see Andreeva start standing up on that baseline. You got to push her off there because she's cutting off those balls to the side screen a little, too.
Patty, it looks like we have more women's quarterfinal action going on out there.
Dave, we do. We have Brown Cubs and Tarzan going up against Delmonico and Gebbia. We've got Brzova Nika against Suter.
Von Kennel.
Von Kennel, thank you. We have Curtis and Hall against Cooper and Hanisch.
Yep, we see, I believe I see Curtis and Hall making their way out to the court here.
Just getting underway.
You know, it's early to say they got to get this game, but Morgan and Sikora have to dig in deep right now. I think
They
can't afford separation here of 3 games.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I think Zabori and Andreikova are such good front runners out here that these guys are going to have to dig in deep right now and get a little help also from Zabori.
Yeah, that was Zabori's
Andreikova.
overhead. Andreikova took that one with her backhand. Real reason for it. Wow, great lob. Just a few misses.
But also, Brad, don't you, from the first set to now, they're faster, quicker misses earlier in the point.
A little sooner, and also, I also think that and Zabori have improved their overheads, given them a little less looks.
Right.
And then I've seen Morgan blitz on a couple balls I don't think were good for her. I mean, she's also made a couple, but 3-love now, it's really the time they're going to have to dial it back and say, okay, look, we're going to hit the right lob. They've gone away from hitting that good cross-court lob that they were setting up some points with before that Morgan was doing, and they're just sort of more hitting balls.
Right. Well, it almost looks like Morgan and Sikora are actually speeding up play, and it's not really benefiting them right now.
Yeah.
I think in the first set they were way more patient and made them hit a lot more balls. They picked their spots. They hit good spots. And now it's just, like you said, they're hitting balls. They're not plotting a strategy.
No, that's a great return. Wow. Smart drop there. Beautifully done.
Love 15.
Oh, great volleys. Oh!
Wow.
Holy cow.
That's a big backhand.
They just crushed drives that point. And a few good volleys there from Andreikova.
What do you tell your students? You don't ever drive a side
6
back
balls in a
backhand?
row.
You don't ever drive a side back screen backhand?
Yeah, well, there is definitely a difference sometimes. That's a heck of a shot,
Yeah.
too. Surprise her with a reach out, just a little flick drive cross court.
That's the old, no. Oh, great shot.
Unbelievable. But, yeah, you know, for players at this level, I mean, you'll watch Laura Barron play sometimes. She'll drive 10 balls in a row.
Right.
You know, now she'll make the drives. Now, I don't know if it's the greatest strategy play or not, but she just has the ability to do that. You know, theoretically, you want to tell people you want to drive when they're off the net.
Right.
But sure, her confidence in driving it is just, even if you're on it, she'll still hit it. Oh, Morgan's so quick.
That's good touch, and then she hits the nick as well.
On purpose. It was a great job. Score racing in there to get it. If they get this game here, I feel like this is a mini match point here, Dave. Paddle, you never know. Great play.
What do you think? And I think maybe in general, I think Charlotte, maybe with her tennis background and her hands, I think her blitzing a little bit more. I mean, she's been relatively successful when we've been watching.
You mean Morgan? There's another behind the back, and she wins Her
Point
third
number
point.
2. Oh, three.
Well,
now.
2 with the behind the back.
Back right,
1 with a
right
tweener.
between the legs. Yeah.
Right. Unbelievable. Here, you got to watch these things again. It's so fun because she's just doing it, having fun out there. Here it comes. Shouldn't have to do that, but she can. But she can. Patty, how many behind the back and tweeners did you hit in your career? Hall of Fame career, I should say, Patty. In your Hall of Fame career,
Brad,
how
would you
many
say,
did
though,
hit?
she knows she's on live stream? Maybe she's just showing off now?
I don't think so. This is actually what Anna Zabory is. She's a
It's in her
talent,
repertoire?
and she's just talent and fun. You know,
Brad, I've not made very many in my career. I don't think ever. I leave those to Dave.
you leave those to Dave?
Yeah, I think he
Which
can
is
do
to
the behind the
say-
backs.
I think he can too, but he'd probably have to stretch first.
I think,
Yeah.
I have to be honest with you, I think I had 3 or 4 yesterday in the men's 95s.
Wow, Dave. I'm impressed. I didn't know you still had that in you. Your brother's
Once
done
in a while.
few here and there.
Our next matchup will be.
Oh, what a play. Wow. She's apologizing. But she did it on purpose, but he apologized as a matter of courtesy, but she hit the hard overhead right at her as a strategy play. And this is the type of ball that is great for it. I think she hit her in the air, though.
She did.
Yeah, that's the real problem. She did not mean to fly that ball beyond the path of the baseline. That ball would have gone out. And so she feels really bad about that because she did not mean for that ball to go in the air at her, but to bounce first.
I love that up the line lob right there from Morgan to pull Zabory way back.
Yeah, but they're doing such a better job now. Watch every overhead you're hitting that Andreeva's hitting now. She's hitting the ball from a little lower and pushing it longer through the court. There she tried like a short ball. I don't know why. Drew Morgan up, but she didn't have control of the engagement.
Yep, we have men's. The next matchup, what I was going to say, was slated for round 3, but if this thing goes fast, we're going to be ready to pull the trigger on that. Hopefully, we'll get a match within 15 minutes when this goes off the air, if this does not go on for very long. What happened there?
I think we have an out call. And a question call, but advantage Morgan Socorro. So this is the game they need. They need to start somewhere. It's like you just start with one game. Starts with the first thing that goes right. Then you try to build on it from there. Start putting pressure on your opponent. All right, back to deuce. Whoa. I don't believe it.
All right, so we have a break point again.
Stays on the wrong side of the net, that ball, for Andreeva Zabory. So another break point here. Great pickup. Oh, such a good cut-off volley there from Zabory, just reading the play, putting herself between the ball, her body between the ball.
She's had quite a few of those in the match where she's cut them off and really just read the drives coming.
She anticipates the play really well and very fast.
Right.
And a lot of that has to do with, you know, you talk about it all the time with people, you know, you have to know where the lob's coming from, where the hair is hitting from, where the ball's bouncing. If you keep all that stuff in, you can have a much earlier read. A lot of players react to after the ball's hit, not all the cues that happen beforehand. And she, even for on the women's side of all these elite players, has an even higher understanding of that.
And I also think the higher level players, they kind of read the possibilities. They know where the ball's coming from. They know what can and cannot happen.
That's exactly what I'm saying, Dave, yep. But you said it much better.
I said it in Bayonese.
Bayonese, which is special Jersey dialect. of or from the town of Bayonne.
That's right, the Emerald Isle.
That's it.
Advantage on Drakova Sabori.
Other than Staten, we're the next great island.
Oh,
But again, you see a good move to bail.
I
keep
think
the ball
Andrega was
going.
trying to let that go through her
right,
legs.
Right.
Deuce.
That's more Zabori's more Zabori's move, but she almost had it. Couldn't get up over it. All right. Another break opportunity.
Advantage Morgan Sakura.
They got to get in this set. It's good. They got a little
Yeah,
confusion
yeah.
on that in-between
And
overhead.
you see it kind of carried over a little bit.
There's the first game for Morgan Sakura. That's a big thing, just helping you go forward now. You finally, that was 5 games in a row for Morgan's, for Andrekova and Zabori. And that's a big, big boost right now. Let's see if they can capitalize a little, play a good, solid game. The issue is they've been just returning so well, Andrekova and Zabori. They're going to have to play so many points from the backcourt. They're going to be really, really tight with their play. That's such a good lob. Oh, perfect combination. The great lob, steps in, takes it early.
Charlotte just got caught there backing up.
Just got to do a little better getting those recovery or those reset lobs deeper. They're all too short.
Right.
They're not able to retake the net, and they keep having to play from the back. It's just been hard. Great lob.
Good lob there.
Oh,
Love 30.
All right, we're back to love 30.
you know, the year, Dave, it just feels so much more wide open, you know, on the men's side and the women's side. You know, you got a new #1 team in Andrekova Zabori. You'd have to, at this point in time, say they're the, you know, the favorites for the Nationals, regardless of the result here.
Right.
You don't have Nicolescu playing. You don't have Cruz playing. You have Brazova a little bit back in the mix now. You don't have Stoklasova playing. You see Jade Curtis for the first time. So there's all this room for new teams to emerge. And it's been happening all across the board, even on the men's side.
Right. As we're seeing early on here, the Short Hills Invitational.
Yeah, you see Bostrom Bredberg out in the first round against, you know, Lefebvre and Humphreys. I don't actually call that an upset. You know, a lot of people would think that because Bostrom Bredberg are just names you've seen many times.
Right.
But Lefebvre and Humphreys, good team. You know, and Bostrom Bredberg is probably playing a little less, you know, out in California now at this high level. Long. But that overhead she's starting to hone in on, get nice and deep.
You see Morgan and Sakura giving up the net on the serve on both sides now.
Yeah, that's why they have to play so well from the backcourt. You know, it's just a lot of pressure.
Good hands by Andrekova there.
That's a good ball. You see Sakura really pinching that middle when that
And I think
cross-court
again,
lob goes
right,
up.
and I think again because we, as Morgan said, or as we said when Morgan lobs cross court, you know, the possibilities. Charlotte knows that Andreeva can't really get the ball into her side screen.
Yep. I missed it wide.
Yep.
That's great. They're back to deuce. They were down love 40. That's 3 terrific points. Couple of loose errors there from Andreeva Zabory. And we all know you give a team a little bit of life, Patty, right? It just changes everything. Not my microphone, but I can hear you, Patty. So, Patty, we'll get back to you.
Hold that thought.
Hey, hold that thought. Hold all your thoughts for this one.
So another break point.
Oh, great little pickup.
And a great close there by Sakura.
Okay, Brad, I've
For
been holding
30
a
all.
lot of thoughts.
All right, you can let them all go now
Okay,
in
which
just a
one?
flood of information, Patty.
Which one would you like? Do you want the states in alphabetical order?
Actually, I'd be amazed if you could do it, so I'll say yes to that. But
Wow.
Can we come back to that?
I think she was trying to do a little bit of her own tweener or behind the back there. What a shot there from Andreeva, just perfectly spotted drive. Another break point.
Yeah, what we've seen so many times in this sport is the momentum. It can change in one shot. Someone just gets a little confidence. You know, some of these players, they're so good, and I feel like you do have to kind of wear them down mentally. You got to, like a creative player like Zabory doesn't want to hit 100 of the straight shots. 50 straight shots, 30. She wants variety, and that's where Charlotte's got to just put more balls in play from that ad court and kind of bore her a little bit.
Great job getting it back to deuce, but
Here we are at 4-1.
So our next match could feature maybe Maddox Parsons, Timo Araya, Vince Broderick, known as Invincible in Jersey now, and someone else. But on a serious note, we're hoping that we have some guys' matches lined up in the queue, and we'll give some bonus coverage if this match finishes in 2 sets. We'll swing a camera over and let you get some of the action from the Hanisch Cooper quarterfinal match.
oh, great against Hall and Curtis. That would
Curtis,
be
yeah.
great to see. Polly Hall and Kate Curtis. I'd actually love to see that, to see the new player Hall, Polly Hall playing, although she's been around a lot, but sort of new to the top echelon here.
I've not seen her play, so I'm looking forward to that.
Oh, that's a
That
great
was good
lob.
lob.
I think she fooled her. I thought
Yeah,
she
kind of held it a little bit. Held it, yeah.
She thought she was going to hit a drive and then quick lob. Very nice. Called out.
Interesting.
That was upheld by the umpire.
Yeah.
So.
Little confusion there.
Yeah, I think, Zabory's coming over to take those overheads. That was hers. Oh, she read that one.
Yep.
See, too many times to the well trying to hit it in there, and that time, Zareka was just waiting for it. Thumps it down the line. Ooh, fadeaway backhand there. Gotta be so judicious with your choices right now as we get down to the end of this.
And again, I think they're playing a lot faster.
Morgan just trying to lay it in there, but Zabori creating the fast play there, and Morgan just trying to lay it in and take the net. They were bailing, but she just mishits it. You get somebody moving like that, it's not always easy. All right, we're up against it now for Morgan and Sikora, each point.
This is going to be a good one to win here.
Well, I think it might be important for their future playing here. Yeah, if they don't win, Dave, I kind of think they're done. They'll have the quarterfinal reprieve. Well, there's that good cross-court lob again. There it is, twice getting her, but really good overheads from difficult positions there from Andrekova.
Good lob.
Terrific lob. Oh, gosh, what
another great get.
Great reach. Oh, you hate to lose it like that. There's a ball she can easily get in play, but can't come up with the goods. Spot drives. Hard over, and she misses them both. In both cases, she reads it. She's on it, but just twists it around. And at this point, I'd like to see Morgan Sikora just take a couple of seconds, be, with each other. Just, slow everything down for a little. Things are, look, they're up against it now. They're 2 points from the end of the match, and things aren't going that right. Oh, that's terrific.
Well spotted.
That's an amazing drop. Look at Morgan on the other side of the court, now getting her way back there finally. Dropping her again.
Oh.
Smart. I love it. She's so talented. She held it a little. That was fun. All right, triple match point here, Dave. And then, so we're at 4-4 in the first set. And since that time, it's really been all Andrekova Zabori. They've been able to find, a way. And then Morgan Sikora left their plan a little bit, and they sped up the points too much, and then just looser errors. So great reset there from, Zabori and Andrekova after that tight first set.
All right, they saved one match point.
One back.
All right, let's see. Well, the strategy, whatever they talked about worked.
That's it.
It worked. So match point number 2 saved.
30-40.
Another good cutoff there.
Yeah, she's great. She reads it. She reaches over. And there it is, game, set, match.
Andrekova Zabori prevail.
Yeah, they were just too tough at the end. And they found a way to take away a bunch of that Sikora and Morgan offense. And instead of dialing it back and staying with a strategy that would allow them to set up the points, they kind of almost pressed a little
right,
there, I think.
As we said, they actually
Morgan
changed
Sikora.
the speed of the match.
Yeah, and it became too difficult. Oh, and it should be where now I'm on the camera here with my sunglasses because they put these
lights,
giant
the lights
lights up here, and it was a little bright. So anyway, we're gonna have some more action coming up. We're gonna bring you the, some of the ladies, I believe, and then some of the men.
I think we're going to switch one of our cameras over to one of the other courts, and we're going to have some bonus coverage for all the viewers out there. Stay tuned.
Terrific.
Thank you.
back here at the Short Hills Open, bringing you more action of our women's quarterfinals. And we'll take a look at the players on the court once we get out there. And looking forward to actually seeing some of these new up-and-coming players there that we were talking about before. I believe we're going to bring you Cooper and Hanisch, our second seeds.
Against Curtis and Hall.
Curtis and Hall. And Rupali Hall's going to be the new name on the court. Very solid player. You know, great volleys, good position volleyers. You can drive the ball off the forehand and the backhand, lobs well. You know, the big key is how does she handle herself on this stage now at the quarterfinals against a top-seeded team. You know, and that's what we're going to have to see. She's also playing with a relatively new partner, Curtis. Jade Curtis and Rupali Hall are a new team just for this event here. And so looking forward to actually seeing how this strategy plays out. Now for Cooper and Hanisch, it's been as kind of a strange up and down year. Had some good victories. Cooper's injury, she had an elbow
Right, she was
injury.
out for a little while, yeah.
Yeah, you know, it's seemingly had some effect, you know, and they haven't had quite the kind of balance and teamwork. So let's get a quick look at our players on the court. On the side closest to us here, that is Cooper and Hanisch, and Cooper wearing the star shirt with the black hat, about to walk towards the net. That's Annika Cooper. Her partner, Florentina Hanisch, will be serving. And on the far side of the court is Rupali Hall in the deuce court in the all-black outfit. And her partner, Jade Curtis, just crunching that forehand. Now, strategy-wise and skill-wise, Jade Curtis is one of the greatest pure hitters in the game. Yeah. She can drive almost anything. And off both sides.
And Brad, we have a score in this match, an update. Cooper and Hanisch are up 4-1.
4-1 in the first.
First set.
Interesting. Now, I spoke a little bit to Hall, Rupali Hall, and Jade Curtis had a good three-setter with Nottingham Williamson in the round before, winning 6-2 in the third. They lost the first. And I spoke to Rupali Hall, and she said she just wasn't playing her game fully, like she was almost lobbing too much.
Right. Well, I was going to say on that last sequence, you know, they hit an overhead right to Hall's forehand, and I think it was a good drive opportunity, catch him moving, short ball, and she threw up a lob there, and I think it allowed Cooper and Hanisch to get back in the point.
Yeah, Hall is a very good lobber, you know, and she can drive the ball off both sides, but she tends, you know, she'll tend to look for it in one place, meaning like you hit the ball to on the regular, she's going to hit it forehand or backhand at any time, anywhere. Right. Hall's more going to lob the ball to a place and look for a ball in a place. And that's good play. She just has to feel comfortable pulling the trigger at the right ball.
Brad, well, I think we're back in New Jersey.
That's it.
The lights are off.
I'm going to take my sunglasses off now. But
I think for the next match, I might take my shirt off and get a tan.
Well, Dave, that's a good thing we're not going to be on air too much. Because
you think we might lose some viewers? We might lose some viewers?
You know, I'm going to leave it alone. But, yeah. Anyway, so good little conference back there from Cooper and Hall. From Curtis and Hall.
Yep.
So that's Rupali Hall serving. It's 5-1 for Cooper and Hanisch. Oh, what a little let court. Great touch on that drive there from Hanisch.
And again, we're coming to you live from Short Hills, New Jersey, the 69th annual Short Hills Invitational.
That's great play.
Good hands.
Yeah, and such a great job covering. You know, Hanisch and Cooper sort of, on the women's side, really kind of brought in the one-up, one-back play.
Right,
and they do such a good job covering each other. They love that one-up, one-back, with Hanisch doing most of the forward work and Cooper in the backcourt trying to dip it. Team loves to blitz. You see 2 blitzes in a row now from Hanisch, but a couple of really good volleys from Hall. Oh, what a drive. Just held it.
Second let court this game.
And flipped it right through. That was a heck of a shot.
Brad, we just want to remind all the viewers out there, we're getting bonus coverage here at the Short Hills Invitational.
That's exciting. You mean it wasn't in the original plan? This
no,
is extra?
This is extra. Bonus coverage.
Bonus. All right.
I think we moved to camera 3.
It's exciting.
At least 2.5.
Well, we only have 2 cameras, Dave, so I don't know how that happened. But there's a fault there. Or is that a...
I believe the score is 15-40.
Not sure unless I missed something there. We'll find out shortly. That's good. Push overheads deep, keeping it back there. I think the biggest thing that Hall and Curtis are going to need here is to find a way. Just called wide, but just missed it. 30-40, so it was 15-40 there. And then, so we got set point number 2 coming up. And the biggest thing, you know, that I think, Dave, is going to be the ability for Curtis and Hall. Right now I'm seeing them at the net. They look good. There are just a couple of really good shots from Cooper and Hanisch. I want to see their ability in the backcourt, how to attack. Right now you're seeing some great returns from Cooper and Hanisch. Wow, what a retrieval there from Rupali Hall. Awesome. And a great shot at the nick deep. Planned out. Terrific play to get it back to Deuce. And this is that time in the match, Dave, that we always talk about. It doesn't matter if you win the set, but it matters how you play momentum, right now going forward to get in there. If they can get this game and play like just a good game on the next game going forward, the right kind of points they want to play so they feel good about it going into the second. So it's not like we got blitzed out here and just, you know, hammered. Ooh, she got pressured by the blitz. Wasn't a difficult volley there from, you know, for Hall, but I think she just felt the presence of Hanisch.
Right. And again, we've said it a few times earlier on, you know, how will Hall handle the situation? How many NRTs, quarterfinal appearances, and it's a different stage. Well, it looks like Brad Cooper and Hanisch won the first set 6-1 here in our bonus coverage from the Short Hills Invitational.
Yeah, it looked good. They got a few leg courts, but they're playing their game, and we'll see if we stay with this. If Hall and Curtis can, you know, right the ship a little bit.
Okay, and we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back to live coverage.
At Maple Crest Lincoln, it's about time. Time to experience the unique Lincoln brand of style, performance, and safety, like this all-new 2020 Aviator. Time to discover the ease of personal connectivity with the Lincoln Way app. Time to enjoy premium ownership benefits with pickup and delivery, loaner cars, complimentary detailing, and much more. Serving Essex, Union, and Morris counties, Maple Crest Lincoln. Isn't it time?
All right, welcome back to our coverage here, our bonus coverage. And we just had it up on the screen there. Special thanks. We'll get back there in a second. On the next changeover, we'll take a quick shout out to all
some of our tournament sponsors
and people who are making things happen here. Short Hills Club.
And we're in the second set here. Cooper and Hanisch taking on Curtis and Hall. Cooper and Hanisch winning the first set 6-1. We're here in the second set, first game.
Well, we got a score coming in, and big win there for Bezova and Nika against Sutter and Von Kennel, 6-love, 6-1. So Sutter Von Kennel having a great win over at Manly Ruoff. A very good team. I think, you know, top 13 team, top 10 around there. And but
ran into a buzzsaw.
Run into a buzzsaw with Bezova and Nika, actually, sorry. And So good win for them, 6-love, 6-1, and they're on to the semifinals against the winner of this match here. Oh, that's a heck of a hard overhead.
Yeah.
Great shot.
Brad, how do you think, you know, and I've heard on the live stream many times you guys talking about it. What do you think about having that sort of quick match for future matches? It's got to be a big part.
Great hands. You mean in terms of fitness and other things?
Just
in terms of stress?
Yeah.
So I look at it two ways. I think it's great because, quite frankly, for these guys, they've all been through the ringer enough, and it's just less energy. So it's energy saved. On the flip side of it, it is nice to get tested once somewhere, to have some tests. You know, and I don't know yet if Brzova and Iga have had one yet, but I have to think that it's just good for them, you know, because they know they got a tough match coming up. So anytime you don't have to spend more energy, it's a good thing.
Right.
And we have Delmonico and Gebbia. We got a score there against Brown Cobb's Tarzian. And they won the first set 6-love. So that's a great start for them. Everybody's on their way. All the top seeds to good starts in their matches. Finally a miss there from Hanisch. She's been hitting the dipper low and following it with a blitz. You see Jade Curtis serving. And they're just doing a great job getting those returns low. And this is the play she's going to use for Cooper. She will hit that lob up. You hit anything short. She won't hit it hard. She'll dip it down and follow it in and be quick up looking for the blitz. Both Hanisch and Cooper will do that. That's a great overhead.
A little confusion there.
Yep. Great spot. And she's leaving again. Curious. She must have been getting burned in that first set. We only caught the end, and that's a press there from Curtis.
A little bit. Good deep overhead.
So you got Hall leaving the net there in that time when I don't think she was at that big a disadvantage. I wonder if in the first set they've just been scoring too many points with the drives and winning the exchanges. If that's the case, they're going to have to get maybe even closer to the net some of the time. If they lob it over them, it's okay.
It's 15 all here, second game, second set.
Because you can go back and get it. Oh, great hit there from Cooper, just crushing it. Good deep overhead. Yeah, from that angle, you can tell, like, if Cooper misses that one, she's taking a drive on a difficult ball.
Deck, yeah.
I think that's, well, she might want to let go to the screen, but at this point, they're up 6-1. And they're looking for, oh, it just finds the right hip. It just makes her flip the paddle. What a drive there from Hanisch. They're crushing drives.
And I think as they're gaining confidence, you're going to see more driving.
Well, they're certainly hitting them right now. And they're really finding good spots for them and combining with blitzes as well. That's a great combination, making Hall go way back.
Yeah, they're pushing. It's a good
nice move.
Backhand.
But there you see Hanisch in so quickly. It's long.
30-40. The call from chair umpire Mark Bliss.
Would you say Mark Bliss has achieved legendary chair umpire status at this point, Dave?
He may be getting a gold umpire vest next.
Really?
For elite status.
Elite status. Elite umpire crew.
Could he be called the umpire's umpire?
Maybe.
I know there's a big turnout for volunteers to umpire at this year's Invitational, and I know Mark has taken them through the paces.
I think that ball was called out there by Hall, but they are another great move there from Cooper. Just misses the volley. So deuce here. I love how they're playing their drives. You can see from this angle here how she's getting her off the net. and then just standing on that baseline. If they don't get those overheads deep enough, they're just putting them in spots one after another.
I mean, you watch this in Cooper and Hanisch. They're playing inside the blue.
Yeah, they're just stepping up, and just like a perfect combination of, if anything, they may have to start. They're either going to have to take some pace off these things or go a little harder into the screens and then close off that net when the other ladies are hitting screen drives, when Cooper and Hanisch hitting screen drives. Because right now they're just pushing her back off the net, putting it at her feet.
And in terms of strategy, it's a pretty simple game plan. Push them back, throw them back in with a drive.
It's exactly what you're talking about in terms of the basics of playing a great game, but it's incumbent upon the net team to play their shots well to make that difficult for the opposing team. Otherwise, you're going to have a rough day out there.
It's the baseline's team to create movement, and it's the net's team to try to prevent that. Hit balls in spots where you're not going to be moving around so much.
And then make sure you have time to get back into position so you're not volleying the ball under the net time and time again. Oh, wow, what a lob
there by Hall.
I mean, the funny thing is Cooper's not even coming in, but still gets it up over Hanisch. Good shot. This is where they're getting her. Yeah, they're going to have to be much. Oh.
I think we have to stop with that cross-court forehand overhead. All right, so we're at 15 love here.
Yeah, the score is
Cooper serving.
I believe it's 1-all, but we'll wait here in the change over here. Curtis with the miss. She had it right.
She had it right. She guessed right.
But that's the great thing about the Cooper Hanisch strategy. It doesn't matter because Cooper's back there anyway to hit the drive off the screen.
Right.
And Hanisch will stay up. They just missing drives. Cooper and Hanisch is playing so tight, so well right now.
Brad, Patty and I talk about this a lot when we do some of our camps and clinics. How hard is it to win a game after missing 2 returns?
It's almost impossible. I mean, you can't miss, hopefully your opponent's throwing you 2 faults. I mean, that's really how it works, right? Because you miss 2 returns, and it's imagine starting yourself down love 30 every time, right?
Right.
How many games are you going to win? You can't spot many people at points, like that. You got to be
especially as you get later, as it goes later in the tournament.
Now, that said, Jade Curtis should hit a return. But at a certain point, got to get it going. And if you're not feeling it, see, like there's 3 missed returns off of, and let's be honest, I mean, if there's a weakness to Cooper's game, her serve is one of them. It's not a strong serve. So can't have those 3 missed returns games there.
We think the score out there, we're just trying to wait, listening to chair umpire Mark Bliss, but we believe it's Cooper Hanisch leading 2-1 second set after winning the first set 6-1.
Mark Bliss being very quiet, however.
And just want to remind everyone, if you're out there watching, come down. The action is just heating up here at the Short Hills Club for the 69th Annual Short Hills Invitational in Short Hills, New Jersey.
We got the men's quarterfinals coming on after this, or semifinals, actually.
Semifinals, yep.
A couple of great matches there. Ursha Doya in a rematch of Boston against Hughes and Powers, our number 2 seeds. And Ursha Doya gave him fits in that first set, taking it easily, and then sort of, Hughes Powers sort of righted the ship a little bit. And there was a crucial game in that second set. And then the rains came. It was a very, very good match. And our other semifinal, which would be Randt and Mitchell.
It's a really good volley there by Hall.
And they're going to be playing against McNerney and Lofgren. Oh, geez, tough. But they are just keeping her off the net.
Right.
And the up and back from Hall right now, that's where they're getting her.
Right. Just to clarify, we have Curtis Hall serving at love 30.
And Polly Hall serving.
And you just see Hanisch putting a lot of pressure on the server.
Oh, gosh, she's dealing that backhand, feeling it.
You're starting to see some confusion. They're
Yep.
swinging.
That's a new team right there. It's the first time. I think they had a couple of practice matches, but it's really the first time on the court there for Curtis and Hall in tournament setting. Definite confusion on those two overheads there.
All right, 15-40 to take a 3-1 lead.
All right, so we're just getting the word from on high, the powers that be, that at 3:15, we're going to bring you the Hughes Powers against Bursch Urdoya rematch from Boston a few weeks ago. So look forward to that after this bonus coverage is over.
Two faults there. Ooh, little.
She was going for a line,
yeah.
trying to push it behind her. You know. Good hard overheads. They are keeping Hall busy, keeping it away from Curtis's ground strokes. Misses the lob.
All right, we have 15 all. 3 games to 1. Cooper Hanisch in the second set.
Yeah. That's the only awkward thing. You kind of know.
Those are this is the new thing too, when you sort of step up to this level and you play against these top players in a quarterfinal of a major tournament. They're going to come after you.
Right.
They're going to try to expose you, see where you're getting your points, and you have to just feel comfortable out there playing your game. You know, there's been a lot of really accomplished players. I remember George Wilkinson's first national quarterfinal, you know, on the men's side, struggled, you know, being there the first time. And since that point, he's, you know, developed his game where he doesn't get nervous or any of the sort. Hope to see him back. He's been injured a lot in the last couple of years, but that's a great play there. Good break of serve for Hall and Curtis.
Back on serve, 2 games to 3.
Yeah, we say that back on serve, but you know, it's not big an advantage. You know, holding serve can be tricky, so they need to get this thing even though and try to stay with them. I can't. You know, we talk about that. Playing from behind is not going to suit Curtis and Hall.
Right.
They need to get this even and put some pressure back on Cooper Hanisch. You can see the way Cooper Hanisch are playing. They're playing with like a lot of confidence and just driving, moving forward all the time. And they caught her backing away from the net there. Just drove it out while she's backing away. She's going to have to stand in.
And again, can we say that potentially is an experience error?
I mean, it could be. To me, it looked like a relatively routine volley, and they caught her on her heels. Outside of the line. Hard over here. Well, we missed that as we switched
camera angles.
The camera angles there, but I think Hall cut that off, or Curtis cut that off for a winner, but I'm not sure. So I think it's 15 all, but we'll see. Is it love 30?
Whatever.
I agree completely. I agree completely.
But like we rushed to get up here.
Why don't you just tell Sven? Let's go.
I'm not telling anybody anything.
Okay, I'll tell him.
Because Dennis keeps changing his mind, and you can't do that.
I just feel like, I mean,
we finished at 1:45.
I like
yes.
The 1 hour max rule should be a real
That's why I thought the 3:45 was reasonable. We told him that, and then he wanted to bitch to Dennis, and Dennis changed the time.
You don't get an hour and a half because you feel.
All right. Not sure what we had there. Thought that was exciting, like leaving your phone on, listening to somebody else's conversation.
Exactly.
But clearly there was some discrepancy about starting time for the men's quarterfinals.
Yes.
Semifinals. And here they come again. So, all right, I think it's 40-30 here for Curtis and Hall. Good push overhead there from Hall, and this is the shot that they've been. Oh, she's just in. Wow. Couple of good gets there. Nice cutoff there from Hall. They're going with hard, deep overheads. Great shot. Curtis, good shift.
Good close. See, there was a
Yeah, that
difference
was a
where she
good
closed on
close.
that
She
one.
got
Good-
closer that
Yeah.
time. That time she stood up to the volley
Right.
and got in on it, as opposed to letting them move forward at her. Oftentimes, if you're at the net, if somebody's moving forward at you, you have two options: to stand in and get forward, or
bail
to leave.
Right.
And she's been sort of playing in
the middle.
between
Right,
those zones, and they've been picking it apart. And there they went to some harder overheads into the screen, so that was a great hold there from Curtis and Hall. I believe it is 3-all, but
So should we introduce Rupali to Jade's forehand maybe after this match?
oh,
On a little confusion there in the
yeah, a
middle.
little confusion in the middle. Hall's got a good backhand. She's not afraid to hit it, but like I said, that's some of that new team stuff, and a lot of that'll come with how you decide you want to lob the ball and where you're going to move after. That ball was out. Must have been called because Curtis stopped playing, so
Yep.
it's got to be 15-all.
Big return, big forehand.
Wow.
But you see, like goes back to you said before. It's almost hit too hard.
Yeah, I know. It's just a mess. It's handled very poorly.
Oh, great close from Hall. She's all over the net and nets it. She's just right there. That was a great look. Great look.
See a little left cord winner there by Hall.
Great shot.
All right, Brad, and we're in the second set here of Cooper Hanisch and Curtis Hall. We have bonus coverage from the Short Hills Invitational Women's Open Draw.
Our quarterfinal match here. And I believe it's 3-all here. And that's a nice play. Got the nick right in the crease. Great shot there from Curtis.
And they're letting them in the second set. They're letting them hang around.
Well, we've seen a couple of adjustments here, though, from Hall and Curtis, right? You've seen Hall close off the net, reading the drives a little bit better, moving up and in there, reacting, to the shots a much better way.
Another one, I think, Brad, they caught another nick there. It's 2 in a row.
That's pretty good.
They do that a few more times, they're right back in it.
Well, I tell you, they're right in it.
I mean,
right
they're
now.
in it now, right?
You know, just a couple of adjustments like we always talk about. And you see what I love about Hall back there. If you watch her in the back left corner, she's bouncing. She's still trying to stay positive. And you love that about a player. You know, looking for, you know, the ability to stay positive. Ooh, great hands there from Curtis. They kind of mix it up at a place where definitely didn't have the advantage.
Well, and I think this is an interesting point because we've watched Cooper and Hanisch moving forward the entire match.
Right.
And, you know, now that we see that we have, you know, they're staying back, it's, I mean.
That's a perfect combination there. Oh, I think she's calling it good. I think she called it out first and then called it in. But we have the mics off out there, so hard to tell. But I think that's what happened. I think Hall originally thought it was going out and then called it good.
And I think umpire Bliss is confirming that the ball was good.
All right, so we're going to have to follow this closely here. Oh, another leg cord. Hey, you hit him, you earn
In this
him.
game, they've had two nicks and two nicks and two leg cords.
Well, we brought to the coverage. We saw 2 or 3 for Cooper and Hanisch. So, like always, they kind of even out over the course of time. Although in my case, I'm pretty sure it was always against me. I don't think I ever got 1 leg cord. Oh, that's just
a good move.
Not a good play, though. It's feeding right into their hands. If you're going to go up there while Cooper's hitting that ball down, you've got to get
up
on top of the net.
Right.
Otherwise, Hanisch is just sitting there for you to volley the ball up.
Right.
It's their signature play, so you know, and that's just experience. You got to be right on top. Otherwise, don't come. Crushing returns now, Hall. Crushing them. Love it. Starting to see some life and some positive things. Oh, they're staying back again, though. See, they don't think they can get in yet. And there you see Hanisch doing her thing. It's good to keep lobbing Hanisch when she's 1 up, 1 back, too, because everybody always tries to hit around her, and she just cuts off the ball. You know, so it's important to continue to lob her. And then you see Cooper now sneaking in with her. They're going to play 2 up. They hit some good hard ones before at Hall, but Hall seems to be finding her footing in this match. She's playing much better than what we saw in the first few games that when we brought you this bonus coverage. Great play. Beautifully done. Much, much better. Such a good lob.
Good close there.
She went for the off pace, kind of thought it was going to be a tricky drive, but it didn't get low. Hanisch ate it up and then put a tough screen in, and Hall didn't have a lot of reaction time.
And I think we have 4 games to 2 here for Cooper Hanisch.
So it's 4-2 Cooper Hanisch. We just got
serve,
an actual score point there, and that was a break point that was saved. So now it's game point here for Cooper Hanisch. So at that time, I think we were saying it was 3-1. I think it was 4-love, actually. They got out. But now it's become, these are the right kind of games for Curtis and Hall. They're in there. Oh, she missed. Just going a little cross-court rally and a good hold for 5-2 then for Cooper Hanisch. But those games, much better playing there from Curtis and Hall. And they gave themselves a good chance in that game as well. So let's see what they got here to see if they can extend this play, keep their play level high. Hold one here, get a break, put the pressure all back on Cooper and Hanisch. See if they can serve it out, but
it's looking like here Curtis and Hall are serving to stay in this match. Quarterfinals of the Women's Open Short Hills Invitational.
taking a practice serve, new ball. Hitting one. All right, now they're ready to play. So 5-2, and another great blitz there from Cooper Hanisch. She just, you got to be on that net and redirecting that volley away from her. Or hitting it down. It's just too good a play. Too many points won by the blitz. Nice redirect there from Hall. All right, good job. Now they're doing a better job getting back into the net. Good look there from Coopers. Took too much pace off of that, though. Now we see out there Hughes and Powers starting to warm up.
Yep.
Against McNerney and Lofgren, actually. I think they're just warming up out there because they're playing Burson and Doya, so getting a little hitting session in. All right, 15 all. Serve and volley there from Hall. Good mix between push overheads and a little attacking. Nice blitz there, and it not called out by Curtis, though. She's got to look for that. Hanisch makes the move. She gets in there. She just missed the volley.
Yesterday I hit him when he was on
Got to be very careful. That's what Cooper and Hanisch do so well. Almost better than any other team, probably. Their ability to move forward and blitz. Yep, 30-40. Good close there from Hall. Careful switching the play like that. She's got to make sure she has time to get over. Great lob. Oh, nice cut off. And when you're the only guy up there, you can take the move. Ah, she's got to get out of there. Too good. She made her flip to the forehand on the volley before. And then finds a perfect spot again. From point blank range, 30 all. All right, takes us to match point. .30-40. Saying 30 all. Second set after losing the first. Tough. Yeah, I agree with you, and that's a tough time to miss an overhead like that too, Dave. But that's too bad. They did a good job getting some things a little bit right and tightened it up a little in the second, but Cooper Hanisch just too much today. And a great effort there from Curtis and Hall. Good to see Jade Curtis back on the court, and congratulations to Polly Hall. Quarterfinals here at the Short Hills Open. So
we're going to take a break here, Brad, and we're going to come back at 3:15 with live coverage of the men's semifinal number 1.
Scratch it, rub it, crack it like whoa. Pop it, lock it, top it, switch it like whoa. Whoa.
All my ladies in the back with me, all legit. Everybody gather round, now they placing bits.
At Maple Crest Lincoln, it's about time. Time to experience the unique Lincoln brand of style, performance, and safety, like this all-new 2020 Aviator. Time to discover the ease of personal connectivity with the Lincoln Way app. Time to enjoy premium ownership benefits with pickup and delivery, loaner cars, complimentary detailing, and much more. Serving Essex, Union, and Morris counties, Maple Crest Lincoln. Isn't it time?
And welcome back to the 69th Short Hills Invitational Platform Tennis Tournament. Here live at the Short Hills Club in New Jersey alongside Mark Fischel and Brad Easterbrook. We are about to bring you live coverage of the men's premier draw semifinals with Sven Burish and Mick Idoia taking on Mark Powers and John Hughes. And Mark, what are some of the things you're going to look for in this match?
Well, first of all, it's good being here with two former Short Hills professionals, director of racket sports here, so that's exciting for me. To me, Hughes and Powers are the favorites to win this match, and honestly, the favorites to win every other match the rest of the season. They looked awesome in their last match, in their win over Green and Vidal. They played much more patiently, much more willing to dump the ball in the middle, which their coach Jim Kaufman has been encouraging them to do. And when their shot selection is good, I'm not sure anybody's going to beat them.
Yeah, I think in that match, they're smart players too. They realize that Green and Vidal probably are not going to hurt them that badly, and they'd be willing to grind out some points. And then when they get the right ball, cut it or try to finish or put some extra pressure on them. As a consequence, 6-1 victory, I think.
Yeah, in fairness to Green and Vidal, they were coming off a tremendous win the round before. I think they were a little mentally fried. I mean, beating Drew Broderick in the Short Hills Invitational is just a huge win for those Jersey guys.
Yeah, and they were playing points, I think, Dave, that were like
over 200 hits.
200 balls routinely.
So Burish or Idoia, this is a big moment for them. They got a chance with a big finish today to get into the top four for national seedings. They've had a great year. They lost to Hughes Powers in Boston 2 weeks ago in a tough three-setter after being up a set and a break, a match you and I did, Bradford. And they're coming in with a lot of confidence.
Yeah, they played a great tactical match against them as well. They worked the formula to a T in the beginning, and Burish was feeling his backhand. We know sometimes the offense can come off and on, but in the past couple of matches that I've seen, he's been hitting the ball much more often and with much more confidence, and they were able to push that ball deep, get Hughes to feel a little not quite as confident on the forehand. He doesn't have that quick acceleration, say, that Powers does. He's great off the screens and moving, and when he's getting to move forward into the ball. But if you make him accelerate his own pace on the ball, it's tricky. So then they do that a bunch of times, and then Powers starts to feel a little pressure to hit more on his balls, and then you can get them to make a few errors. And I think even last year in the men's final, Ryan Parsons specifically did that so well, and still it was a three-set match, 7-5 in the third, with Powers probably having a ball on his racket to possibly win it. So it's a tough team to beat.
Now, will we see any sidearm serving out of any of the players in this match, or will everyone serve traditionally?
Powers was playing around with it a little bit in the match against Green and Vidal, but it's not something he normally does.
Yeah, I'd say no. And Burish loves his overhand serve. It's one of the best in the game. In fact, it's one of the interesting things that makes this an interesting matchup is, Mark Powers has a tremendous return. He takes the ball early with great acceleration, but the Burish serve in the ad court when you get break points is very difficult to drive.
Well, let's talk a little about the Burish serve in the ad court, because it was the subject of some controversy in Boston. So he was lining up with his back foot outside the line, and the umpire, I guess, was unaware that that was a foot fault and ultimately started calling it. So it's something we'll have to look for today to see how wide he lines up.
Yeah, I don't think that, to me, is an easy adjustment. I can't imagine it's going to be much of a match. It's not like he's stepping into the court. In fact, it's a different type of foot fault. He wouldn't even leave that foot outside the line when he would hit it. He would just swing it in as he was hitting it. So, yeah, but it was there, and it was an interesting point in that match.
Yeah, it should be a fun match. I think that Burish or Idoia play a little far off the net, and I'd look to see Hughes and Powers take advantage of that. Hughes especially really likes to blitz, uses athleticism and movement around the court.
Yeah, it's going to be a good, matchup. I mean, there was a time in that match in Boston Mark, when we were calling that, where, you know, well, listen to the umpire here.
We have John Hughes from Enfield, Connecticut, and Mark Powers from New York City against Sven Boros of East Elmhurst, New York, and Mick Erdodge from Verona, New Jersey.
Well, one of the interesting things about this matchup, Brad, is that Urdoya and Powers were a President's Cup team together for a couple of years in Region 1. I think won like 10 or 11, 12 matches in a row.
Yeah, they were very. I mean, look, Urdoya and Powers, it's a good team. I mean, that's.
Well, Powers and my grandmother are a good team.
Correct. I mean, but Urdoya and a lot of players are a good team,
Yes.
too.
Maybe not my grandmother.
Yeah. Well.
She's dead.
Well, that make it a little harder. But, yeah, I mean, so this matchup, like we were talking about before the umpire was coming in, that was 2-1 in the second set, and there was a point where you thought if Hughes and Powers don't get that game, it was right there in the balance for Boros and Urdoya to possibly take control of that and win that match.
No question.
And then, of course, Hughes and Powers turned it on, played a great game, and they just turned it on from that point forward, and you saw Mick Urdoya sort of go away a little, and the rains came, too.
All right, we're about to start here with Urdoya to serve.
So that's Mick Urdoya in the blue sweatshirt and his partner Sven Boros in the orange. And then on the other side of the net, that's John Hughes, the lefty, and his partner Mark Powers, who just hit that last ball. It'll be interesting to see whether Boros and Urdoya have the discipline to keep dumping in the middle there.
I think they will. That's good look there, early confident forehand there. See, the biggest thing I think in that strategy, you know, and the one thing that I think Hughes is also just continuing to get better on that, and just like anything else, that strategy is going to become harder for people over time, is Hughes is so good off the high ball, hitting it downward. He doesn't hit a ton of spin, and he doesn't have quite the racket acceleration, but he's developing it more and more.
The big question for me with Boros Urdoya is, do they have enough offense at the net? We talked earlier about having to be able to, Dave and you and I talked about it, but having to be able to finish points at the net. And I don't know that Boros and Urdoya have that, whereas Hughes and Powers can both do it.
Oh, look at this point. It's about 5 transitions, and finally just an outlaw missed by
it's good first point.
So if they're going to be 5 transitions in a point, Hughes and Powers are going to win 80% of them.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's not going to be ultimately beneficial for sure to Boros and Urdoya.
I just think the slower the play, the more it's going to advantage Boros Urdoya.
Great volley there from Boros. Boros is very good volleyer, like you said, but not so much offensively. There he took I'm not sure. He's not going to hit a winner there anyway. It just went for a little too much.
Big swing at that one.
Yeah.
Boros is a great volleyer. Interesting, because I think he's a little bit too upright for my taste. I know a lot about upright volleying. And it's just amazing to me that he gets away with it. I would think more of the guys would hit the ball at his chest a little bit. Big target.
Yeah, but he's not easy to hit. He's surprisingly good at getting out of the way. And there you see, Hughes and Powers are probably the best team in the country getting the ball from 3 inches or below off the ground. They just always the paddle under the ball.
One more ball.
Getting the ball up, tough positions. Great play.
That's love 40 to
love
start.
40 up, and we see, talking about it early on, if they have offense at the net, can they put the ball away? And Mick going for a slash over, cut overhead, and finds the net.
He can hit it, and
yes,
he'll get 1 or 2, but on balance, if you had to compare slash overheads, it might be, the other side's got the better of it. Right, and I think that one I think Powers had that one all day anyway.
Our other semi started a little bit earlier. We'll have scores for you there. Randt Mitchell versus Lofgren McNerney.
Now, were you surprised to see at how easily Lofgren and McNerney were able to take apart Orion Parsons today, Mark?
Well, without taking anything away from Lofgren McNerney, who played really well, Orion Parsons were 10 times worse than I'd ever seen them play before.
But the strange part about it wasn't how bad they were. It was how they just decided not to get any better. They never tried to do anything. They just bashed it right at him every time, and the guys are standing on the neck. McNerney's one of the best volleyers close to the net in the
Absolutely.
game.
Might be the best net player in the country.
I mean, he's one of them for sure. I mean, you know, and why they're doing it. And Lofgren
is on the net.
On the net. It's like on the other side, and they're still hitting it at him. And it's not like that great move, but that's where the Powers just spots the ball, and it's so quick. You know, in burst, you can't be in better position or closer to the net.
But to return to your original point, Brad, yeah, I was really surprised they didn't slow play down, hit a bunch of overheads in the middle, and just start grinding a little bit and giving themselves a chance to get in the match. They played 2 good games from 1 love down in the second and never won another game.
Yeah, they just had no commitment to it, or
they had no commitment to anything.
Yeah.
Certainly, they never really competed. I mean, they didn't slow things down and really start grinding and really compete. Okay, so this is John Hughes to serve to Mick Erdoya. And here's where I expect to see real slow play from Burish and Erdoya.
You know, what's going to be interesting is for a long time there you saw for sure Powers deciding he's going to attack Sven there. You know, Sven Burish in the ad side. And for the most part, they've been playing it with Hughes doing the overheads and most of the attacking. And they haven't switched that strategy. It's not that Powers can't. He can. But in general, it hasn't been the way they've done it. That's a great blitz.
Well, Erdoya is some athlete.
Yeah, but he read it so perfectly. As soon as Burish was swinging, Erdoya was on the move. That was a really good roller there. Although you got to be careful. But if he spots it in that spot.
Yeah, but I think to your point, Brad, I don't think that's the right shot. I think, you know, the softball in the middle gets a lucky break there. But the softball in the middle is a much more effective ball than that hard roller at Hughes. Because if it's not absolutely perfect, it's coming back at you and it's coming down at your feet.
Right, and with Hughes behind it and Hughes moving forward into the net is just tough to deal with.
So that was a good, solid backhand there from Burish, but it was just poorly spotted. Right? I mean, where do you want to play the ball against a righty-lefty team when they're at the net?
Yeah.
There's a better place.
Half volley while the 2 guys are at the net. Half volley topspin lob, I think it was. Not the easiest ball to execute. It's a tricky thing about playing Powers and Hughes too. You can even play the right strategy, but they're still able to adapt, grind. They keep playing. You know, they rarely crack. They crack in moments, but you've never seen them crack for long periods, like, well, a whole match.
Yeah, they do have a lot of ways to beat you. They can beat you fast, they can beat you slow. And they're great competitors.
Oh, wow. Great serve. We didn't even see Erdoya there.
That's it. Big ace.
Big ace, I guess. Totally flummoxed him. Cross that off your list, Mark. I use the word flummox.
Got it. Won't use it.
So you see back-to-back, 2 big serves, no first volley needed.
Yep, 2 return errors, like a breath of fresh air. It does look to me early, guys, like they're intentionally allowing Powers to hit more of the overheads.
No, for sure. That's what it looks like to me in the early going here. I haven't seen Hughes hit a single cutter, and they're definitely working Burish here. They're going to challenge Burish, I think, to hit his offense. He's done a good job of it so far.
See Erdoya looking for that spike from the backcourt.
Erdoya's forehand is also one of the really good shots in the game.
He's got a way of contorting his body to get himself in position for that spike, which is just tremendous.
Good point. Burish Erdoya.
Well, that's a good forehand from Burish, and the one you want to see him hit.
He's much more confident off the screen drive than off the deck drive.
They're coming down on the ball.
So we have another break point here to tie it up at 1-1 first set.
And further to your point, Brad, we talked in the last match about how Lofgren and McNerney needed the net to win. The Hughes Powers are comfortable everywhere. They're comfortable in transition, they're comfortable in the net, and they're comfortable in the backcourt. They are really a complete team, in my opinion, the most complete team in the country.
Yeah, and probably the most complete team that I think we've seen, you know, that I've seen.
Okay, 1-1.
Good job, good break, good game from Feburary. Solid defense, excellent spot drives, didn't force any balls. Actually got a loose error from Powers there on an overhead miss.
I think Feburary have to be careful with too much movement at the net. There's that thumping Feburary strike.
He baited him basically on that one. Now Febury's right into the net, Erdoya.
You're slow.
Fantastic half volley by Powers, but it didn't count.
Powers got that backhand cutter there. He can do all of it. You see less of it out of Powers just because that's the way they designed it. You know, but he can hit those cutters, hold it, and then push it right at you. See, there's that great serve from Feburary right in that corner. It's pretty close to undrivable. Comes in at a high angle. And so far up the wire. You see a great move. If you watch a backcourt team, watch how they move after they lob, where they go, wow.
But again, the difference between the Hughes drive off the wires and the Hughes drive off the deck. That's the movement I'm talking about at the net, but I just think it's more than is necessary. It tends to pull them out of position. That ball wasn't that ball out by like 2 boards?
So.
I think there's a momentarily stoppage in play.
Yeah, sure.
Well, I think these guys
Free
are
to hit the
all
pause button.
really good sports. I've seen Powers and Hughes definitely play a few out balls.
Well, I don't know who commented. It might have been Dave earlier who was saying that that John Hughes, once Mike Stulek's done, John Hughes may end up taking the mantle of the best sportsman in the game.
Yeah, and there was a good example of it where I think Sven thought the ball was out.
Yep. Point continues on, and they get the ball.
Great volley.
Yep, very good volley. But this is where you're seeing Hughes improving. You know, that's the part right there. Although they would need to get it higher and deeper. You want that ball right in there.
That was an explosive backhand there from Powers.
But part of the strategy that you want to try to do is keep less touches in for Powers here and there. So he feels like when he's touching the ball, he wants to do more with it.
Right.
And right now he's getting a lot of touches. The more he gets, the more he feels, and he does such a good job controlling. Like that backhand he hit, he slaps it hard and fast, but he easily could have bunted up the lob, and it happens in a moment.
And I think, Brad, to your point, you know, give him more balls that he can't really do much with it, so that when he gets a few more, maybe he goes for a little bit more, tries to press a little bit, where that backhand off the one screen wasn't.
Called out. All right, good hold there.
A little static there.
But It's a good start for Burris Urdoya. And actually, I wouldn't say it's a bad start for Hughes Powers, just a couple errors, you know, here and there. See that from time to time, but like the way the match is moving.
Yep, we have 2-1. Burris Urdoya here in the first set. The men's semifinal #1 at the Short Hills Invitational.
You know, we'll see if we can get you some scores, too, from the other semi, you know, which is Lofgren and McNerney against Randt and Mitchell. I'm curious about that match.
Patty Hogan's out there. Hopefully she'll be getting us some scores.
And Brad, we also, it looks like the Women's Open semifinals is about to start.
Yeah, and Derek
Well, they're out there, they're warming up.
Hanisch Cooper versus Brzova Anika.
Yep. And Domenico Gebbia and Sandrigova Zabori.
All right, and it's 15-love here.
Yeah, that Cooper Hanisch match against Brzova and Nika. Curious to see that one.
Who do you like, Brad?
You know, I think I like Brzova and Nika. But we'll see. Cooper Hanisch played really well the last match.
Yeah, the big question to me is, you know, how healthy is Annika Cooper and how's the elbow feeling?
She looked good in the last match. At least you couldn't tell any part of it.
Because she's been really rusty, I thought, the first couple tournaments.
Yep.
You don't see Hughes going for too many cut overheads.
Not right now. I mean, like we said, you know.
But I mean, that first one was clearly a ball he could have cut if he wanted. But he kind of chose to guide it back.
They're definitely deciding, and maybe this is part of the whole weekend strategy to basically dump more, do less. Dump more, do less. Maybe they're just going to try and bait, but that, to me, in essence, is great because they can beat you a lot of ways, but I think it allows Burris and Urdoya to feel comfortable. Maybe they're trying to get Burris and Urdoya to sort of overhit it, but so far we've seen nothing of the sort but taking the right drive because they're comfortable back there.
Yep, caught the let cord there. That helped that shot.
For sure did, but I mean, it's a great drive either way, you know.
Absolutely.
To me, in the Burris, you know, playbook, the blitz, he does it more than he gets success out of it.
You mean he gets more failure than success?
Correct. You know, he doesn't end up getting a lot out of it yet. He's got to be careful with that play. I don't mind the play by any means.
I actually like it better on a lob.
Yes, I haven't seen a ton of it from his. I like it better when Burris is driving it and Urdoya is going.
Yeah, especially there because Hughes plays so close to the net on the power serve. That's really a tough ball to blitz on.
Great shot.
They look good early. Burris Urdoya look real good early.
Look great.
Well, and I think the other thing for the blitz is Hughes is moving around up at the net. He's not really just staying in place, and that last one, he caught them a little bit.
A little confusion there from Powers Hughes with the two backhands in the middle. They didn't get a chance to switch. And Burris take the net. Great leave there from Burris.
I think I just heard a call of game in first set to Randt Mitchell. We'll try and get confirmation on that.
I think so. Did you hear 6 games to 4
Yep,
maybe?
That's what I heard, Dave.
All right. So there's our first score from the umpire. The court, and that
Great
is a break.
backhand there from Burris.
3-1 Burris Urdoya. Great start. They look good. They look, like I said before, really comfortable. Like right now, you have Powers and Hughes. They're not looking to speed anything up. They're looking to dump and play and dump and play. Now, maybe the strategy will work like Novocaine, but right now, Burris Urdoya look very comfortable.
Well, I like that Burris is looking for his backhand and hitting it.
He's hit everyone that's been there for him and hit it well. I don't think you have seen him miss one yet. And you'd have to say, you know, in this early going, it's hard to imagine it, but, you know, they have more offense right now than Hughes and Powers. Now that Powers forehand hasn't happened yet. There was one. And nice. First with the spike.
Yeah.
But late to the party that time, Urdoya. Normally, Urdoya's taken off before the hit. That time, he didn't see it. And very late start, but great touch volley, too, though.
Yeah.
Another lead court. Boy, they've gotten 4 or 5 early.
Yep. Hughes complaining that he's had 6. I don't know that he had the countdown, but that's a good shot there from Urdoya.
So I think there's the play, Brad, you were talking about. If you get that ball, you could spin it into power side screen. You're giving him touches, but he can't do he may feel like he can't do a whole lot with it.
You can definitely see a little bit of the Steve DeRose influence on Powers, who's playing short in the court, taking the ball early. Remember the year they played some President's Cup together, and Powers just kind of blown away by DeRose's talent.
Yeah, Powers can definitely stand up when he does a lot of drills. He'll do some drills where he's standing on the baseline or inside, and he'll do down the line drills, taking the ball early, hitting it back. Then occasionally he'll move himself back, then back in. So his ability to move in and out is very good, and his timing is incredible.
I think it's 15-30 right here.
Well, he can definitely take the ball as good as anyone off the rise.
Yep.
Off that short hop.
With the exception of DeRose. There you see him start spinning the ball.
Yeah, let's see if they start working it more. Great shot there from Urdoya.
Oh, Urdoya was looking to spike that one.
So, Mark, if they go to the semifinals here, if the finals, they'll go into the top 4?
Oh.
Another lead court. Number 7, we heard. Number 7.
Wow.
There can't be 7 already in only 4 games, can there?
There's been a few.
Have to take a look at the numbers, Bradford, but they've already got two finals.
Yep.
At Grand Prix, so it's going to be pretty close. And I know that Araya Parsons lost a ton of points here.
Yeah, they've been number 1 coming in all along.
Well, they may be out of the top 4 depending on how close Urdoya do here.
Move quickly.
And that's a bad decision there by Mark Powers to come in behind that ball.
They have Mick Urdoya serving at 40-30. 3 games to 1, first set here at the Short Hills Invitational.
Playing super solid, great ball.
And there you see Burris stepping off the court, has the ball past him on the serve.
Burris is a very, very good defensive player. And the only thing we've had complaints about really is when he's bringing his offense, they get tight in the big moments. He looks loose and hitting anything he can hit. That's been a right ball to hit. So he looks really, really good right there. Great lob.
You're seeing less dumping right now from Hughes Powers.
A lot of spin on the ball.
Right, they're spinning a lot more overheads, although there are 2 dumps in a row. Interesting, Burris and Urdoya, no intent to switch back to their normal sides.
I like this. You got the Burris backhand in the middle. And then the Burris thing, if you go hard to his side right, he can hit that high forehand. And then, so you got a lot of parts of the cover. In some ways, I feel like it's a more offensive look for him. That's just not the ball. See, that's the one he's less comfortable with off the deck.
Very indecisive swing.
Yeah, he wasn't looking for it. He just sort of at the last second decided I'm hitting it. And I feel like in a match like this, see, this is crucial 2-point swing here.
Yeah, that was just an absolute donation. There's no pressure from the other side. They both yell me, neither backs off.
Plus the point before, they need to get, see, we know Powers and Hughes aren't going away.
No.
And they're coming back, regardless of whether they lose to set 6-1 or whatever happens, you know. And then you see a complete donation in a game they have a chance to go up 4-1, and now it's 3-2. These are the moments when you're looking for that, you know, to take these guys out. You can't give too many back.
Those game points are just so critical to close games out.
Yeah, but it fed itself. It went game point, bad missed forehand from Urdoya, and from Budish. Then it went, you know, volley, you know, overhead confusion. It should have been Budish's the whole way. And then, you know, to just, you know, them hitting a great drive and bing, bang, boom, 3-2.
And the advantage you work so hard to get is gone.
But that's sports, isn't it? It's always the way it kind of goes.
But it's interesting that it's not just whether you win or lose the points, but how you play them.
Oh,
That's
just
great backhand.
Great backhand with a little confused
patience
move.
there.
Yeah, but the Bursch backhand is much better from high to low. He doesn't spin it a lot. You know, going down in there with the way he's been hitting the ball now. But I think Powers just thinks that was a miscommunication between the two of them. And what's great about probably with Powers and Hughes, I don't know what's in their heads right now, but they're probably like, these guys are getting 6 leg chords. They're, you know, and they're barely up on us at all, you know.
Right.
And the reality is that's true. The reality is it's also true.
Right.
You know,
and that is a good way to look at it.
Eventually, they're going to start missing those overhead. You know, they're not going to get those leg chords, or we'll get a few of ours, and you know, and all we have to do is keep playing. And my guess is that's exactly how they're looking at it. Great lob. Oh, that's so tricky. Powers was moving in. He had no idea that one-hander was coming. Oh, that is
opportunity there.
A good volley there by John Hughes. He absorbs the pace, keeps it low. It wasn't even a bad blitz by Urdoya. It's just perfect volley.
So first set to Johan 6-4, and Lufkin McNerney are up 2-love in the second, and Delmonico Gebby up 3-love in the first.
How about that?
A bit of a loose mistake there by John Hughes. You don't see that too often.
No, just bunted an overhead long, surprisingly.
Those are the errors that you were talking about, Brad.
The one thing I do like about it is he took a confident swing. So, but I tell you what, he misses 1 or 2 more of those, we're going to see him start taking the pace off the ball, and then we might see that go into the shell. Hopefully not for Bursch and Urdoya.
That's a surprising miss. Another break opportunity. Really think that Bursch and Urdoya need to capitalize on this.
Good 3/4 back and what
It's a big one. And I think, Brad, to that last Powers missed volley, I think the change of pace he was expecting because that's really the first off-speed backhand that Burris has hit.
Yeah, no, it was a great shot. So this is where we have these discussions now. Is the warm-up a game when they're switching balls here? They're having it now. They're going to play this game out with the ball and then switch it after 7.
I think the decision they made was not to use the warm-up ball. Use the game ball in the warm-up. Another miscommunication.
Yeah, but surprising amount for 2 teams that are really seasoned. I mean, you know, Bursch and Urdoya are a new team this year, but they've played a lot.
Yeah, a lot of paddle together.
You know, I mean, surprising amount. And even Hughes Powers, there's been a few. You see in the backcourt, Hughes sneaking forward.
That through the middle drive there. Good spot by Powers.
Yeah, he just crushes that so fast.
He also spots it so well.
His wrist is so facile. He can move it one way or the other. He holds it in the last second. He can snap it inside. He can hit it on the outside of your body or right through the middle. You really have no idea where he's going to hit it when he's hitting it.
Great transition there. Mick going for a little bit too much on that overhead.
Yeah, 0 for 2 on the big overheads that he's gone for so far.
And I think he was just trying to put that into the side screen.
Yep.
And it was just a...
Oh, just caught up to that, Hughes. Great play. So dumb you hear Budish in the background, because even if it goes over...
Although we did see Powers miss that change of pace last game.
Yep.
But no, you can't afford to miss those.
Danger ball.
Yeah.
He just... I don't know if he was baiting him or what he thought of there. He was off the net.
Well, that's absolutely the wrong shot to hit to Mark Powers.
And there we see Patty Hogan in there. Checking in with the umpires.
Consulting with chair umpire.
Still on balance. This is everything you want for Berger-Doria starting the set.
Yeah, except they've given back the break several times.
Right.
You feel like a lot of the breaks have gone their way, and yet we're still relatively close.
I mean, we're on serve. I mean, you know, so, but they've been doing a great job. But, you know, things we worry
Given how
about.
few serves there have been, they're kind of up a hold, I would say.
Yeah, fair enough.
3 hold of serves.
All right, so taking one with a new ball is Mark Powers. So, Mark, tell it to me for a sec, you know, the audience out there, a little bit about what's the difference between this premier event, this is the Short Hills Premier, versus the regular events.
Well, this is a one-day, 16-team field.
Just for the top 16
The
teams
top
that
16
enter.
teams that qualify.
Right.
And then there's an open division, which is a 32-team draw, which is also one day. And it's the brainchild of our partner up here today, Dave Broderick and Dennis Collins.
Yeah, no, we talked about it last year, and Dennis and I brought it to the APTA, and with a few modifications of the original plan, we were able to put it into play last year, and I think it had a lot of positive feedback from the players that were involved. And this is going to be the second year in a row that it's happened. And, you know, I think just in general, Mark and Brad, you guys talk to a lot of the guys, you know them, and, you know, I think just one of the big things is that it's less matches in one day.
And it's one day.
Right.
I mean, that's the other part of it. It's just one day.
Well, to continue that line of thought, it's not just here. It's been adapted by the APTA as one of
the,
not the
correct.
favored methods on the Grand Prix. We did it at Indian Trail. Philly's running the same method. So what you and Dennis kind of pioneered is now kind of the favored status. And I expect to see even more of the Grand Prix going to that in the next couple of years. I know Boston is talking about doing it next year.
Good volley there. And I think, again, I think the big reasoning behind it is the time frame. Just the one-day event. You're not traveling too much. You're not away from home for too long.
Now, Dave, most importantly, at a lot of these events, the important thing is the party in between Saturday and Sunday. Are you still having a party tonight?
They will have the 69th straight Saturday night party as well going on tonight.
69th Short Hills Open party tonight for all
and
the
I think,
players.
you know, with it being a one-day event, maybe some of the guys can let their, and women can let their hair down and dance a little bit.
That's never an issue for Brad. Brad's hair is always down, Dave.
My hair is down as far as it gets, which is not very far.
But did you notice, Dave, that he said between Saturday and Sunday that the party went?
That's right.
So
Between them, all days.
He's expecting it to go late into Saturday into Sunday.
I'm sure if it's a big crowd, Reese will be down there pouring drinks all night.
Oh, that's a good play. Oh, surprising
Wow,
to see him
swinging
come back in
backhand
there.
volley.
Love it.
What a play by Hughes Powers staying in the point.
Yeah, but I was surprised to see Powers come back in there.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, against the huge drive, and he has the hands to make it happen, but...
A great move.
Ooh. So dangerous going down into the power screen. If he reads it, he hits it early.
And that's just a great overhead from Erdoya. Well, the first one was, not so much the second one. Because Mark Powers has no problem generating pace off the deck.
No, we were talking before about racket acceleration. He has some of the best from such a small, take back. Great cover by both teams in that point. Great point from Bursch Erdoya, though. They absorbed 5 howitzers, basically.
Hughes read it, was just a step late. I think it's 40-15 here.
Oh, great. Oh, such a smart move from Bursch, and way late with the Powers decision there to decide to hit it. Bursch recognized it, comes right in.
Yeah, great play there.
And we have 40-30, Hughes Powers serving, down 3-4. First set here at the Short Hills Invitational.
Big moment in the match.
See another big backhand by Sven Bursch.
Yeah, no, he's hitting it great. It's good to see. There's a version you want to see from Bursch Erdoya. This is it. Where they're bringing the offense. Point before you saw them do great volleying, which they could do. But it's a more complete game.
Oh, what a volley from Hughes.
That was a heck of a volley.
Oh, that ball's going to be wide.
It's close.
It was traveling in that direction, though.
Yeah. Hard to tell.
We just heard Durant Mitchell 3-2 second set. So we'll try and get confirmation on that.
Nice ball. There you see. Oh, so smart. He was playing the cut, but good read and good recovery from Erdoya.
Haven't seen Erdoya on the ground yet today.
Or Hughes, for that matter.
It's true. Probably the 2 best players in the country at going down.
The 2 best ground players at falling on the ground or sprawling out. Hey, you're probably right.
Remember we talked in Boston about Hughes no longer having that white paddle that you could see the blood on?
Bloody hand, I think that's his insignia from like the castaway volleyball. Yep. It should be on all of Hughes's paddles going forward. Ooh. Oh, what a shot. And he did that on purpose. He slid it behind him. That's amazing. High risk, high reward.
4-all. Really feel like Bursch Erdoya have the better part of the play, the better part of the breaks. And it's 4-all. But that's Hughes Powers.
Yep.
There's
Look at
the
that.
overhead.
I mean, that's just perfect. But he put it right on the line. Took a risk going out there behind him, and pays off. What a shot. I mean, that's amazing.
See there the overhead hitting the nick. Mark Powers in the right spot to cover that ball, popping out to the middle.
Trailing behind, although that one didn't trail to the middle. It popped out almost to home base for him.
Ooh.
Right through the paddle.
Yeah. All those holes in the paddle.
So isn't there a limit? The hole can't be that big for the ball to fit through.
Nope.
He's a big guy. Big guy, big holes.
I'm not going to touch that.
And real solid overheads from Hughes Powers. A lot of dumping.
Yeah, but they're through the court. I like them.
No, I agree.
They're not sitting up. That one's sitting a little.
But as you pointed out earlier with Bursch, as long as they're not coming off the wires, it almost doesn't matter how soft they are to the forehand.
Yes, if it's not high, he'll hit. Oh, that's a good low one. Keep that ball low. He's going to do it again. Yep. Bursch will keep going. Very, very tough defensively. Great move from Erdoya, though. I love it. A great feel here. It's like an active grind. And this is a good good pace for Borussia. That's going to be tough. Great dig. Both teams basically kind of like picking away at each other.
Yep.
Oh. It's the first one we've seen. That was a heck of a point.
As we're getting later into this first set, we're starting to see longer points.
This is good. Good, solid play. But nobody's going for much, right? They're all putting it, keeping it in the zone. We're not going to miss. We're going to hit the right ball. It's almost like kind of mini textbook, you know. And it's great.
And I was going to say that, Brad. You know, it's not like they've taken a lot of speed off of their shots, but they're just aiming more for the middle, hitting more, like you said, textbook shots. They're not playing tentative.
Nope. They're hitting what's coming their way.
Yep.
If they get it, but they're trying to give each other less, and then they're getting off the balls. But you know, to me, this is a good kind of pace. This is good for Borussia Nadoya, but it's also, you know, Powers and Hughes are content to go because they're not getting given anything. So I think they're just ready to stay. And like we said, they can beat you many ways. You know, I'm sure they feel like, you know, they're still right here. They just got to execute their shots.
Great read there.
Yeah. Yep.
Got to be careful with the down-up overhead to Powers.
Yep. He crushed it, but Borussia Nadoya have made some really good volleys. And there we see now. Now we might see a little crack. So that's the second Hughes forehand on a miss there on a slow ball. This is where you play these long points, get them in there. We'll see if it takes shape. You know, you miss one or two more and your confidence can get shaken a little, depending.
It's a good dig.
Ball. Oh, just great get. They have made some amazing volleys for Nadoya. Right on the line.
Just want to remind everyone out there, if you're in the Short Hills area, come on down to the Short Hills Club. Live action, 2020 Short Hills Invitational.
Oh, great read from Nadoya. He's been a step ahead of Hughes on those guesses, but Hughes will get you eventually with that.
Ooh, little metal there, heavy metal on down low.
I think they're not calling it out.
40 love.
Yeah.
40 love.
He must have thought it was in. So that's what we see. Hughes Powers, great sportsman. Great shot there from Borussia. Just great playing. Incredibly solid. And there it is.
Powers has had a couple of bad transition moments like that where he's coming in on balls that are just sitting up too high.
Let's take a look. I guess it's a long cutter there.
Impossible to tell.
Impossible to tell. Impossible for them to call. They let it stand through, and it was a winner. Great shot.
Great game there from Borussia Nadoya. And Hughes will serve to stay in the first set. Special thanks to the APTA, Viking, the Jersey Men's Platform Tennis Association, Uline, and of course the Short Hills Club. Dave, I heard you getting in trouble at lunch today. Was there somebody you forgot to give a shout out to? Because I thought you had everybody who worked here.
Listen, I had the you know, the list I was given.
Somebody seemed really unhappy when I was there, Dave. That's all I'm saying.
We want to give a shout out to Mackenzie Murphy here.
Oh, Mackenzie Murphy.
On the food and beverage team.
Wow, what a return.
The entire staff of the Short Hills Club always does a great job for this event.
But especially Mackenzie Murphy.
Absolutely. This, I believe, is her second Short Hills Invitational.
So a veteran.
Yes,
Only
absolutely.
2 out of the 69?
Yeah.
Now, is there anyone here who's been to all 69?
Besides yourself?
Well, yes, besides me, of course.
Not that I'm aware of.
But, you know, Short Hills Club has always been one of those clubs where the staff stays here for a long time. It's a wonderful place and a wonderful club here in Jersey. And I've been coming here for many, many years and seen the same guys for 20-plus years, 20, 30 years.
That could be one of next segment of Patty's trivia questions.
Oh, cannot wait for more of Patty's trivia. I like it.
I'm going with true, whatever the question is.
True. Sometimes they're multiple choice, though, Mark.
I'm still going with true, Brad.
True.
Well, that was
You
a
got
great
A,
point right there.
B,
A lot,
C, or D.
lot of probing shots.
I love this space for Bergendoya. They're playing great.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, it's exactly what they want. You know, it's a good point there from Hughes Powers. They were able to take it.
30 love.
And in a strange way, I'm not sure what Hughes and Powers want in this match. You know, what is it they want? Do they want to play to move faster? Or they just want to play it out like this, super solid with them, and say match it up and say, look, you know, you're going to be solid. We'll be more solid. You know, we'll make more volleys than you, and we'll end up getting more drives than you eventually. But right now, it's been, you know, they're certainly not making Bergendoya lose confidence or uncomfortable.
Well, you
know,
don't
as
see
I
Hughes
said.
and Powers kind of push the pace of play.
Nope, they're not pushing any
like
pace.
Araya, you see Araya pushing the pace of play.
Yeah, but he's always pushing the pace.
Yes,
of
but I'm
play.
saying that's just not something that is in Hughes and Powers' arsenal for the most part. They
No.
just tend to play. Whatever pace it's at, they play at it.
Right. No, yeah, that's interesting. So are you saying they don't have the ability to push the pace of play?
No, I don't know if they don't have the ability or not. I just haven't seen them do it. Just doesn't happen.
Right, they just play whatever. If you go fast, they go faster, right? If you go slow, they'll go just as slow, right? Interesting.
Could it also be with when you talk about Juan pushing the pace and the speed? You think he sometimes, like we talked about earlier, maybe he's tempting you to try to go for more, or
Absolutely.
he's saying, okay, here's the ball, try to beat me.
Yes, absolutely. And
Yeah,
that's
and
what he
then
did in last year's Nationals.
And then he'll
Finals.
get right on the net, you
Right.
know, and that is some shot.
Where
Perfect.
Powers and Hughes they go out, they play, and they feel like saying, we can beat you.
Right, we'll play at whatever place
Right,
you want
right.
to play at. We can beat you at.
Right.
Okay, so that's 40 love.
Now, I wonder, you can see that pretty heavy sun coming in there on the side, on the far side of the court, where Mick Erdoya is standing. That's right into his eyes, you know. So for both Hughes and Erdoya, on that far side, you know, it's there. It's actually in Bursch's corner screens as well. I haven't seen it make a difference at all, but
Brzova and Ika, 3-all in the first set. Cooper Hanisch.
oh, sneaky
Yeah.
play. That ball looked out to me too. You get the feeling sometimes that Houston Powers play a lot of out balls.
15 love.
Nice.
Got away with that one, but
Yep.
that's dangerous.
Yeah, it's dangerous, but he made him stretch, so 30 love.
You see, Brad, as you talked about earlier, Mark Powers isn't getting any real big looks on that return to serve.
40 love.
A little pressing here in this one. Leave there from Erdoya. See? Yeah, but I just don't like the play.
No, that's a bail.
he can
Right.
say you got to make that all day, but that's just not easy. Period. I mean,
I think
you
that's a
don't have
2
to
out of
make
10.
that. You have a 2 out of 10 to
Yeah,
make that,
2 out of
which would
10.
also be 1 out of 5. But yeah, so it's to me it's just the wrong play.
Well, I think too, if you do make it, what are you going to do with it?
Yeah, well, he's still
It's
hitting
just
it
too
up
hard
to
of
the
a
guy
shot,
who's
right.
coming forward. I mean, it's a tough ball.
Durant Mitchell 4-all second set with Lofgren McNerney.
I feel like Durant and Mitchell have just made strides,
I feel like Mitchell's just made strides.
Fair enough. But, I think Durant's made strides in the way he's willing to play now. He's not always forcing everything, and he's not, the shot clock seems to be gone. He seems to be playing just good paddle.
Yeah, I think that
with
was a
his
couple years
partner.
ago. I think he made that move his last year with Parsons.
With his partner, he's playing good paddle.
And it's so much fun watching Durant play. I mean, he's such an innovator and plays such an explosive style.
Burke's got pretty good spin on his overhead now. It's not that kind of like, he'll finish a couple, and we saw him cut one into the snowboard before, or on a crossbar, but he puts some pressure on you with it. Makes you work. Wow. Such good volleying for Bursch-Adoya.
Yeah, I'm never sure whether it's really worth the reward. I mean, if you're not finishing points, is it worth cutting that ball into the corners? And what are you really accomplishing?
Yeah, I mean, I think in this case here,
Big
it's
hold there.
Terrific hold. And he's not missing, and they're not getting any drive, so I think he's just
No, if you're
thinking
not
of it
missing,
like a
that's great.
like a jab, you know.
I'm not talking about him specifically. I'm talking about in general.
In general, yeah, because you're right. People fall in love with the spin overhead,
Yes.
thinking, and all players who are working their way up. I mean, I got guys, we're all, a lot of us here have done a lot of teachings. Special thanks also to Narragansett Beer, Spiro Harrison, Crest Ford Lincoln, and a Kaiser Technique and Smith Chiropractic. Thank you. And they want to hit a cut shot like in 2 weeks, and you can't even, no, I need that cut shot. No, let me tell you, you do not need that cut shot. That is what you do not need and you may not even need it at the highest level. Although, I will say one of the things that separates the better teams and the top 3, 4, 5 teams at the highest of levels is the finishing overhead.
Right.
It is one of the things.
Well, it's one of the questions you have to ask about Bursch and Adoya, because they certainly have the rest of the game. But they don't have a finisher like a Drew Broderick or Juan Araya.
Yeah, but I think for them, I guess you could ask it, but for them, the real thing for me is, is Bursch going to continue to bring the offense at the right time? He's shown it every single time today, and he's doing an awesome job.
Yep, played a great match so far.
That's the biggest one. And, right now, they're doing a tremendous job keeping Powers and Hughes at bay. And when Powers and Hughes are taking their cuts, they're following them back.
I was going to say that, Brad, that Sven and Mick are actually volleying really well.
They got 2 forehand misses now from Powers Hughes in this game. And Bursch-Adoya able to take the net twice.
Love 15.
Oh, was that the first point?
That was the first point.
Oh, they were able to take it once.
Might have missed 2
But
forehands
it felt
that
like
point.
twice. It felt like twice. And well, at the end of the last game, that's where Hughes missed another forehand. That's where.
And that was another let cord that doesn't go the way of Hughes Powers.
Yeah, but they're in it.
Hughes' ball just jumps off that side wire. I think Johan Durant's the only one whose ball travels further once it's the side wire on that cut overhead.
Yeah, Adoya has done a good job, but they haven't featured it as part of the match.
Nope.
Certainly, I think that Hughes overhead was certainly a big part of them winning their first national a couple of years ago.
See a big backhand there by Mick. Good
he's-
hands. Good
Good.
defense by Powers and Hughes.
That's a heck of a shot into the crease. Little roller. Beautiful ball.
That's so little. Underhand serve.
and surprising. He pulls it out
15-30.
at this moment.
Yeah.
Well, Erdoya's been crushing it,
Yes.
but, you know, so I guess I get it, but
Well, that's the thing with the sidearm serve is that nobody's really got a lot of experience with it, so doing it in the big moments is tough.
I mean, certainly Powers, and how
Back-to-back faults.
surprising
Takes
is
a
that?
Double set point. Good move by Hughes to go back and talk to Powers.
All right, that's one back.
Burris or Doya have to make him pay for this game.
Yeah, if there's one thing you say, let's say right now they're still in the driver's seat. If they let it get away from them, that's where you're going to go back to. The opportunities lost for Burris and Erdoya. You know, because they had a lot of things go right, a lot of let cords. They volleyed amazingly. I'm not going to say it's not going to continue in a second, but you know, it's hard to volley better.
Yep. Huge point.
That's a great head.
Big forehand. Makes it a couple of big balls that they've been able to ward off.
So good. This is where I think they've been better, Burris and Erdoya, making volleys and being
Right.
at the net. These
And
teams-
transitioning to the net. Oh, what a volley.
Oh, what a shot.
Oh, what a point.
I mean, just great stuff.
Can they start this point over and call it a tie on this point?
Unbelievable. Wouldn't that be nice?
I know John Hughes' mom, Debbie's home watching, and she's very nervous right now.
Oh.
And I love how aggressively both teams are
Oh.
playing this big moment.
What a get.
Great.
See, again, they're going to Powers occasionally, not giving him too much to look at.
Yep.
But they've got to be careful because he's snuck in there and created some opportunities for himself.
No, but this is the right thing. He's not getting a lot of looks. and
Right.
That's where you want him to press. You know, like he might press. And this is great because, oh, great volley from.
A lot of discipline by Hughes to let that ball through.
Yeah, and it was a decent move. Surprised Erdoya.
Another great get.
Chip down the line. Oh, wow. You're going to have to start getting some lobs up here.
Yeah, a lot of short lobs, huh?
I mean, I've seen Burris at the last 10 inside the service box. 11. 12. All right. I mean, because that off-pace drive's not going to work if the guy's standing on the net looking for it.
Nope.
This is perfect. The way Erdoya and Burris are playing this point is terrific. Win or lose is exactly the kind of point they want to play.
I see Powers coming
Yeah.
up, looking for the down-up overhead.
Yep. It's a smart little move. Wow. See, they're making Hughes beat him with that forehand.
Oh, almost a miscommunication there.
And eventually we'll see if Powers gets antsy. See, there it is again. Oh, he gets the big one. Oh,
Great transition.
I love the way they played that point. It was great.
It's not over, Brad.
I know.
Let cord for the win.
Yeah, I'll take it at this point. Oh, that one-handed backhand. Erdoya, he's going up the ranks of one-handed backhands in the game. Right at the crease. That is
Wow.
so good. What a point.
That's the reason Hughes and Powers are going to be the favorites to win nationals. They can play
What a
slow, they can
point.
play fast.
Boom. And that was perfect. That was gutsy point by everybody. That was tremendous.
Does that make up for the 7 let courts?
No, because that was, you know, that's
a planned shot. That's a planned
let courts aren't on
target.
purpose. They just
Right.
are. Ooh.
What a pickup from Powers.
Yeah, it was great, but that's the one area that I've seen a little bit. They both will play that forehand volley in between them.
So they have to. That's the whole righty-lefty
Yes,
problem, right?
and so they get a little confusion in there. And that one ball, that's such a good move. Again, great point.
Verdoya is so good in transition.
Perfectly set up, getting them off the net. Bursch backhand and Verdoya blitzing in. Oh!
You just read that one like a book.
No!
Oh! Boy, I thought that was a crazy move by Bursch, and he gets away with it.
See, what's interesting, though, is he made Powers change his shot.
Right.
And then Powers just missed it. He tried to go behind him, too. So, look at that. He's so lucky not to get tagged. He gets out of the way there. A little duo dimension sideways move. And,
well, it
wow.
worked.
All right.
What are we? We're here at set point number 3.
Yeah.
These are great points, too. Great points. That's a big serve from Powers there. Going for that crease again.
And that's why I'm surprised you don't see more of that from Powers going for that nick, because that's how you speed up the pace of play. Because if you miss it, it's coming back at you hard, but if you're sitting on top of the net, you don't mind that.
But if you have to look, I mean, look at those last 2 overheads at who's spending more time behind the service line. Is it Verdoya and Bursch, or is it Hughes Powers?
Absolutely, it's Hughes Powers.
Yeah, Verdoya and Bursch are lobbing much better than Hughes Powers.
Yep, I agree completely.
Oh.
Wow. It's a good get.
Oh.
You know, I like the play.
No, but if it's a late move, I see.
Right.
I think when he
didn't go on the swing.
Right, exactly, Dave. That's exactly. When he's doing it right, Bursch is swinging, and he's already
moving,
started.
right.
And there, Bursch is hitting, and then he's going. It's already too late. The other guys are too good at the net.
Tremendous volley by Hughes there.
Yep.
Point for a tiebreak. Wow.
And that is a huge,
Two
comeback. Well, we'll look at this set and say, you know, strategically wise and playing wise, volley wise, you know, if Bursch and Verdoya don't get this, they played it exactly the way we wanted to. They just a couple of moments, right? That's exactly all it is right now. But right now it's a tiebreaker, so we'll see what happens.
I think we also have a tiebreak over in the second set of the Durant Mitchell Lofgren McNerney match.
Mark, going back to our point from earlier today, can you fault twice and win a game? Hughes and Powers can.
That's right. They started that 15-40 with two
faults.
My God, those points were so intense, I almost forgot about those.
They were so long ago.
Well, each point after that were like 40, 50, 60 balls, you know. And
that was actually the same game, Brad, that you thought Mark Powers had missed 2 forehands
already.
In the first point.
In the same point.
Yeah.
But he only lost 1 point.
Yeah,
that's how good they are.
That's impressive.
Yeah, he can miss 2 forehands and still only lose 1 point.
So I think it's Love 1, Hughes Powers serving here in the tiebreaker first set.
So I missed that first point too. Bursch or Verdoya won it. Oh, didn't get in position to hit it. Couldn't get up there.
And I think it just dropped. It wound up dropping a little too low.
The lob was so bad it was good.
Yep.
So you see Mick moving in quite a bit as well. He's not too bad off the half volley. either. He has those soft hands where he's throwing up some lobs off the short ball.
Now, see,
That's
well, I like it the other way. Burst drives or Doria blitzes. I haven't seen one successful one yet from.
Well, Doria is so fast.
Burish.
Burish isn't slow by any stretch.
No.
But clearly, of the two, Doria is the more nimble of them. Another lead core that doesn't go their way.
All right.
So I think I heard the chair umpire say 2-2.
Yes, but we have it here as 3-1. So
Right.
I'm going with 3-1.
I think he said 3-1.
3-1.
Think
Yeah,
he corrected
yeah, but I
himself.
think
It
we
is
are.
3-1. Right.
How dare they question the production team?
That's it.
Okay, so Durant Mitchell are through to the finals. It'll play the winner of this match.
So they win the breaker. How about that? That's 3 finals this year. Well, a win and a final.
Win
This
in
their-
2 finals. Chance to make it 2 wins.
Yeah. That's got to be creeping them close up there as well.
Yep.
Because they're 5th in the country right now.
Yeah, they did not have a good result at last year's Nationals, so they really only had one big result on the board.
Right.
That was their win at the Western New England.
A final at Boston's. That's pretty impressive. And then, final here.
We'll find out from ranking chair Ray Crosta.
See if we can get a report.
What the tournament's rated, and we'll be able to give you some estimates in the final.
Ray, if you're out there, text me. Ooh. Oh.
Good move. Good recovery.
That's that Powers wrist. He slips the ball the other way. You cannot see it coming. So well played there by Ardoya. Knows where the spin's going to go.
It's his ball, though, that hard ball off the back wire.
Good swing. 4-2.
That's what I thought. They just called 3-all, I thought.
Did the umpire call 3-all? We had the score wrong before, so we're going to have to figure that out.
I think it's 4-2.
I do think so as well. 4-2 for Burish and Ardoya, that is. Oh, what was that? I think he asked the same question, Burish.
So Scott Kaler says he's pretty sure that Johan passes he and Compton by making the final. And Araya Parsons dropped behind both of them, and that Burris needs to win the tournament to pass Compton Kaler.
Interesting. Well, that's what we said as, oh boy.
Another blurt.
Yeah, we
Okay,
said
so
as
now
of,
we have 4-all.
Yep.
as of Boston that this is when it all starts, right?
Yep.
But the plays before, all that matters,
Although, we'll talk about this a little more in the second set. In years past, seedings were so important to Nationals. Oh, great read from Hughes,
yeah,
and
but
he beats him.
it's the exact same play that Powers did before when Burris moved in before. The other guy's casually coming in. The other guy starts running in before he hits it and doesn't see that play develop. You got to be much more aggressive if you're going to take the net there.
Yeah, I don't know how important seedings are going to be this year, Brad.
It's so wild open. It's a little bit like the Wild Wild West. I would think being 1 and 2 is good, but
I
even then, I don't know.
I mean,
because
Hughes and Powers to me are clearly the best team in the country right now.
yes, I mean,
But after you
Araya
get past
Parsons, after that great one last year, like Jekyll and Hyde,
Yeah.
and mostly Hyde,
Yeah.
I mean, or Jekyll. I don't
Jekyll,
know which one's
mostly
worse.
Jekyll.
Mostly Jekyll.
You got them confused.
Dr. Hyde, I don't know.
The Dr. Hyde was the good guy.
Yeah, but
Yeah, but I mean, Roger and Palmer are obviously going to be 5, 6, 7, 8.
if that,
No, I think they're going to be top 8.
yeah,
Yeah.
are you sure of that? Okay, but with what results?
So Roderick's got a final at Western New England and a semi at Chicago this year. They have a semi at Nationals last year together, and then they'll use 50% of Palmer's points from last year.
That's interesting.
So they still have a bunch of points.
Nice volley in
Yeah,
there.
that was good. That was good.
So calm. And, these guys are calm in the way they stand still. They don't go with the old adage or get your body behind the ball necessarily. They just have their hands out. So when they go forehand and backhand, you won't see the paddle flip or go back at all. It'll just flip right over, and they're super confident doing either way. And we haven't seen, like in the first, say, 4, 5, 6, let's say 8 games, the burst backhand was on display.
Right.
Have we seen it since?
Boy, Powers just outguessed him there. I think Hughes was calling that ball out, but Powers was on it and pushed it behind Ordoya.
And we now have a set point.
Two of them
Hughes and
potentially, and
Powers.
that's 4 in a row
Yep.
for Hughes Powers from down
That's
4-2.
Incredible stuff.
That's why they're the best team in the country.
Yep. I mean, at the crucial moments, they tightened it up.
Which is
Playing
exactly what we saw in
incredible
Boston last
points.
week.
Yep.
2 weeks ago.
Nice ball there from Bursch. Great shot. Powers a little off the net.
Again, a little change of pace there.
All right, then Bursch to serve. No easy return coming. This ain't over yet. Oh!
Fault.
And no need for a return. And
Wow.
there you have it. First set to Hughes Powers 7-6 in an incredibly entertaining set. We'll take a break.
Power win the first set.
And we'll be back right after these messages.
At Maple Crest Lincoln, it's about time. Time to experience the unique Lincoln brand of style, performance, and safety, like this all-new 2020 Aviator. Time to discover the ease of personal connectivity with the Lincoln Way app. Time to enjoy premium ownership benefits with pickup and delivery, loaner cars, complimentary detailing, and much more. Serving Essex, Union, and Morris counties, Maple Crest Lincoln. Isn't it time?
We are back live from the Short Hills Club. I'm not Dave Broderick. I'm Patty Hogan alongside
Patty,
Big
welcome.
upgrade. Big upgrade.
Mark Fischel and Brad Easterbrook. And I was outside, you guys. What a crowd. I don't know if we can get a shot from our camera guy, and give you a quick glance around the club here. This would be a lovely time to do it. And it may or may not happen. But anyway, the crowds are gathering, ton of players. We had over 400 over these couple of days. And they all end up here, Mark and Brad. And as you know, there's a giant cocktail party going on out there.
Well, that's good, for them. We're up here in the booth, though, but we got a great set there.
There's the view. Let's talk about the first set, Brad.
Yeah.
I thought that Burish or Doya did everything right. I thought they played well, that they got a bunch of breaks, and they just finished second.
No, and, you just point to a couple of times. They were up 3-1 and had game point, and then proceeded to go, I can't remember, fault misreturn, but played 3 undisciplined loss of points to go quickly into that game to get Powers to 3-2. Then they're kind of sitting back in there, and they're up in the tiebreaker, and then just a few more points here and there, little blurts and little moments. And at every crucial moment that happened, Hughes and Powers tightened it up and just played a great point. And in every other way, you'd have to say Burish or Doya played a great set.
I think this is really a big moment in the match, Brad, because I don't think that Burish nor Doya can afford to have a letdown here. And they've come out and made a couple of fast errors to start set number 2.
Yep.
And if they're not careful, they're going to be shaking hands pretty quickly. They've really got to stay focused and stay in it.
That is just money right there. You see Hughes with his hands on his hips going, geez.
They have to make sure the ball didn't hit him.
Right,
Still in play.
That was pretty impressive.
I mean, if that ball hits Hughes,
bounces over and bounces back and hits him before it lands on the court the second time. It does. It is a lost point. I don't know that I've ever seen that, but. And I think that was wide. Called out.
Ball's out.
All right. I think he should have to make that call. I think he's more asking if it's wide. I don't know if he's asking Powers or not, but
40-15.
Anyway, called out, so 40-15.
Oh, Patty, we just got a result that Delmonico Gebbia going 3. Is that awfully fast for them to be in the third set?
I'll tell you, Martina and Anna came out really flat, and Gebbia and Delmonico just looked super determined at that beginning of the match and just went through the first set. And then I think Anna and Martina
things changed.
Made an adjustment or two. I think, Anna's still a young one. Sometimes she goes out late at night, later.
Yes,
and,
the rumor has it she had a tough night last night.
The person who stays out the latest sort of hits a little bit of a wall at 4 o'clock. So the good thing for Anna is it's 20-5.
Yeah.
What great hands there from Powers, but comes in second there. Great job. All right, 40-30.
We've got to get a score on the Brzova and Nika Cooper Hanisch match.
Yep. New APTA CEO Amin Kaduri is our roving score guy. He's going to give us that result shortly.
And how did he do in the tournament today?
I think he had a ball coming down from Boston.
Nice.
I think he's got a bum knee a little bit.
Up 1-1 love.
Oh. Now, I think one of the big things to look for in the second set is, we talked about how well Burish and Adoya played in that set before. Look at his great hands here from Powers.
Powers.
Can't get that one there. And but they also had some things go well for them. Bunch of let chords, which they deserved. And
to me, there's no deserving or not deserving them. They got them.
Sure. Either way.
They didn't go the other way for Hughes Powers.
Sure.
On a bunch of balls they hit.
Whatever.
I think it's kind of small that you didn't think that Hughes Powers deserved lead courts, but we'll get past that.
Yeah. And then they volleyed incredibly well.
15 all.
And Burish was hitting his backhand really well. But since about 4 all in that first set, we haven't seen that backhand as much.
Well, they need this game. It's early in the match, early in the set, but they need this game.
Yeah.
You can kind of see their shoulders slump as they lost that set.
Yeah, it's a little bit one of those where you're kicking yourself, too. Yeah.
Yep.
Should have had that first. But in the big moments, some Powers played better in the big moments.
So that last ball off the wires there, that's the ball I want to see Burish hit with 2 hands. He doesn't like to drive that ball off the wires with 2 hands, does he?
Strangely enough, he hits that with 1 hand. And he's one of the only two-handers, that does it. Most of the guys will take it with 2-handers. Compton, whoever else you want to talk about with the good two-handers out there, Parsons. Burish will take it with 1.
So, Mark, can you tell us what's going on in some of these other courts right now?
Well, in the open division, Viet Koff Claire playing Cochran Estes in 1 semi. And Shizuke, Mashanga are playing Rosenau Stulek in the other. The top 4 seeds against Cochrane Estes were 6.
6 seed, yeah.
And that qualifies them for nationals, I think, Patty.
Cool.
The winner qualifies.
I thought top.
I thought I heard someone say top 2.
We'll have to get some clarification on that.
So winner and finalist. We got a little confusion. Now that was a straight-legged flip with a backhand with no feet on that one.
Yeah, they're struggling right now. I don't like their body language. I don't think the shots like some very good start the second set.
No, everything they did right in the first is not in evidence right now.
You guys may have already touched upon it. I wasn't really listening in the first set toward the end. Did you talk about the importance of Burris and Erdoya getting that first set in order to? You did. I'm sure you covered it because you guys don't miss a trick.
Well, let's not go overboard.
Okay.
We did talk about it.
Well, I think it's even deeper than that, too, in the sense of they did everything kind of the way they wanted to do in the first set.
I don't think kind of. I think they had a perfect game plan and they stuck with it.
Well, what I mean is they missed a couple of crucial balls in crucial points, you know. So, but they did everything the way they wanted to do it in that first set, and they still lost. So that's like a dagger.
And they got so many breaks. I mean, what, we got 7 lead cords in their favor. That didn't count the ones that didn't go over for Hughes Power. So top 4 qualified in the Open for Nationals. So Cochrane Estes are in.
Great, good for them. To see my old combatants out there. And by old, I really mean that. No. Cochrane's a great competitor. So is Estes.
You know, I was talking to a lot of people out in the crowd. There's a lot of paddle expert analysis courtside, and I love just kind of talking to them during this tournament especially. And, you know, Erdoya, obviously a local pro, and Burris, you know, they're a step away. But Hughes and Powers are just so good. I mean, they're a great team, and great teams find the way to come up with those 3 points. And you don't have to do anything wrong, as we've all learned in competition. And you're on the losing side.
Now, is that the analysis out there?
That's the analysis.
So that's game to Hughes Powers. They lead 2-love.
Yep.
Second set. And
things are spiraling a little bit right now.
Spiraling quickly right
And we have seen this from Erdoya at times. And even in the last match they played where they took that first set, it got tight. When the third came around, Erdoya had a bit of a walkabout. You know, he disappeared. Now, the rains did come, but regardless.
Well, I think this is a great opportunity for them. They're going to have to dig in deep, put on their big boy boots, as I always say, and they've got to, or their big boy pants. And Powers and Hughes, to me, national champions in the finals last year. You have to have everything go your way and a little bit of luck, I think, to take them out.
Yep.
Wow.
And your level of play, oh my Lord, there can be no drop in intensity for 1 second, because as you point out, all of a sudden it could be 3 games in 5 minutes.
So just to repeat, it's 2-love, Hughes Powers.
So we're going to adjust that score.
Ooh. He was looking for it.
Oh, I was jumping behind you, Brad.
Looking for the spike. Yeah, that is like, he's the freight train, man. When Hughes is coming forward and hitting the ball from a high position, just don't bother, just leave. You make the ball, he'll make volley the next one behind you anyway.
Why would they give him that ball?
You know, that's the question we often ask every time he hits it. Like, why would they give him that ball? Because every now and then you can't catch it behind him, but you know, he always gets back anyway. It's just tough sometimes, and you get baited into it over time. And there you go. So he's hitting another one of the Powers now. You did get it behind him. But these are the calculated risks. That was a great cut overhead there by Burris.
Caught Powers in a little bit.
And that's what it is actually, yeah. It started with the first good overhead that he caught him when he got Powers up in the court. So great job by Burris.
I think that's the amazing thing about Hughes and Powers when I watch them play, and you see John over there in the corner and he's just climbing up that side screen. You're like, why would someone hit him that ball right then?
Yep.
But you just get sucked into the John Hughes Mark Powers' vortex. And before you know it, he's crushing another one of those shots.
Boy, that was lucky there.
Well, I honestly haven't seen anybody beat these guys except in the last couple of years, except by using a singular formula once they reach the top.
What's the formula, Brad? And how many parts of this and what parts of that? I might have missed the formula chat earlier.
You know, I mean, in general, if you can get the ball deep and soft time and time again,
What Mark
Hughes,
Parsons did to the Hughes forehand.
to the Hughes forehand, time and time again, not like once, you know, time and time again, close off the net, let him beat you with that ball, and then play a ball every now and then when you get Powers pressing. And then you get them, and you can get Hughes possibly to lose a little confidence in the forehand and Powers to press. And that's the only thing I've seen work. I mean, I don't know about you, Mark. You seen anything else work? I mean,
No,
try to.
that's a good analysis, Brad.
You know, and what's great about that is Hughes is, you know, working on taking that away too.
Yeah, you can see his forehand's gotten much more consistent off the deck. That was a good one right there.
Yeah.
Delmonico Gebbia update, 2-all, third set against tournament number 1 seeds, Andreeva and Zabori.
Great shot. Great shot. But I think the biggest thing about this match, to actually, you know, more than anything else, is when those moments got big, how well Hughes and Powers played. Like, did not miss, brought the big shots at the big moments.
What a get from Hughes. See him turn the paddle around.
Yep. Flipper. We call that the reverse inverter, or just the inverter.
It's a inverter?
Inverter.
The reverse inverter. The inverter?
No. You got it all wrong. I think he's calling that wide. All right.
Okay.
Now when it rains, it pours.
That's 3-love.
He's going to argue it, but
it's not.
It's not his call.
It's
the
not
umpire.
his
Why
call.
is he saying it's your call?
I'm told I'm not calling lines. No, if we had, you're not. Hold on. If you go to me.
John Hughes is getting animated.
Once again, the umpire situation truly has to be worked on a little bit here. But in this situation, the umpire has the ability to overrule, and that's it. And
Umpire said it was on the line, end of
and
conversation.
it is the umpire's call. It is the umpire's call. So we'll see how they work it out on court.
Okay, so Brazova and Nika lost the first set and are up 5-2 in the second. To me, this is a simple situation. Change sides. The umpire said it was on the line. Lost the point.
But it's only simple if the umpire takes control and says
Yes,
this is
but
the case. If that's not what's happening, then it's not a simple situation.
But that's what the umpire's got to do. He's already said the ball was in the line. End of story. Lost a point.
But then he's also already said, you know.
Well, he also said it wasn't his call.
It's not his call. So, I mean, which is just the opposite of what it is. Because it is his call, and he already said it was in.
He might say it was Sunday, but it's not Sunday.
All right, so they're moving it over to Hughes and Powers, and it's no question that that's how that should have worked out, regardless of whether Bursch thinks it was in or not in. It doesn't really matter. That's the umpire's call.
And this is an absolute must game for Bursch or Doya.
They just got to get something, but because things are out. But that's just an angry play right there.
Yeah, I mean he's got a short forehand.
That's an angry play.
This is where it's kind of like the Rangers scrambled eggs, and you've just got to get your composure back and go back to your game plan and be smart.
Yeah, the mental toughness of Powers and Hughes here has definitely been on display. When the moments were tougher, they were tough. And now this is the tough moment for Bursch or Doyle. Let's hopefully they can put it back into a place, because they played it so well. So well in that first set.
They did, until it came down to the big moments.
Yep, just 2 or 3 moments. And in fairness, Powers Hughes played a great point, you know, on 1 or 2 of them.
Yep.
You know, which is what we were talking about. And I can't say they played a bad point. They just lost them. But it's been a little.
But that's what the difference between winning and losing is at this level.
Sure.
Right? It's not that someone's going to miss 27 forehands. It comes down to, well, I was going to say
I
me
might.
first. Me first. But
28.
28, yeah. But they just played the big points better. Which is what we saw in the Australian Open final, where Dominic Thiem might have been the better player, but Novak Djokovic played the big points better.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of racket sports in terms of the scoring. You may not win more points.
Nope.
Winning the important points in the big moments in time.
That is true.
So that's 15 all.
Yep. Slide.
How many seasons ahead are John and Mark in terms of competition at the highest level in the sport compared to Mick and Sven?
3 or 4?
Yeah, I'd say 2, actually.
2?
I mean, Mick's been around.
Right.
You know, Mick's been around for a while. I mean, he was playing with Dan Regan at a really high level. You know, they won Long Island, and, you know.
What's the conversation here?
Not sure.
How did the umpire see it? He saw it. I know. No, I know. It's all good.
Okay, the reason I asked that
Okay,
question.
so let's get to that squared there. I think they called the ball out. All right, whatever. Their conference is done there.
I think the players have an agreement among themselves right now that they're going to make sure they handle this. I think.
They're taking control, which is fine, I guess.
So Hughes Powers overruled themselves there?
I have no idea.
I mean, they're nice. I don't think they're that nice.
That's what it sounded like happened. 30-all.
30-all.
Burrish is going to have to come back right here.
Okay, so my point where I was asking the question before, at the highest level, Hughes and Powers have done this more, and people have to realize the only way you can grind out here and have success in the sport at the top is that you get up at 7:30 in the morning and you're able to sustain throughout the day forever and ever. And I think that's what Hughes and Powers can do. They can go 8 or 9 hours, and I think Sven and Mick have so much of an upside. And I think it just comes down to moments like this where one of them has to sort of strap the other guy on and say, come on, let's go.
Well,
we can do this.
That's a great point and leads to the question of who's the captain on that team?
Well, I think that you need to have someone who's gonna rise, and that's the difference in these matches.
Because I don't think there's been a team that won nationals without a captain as long as I can remember. So who's the captain on the Burrish-Urdoya team?
I don't know. I don't understand a lot of what they say to each other when they're out on the court, so I don't know who the captain is.
Is that because they're speaking Croatian or because...
No, well, you know, Urdoya doesn't speak Croatian. But...
Well, and then I think it's exactly that. Speaking, and you can just see, I think Hughes and Powers, they'll have the connection with each other, even if something doesn't go their way, where I don't see that with Urdoya and Burris out here today.
Yeah, I think that's a great comment. You saw Burrish kind of lose his cool there, and you didn't see Urdoya go over and say, hey, Sven, come on, hang in there, come on.
Right, I still think you're cute.
Right.
Let's go.
Maybe he doesn't think he's cute.
He doesn't think he's as cute now as he was in the first set.
I think you just got the motivational speak all wrong. I still think your cue might not be the right words, Patty. But you know, you probably know more than I do. But I still think you're cute.
Back to deuce.
Oh, that's a nice transition ball.
You know, Brad, you're right. Mixed baby's really cute.
No.
I think I misspoke there.
Well, I don't think it would be good if he said, I still think you're sexy or anything along those lines. But all right, here we go.
This would be a big hold. Hughes misses that forehand.
You got to get a game.
Point.
You just got to get a game.
Got to start.
That's good. It starts him off. Let's see if they can. Because this also now he's got the game. Now Burrish might calm down a little. Urdoya, they can settle back down. Things went wrong for a bit. Call was called against them. They had a little argument with the umpire. Frustrating. Frustrated to lose the first set, right?
And here you see them talking in the backcourt, Burrish initiating. I think that's a really good idea.
See if they can get back to what they did before. That was giving them some success. Oh, that's just a great shot. But that's a ball you didn't see Urdoya miss in the first set because he was more, to me,
active.
More engaged and active. Now he seems a little deflated, and that to me looks like that's another huge, that's a great ball from Burrish, though. If we see that again, oh, good get by Powers. That was a good drop from Burrish.
And you commented in our last match, Brad, and I think accurately, no team in the country is better than these guys are putting in one more ball in the court.
Oh! He's like, give the big scream. He just laid it up Erdoya right on the Powers forehand short.
Maybe Erdoya didn't like what Burge had to say to him.
Just Burge had about like 0.01 seconds to get ready to volley that ball.
It's a great shot of head umpire Mark Bliss's Ford pickup truck, Maple Crest Ford Lincoln, local dealer, sponsor of the Short Hills Invitationals and the Junior Nationals this year, and the PTI Nationals in New Jersey.
You're seeing that big truck there
That
in the back
big
behind
truck.
Burge and Erdoya?
Oh yeah.
So I can get one of those at...
You can go to Maple Crest, right down the street,
you
about 11 minutes from here. You'd miss a couple points, Brad, but you could go get yourself something.
I'm going to wait.
Oh, great volley from Hughes. Loved
Yep.
how he closed the net up there.
Yeah, he's a very, very good volleyer.
Catches the seam.
Great shot.
40 love. Patty, you want to walk us through the schedule the rest of the day in terms of what we can expect to see from the stream matches?
Sure. We are finishing up our women's semis, and we're hoping at the conclusion of this match to show you the women's final. If we get a little time and we have to wait before that can happen, depending if this goes 3, we'll get bonus coverage of the one and only Hall of Famer Mike Stulak playing out here in the semifinals, and they're on our other court where we can flip the camera and we just show you some of that coverage if time allows.
Because it seems like the women's final won't start much before 6.
I don't think so at this point. We'll see how much time.
40-30.
I mean,
All right, slowly, Burge Erdoya.
Yeah,
From
chance to
40
get back
love
in.
down, get this to deuce, see what happens. Burge stepping it up. I like it. If he can, like you said, sort of get, to me, Burge is back. Get Erdoya the same, and there.
Got a
Flip over. Powers missing 2 drives there.
Yeah, got away with that overhead. That's not one you want to live with. Mark Powers missed that one.
Back to deuce. And if a little life comes back into Burge and Erdoya, they certainly played the level before. No reason they couldn't do it again.
No question.
Oh, look at that from Erdoya. That's a hell of a serve, and just crushes it.
5-hole.
Wow, what a great roller from Erdoya.
Point to get back on serve.
Quietly back into it. A couple of misses on balls that, see, and then some really good play there from Burge Erdoya, stepping it up.
I think it's all because they had that quick little chat. They had that connection again, Brad and Mark, and you know how important that is when you're struggling a little bit.
It's only everything.
It's only everything, and it takes it's one moment, and then all of a sudden it can change everything.
But he almost missed that overhead.
Yeah, very close. There we go. There's the Burge backhand. You're going to need that.
Love that aggressive step Burge had there to the middle of the court, looking to open the backhand up.
Yep, he'll do that often. Always prefers to hit that backhand. Nice. Now this is back to the points they were playing before. This is what they want. This is good. Dialing it back in. Powers doing a really good job looking for creases and nicks. definitely more of those looks from Hughes and Powers than there have been from Bursch or Doria. Too low. It's a little low for that. Hughes is in perfect position. The best you could hope for there is a let cord winner, which could get, but
Why
tough.
do you think he hits that with one hand, Brad, not two?
It's just the way he developed it, and he just feels more confidence in it. And I mean, it's some of these guys, but it's funny in Bursch's case, and I think for the most part, because he hits the ball flat. See, and if you're a guy who rolls the ball off the screen, that's easier with the two hands, but he doesn't. He hits it flat.
But that ball from high to low, you can just come right down.
Yeah,
on.
but it also doesn't matter as much whether you're hitting it one or two, if you're going to hit it flat and down. So that's why he just developed it that way. And now it's sort of like just what he does. Oh, that's such good play. That's a perfect way to play that exchange from Hughes. Takes one try to dink it low, couldn't get it on him. Then he lob volleys it and retreats because he knows he's doesn't have the better of it. Ooh, it's close. What a get.
Great court coverage from Bursch.
So long.
But how about that forehand from Powers?
Yeah, but that's what I was saying before. He holds it. You cannot tell if he's going to hit it inside out or come around the outside of the ball. He does it at the last second
Power lead 4-1.
with a wrist flip, and it's unreadable. Unreadable. And
that was an explosion, that one.
Yeah, it's unreadable.
So I can only assume that Cooper Hanisch would go on 3. Patty, have we gotten a score on that one?
I have not. I'm just kind of checking, seeing where our roving scorekeeper is, Amin Kaduri.
I think that we've got a husband out there who can give us a score, too. Let me try Martin Bostrom.
4-1.
That's great lob. Caught him leaning the wrong way.
12-15.
Martin has got his phone out, so I expect we're going to get a score momentarily. And his phone goes away as he asks me an irrelevant question.
Oh, did not get that one.
Oh, I know that feeling.
Do you, Patty? Because you were often climbing up there looking for spikes.
Totally. I used to look for that.
Using
all the
your
time.
height to your advantage to.
No, I just meant many bouncing balls over my head.
That was a great ball. Played perfectly from Bursch. Sometimes you take that risk, for that forward move. You'll get a few spikes and you get burned once in a while.
Yes, hopefully we'll get a score on the Cooper Hanisch match from Martin Bostrom.
Oh boy, he's gonna spike it. Oh, they just
started to bell, then stopped.
Yep. And wisely, Hughes was able to recognize that, took the pace off the overhead. Oh! And there we have a move back from Doria, and he just misses it.
A little bit of a dagger there.
Cut off the edge of the paddle.
15-30.
All right, 15-30.
Another moment where the match is kind of hanging in the balance.
Yeah, they just can't afford anything now but super tight play. Now it's gotten a lot better than what we saw in the beginning of the set when they were playing a little angry and frustrated.
Well, you can't afford to make that mistake.
Oh,
just great volley there from Bursch.
Yeah, and he was lucky not to get hit with the next one, and then he yells sorry knowing he's on his heels just hitting a backhand. That's a mental lapse, though. And what they what they need to do now is be as strong or stronger than Hughes Powers mentally. Not easy to do.
Okay, we have a correction from Scott Kaler. Araya Parsons are still at A in Compton for the 4th seed at Nationals.
Okay. I like that, Kaler, a really good math guy. He's doing his calculations there. That's great. Thanks.
Oh, it's a great lob from Hughes.
And the lob with the forward move. It's not one thing, but it's the combination of things. Now, it's a little kind of, you know, a no-brainer to say that they need this game. They can't get down 5-1, I think, here. It's, you know. But Hughes overplayed his hand there. He made a great move, came forward, had the play, well responded by Hughes and Powers, and then by Bursch and Ardoya, and then
there it is, 5-1.
5-1, but too fast. Read well by Hughes Powers. They've gotten away from their game plan. They got to get back to it and play that super solid way they started off the match.
Okay, so it's 1-1. Cooper, Hanisch, Brzova, Nika in the third.
Oh. 15 love. Did he hit a drop volley on purpose on that ball at his feet? That's a ridiculous shot if that was the case. Unbelievable.
Yeah, you just kind of feel like Bursch or Ardoya got a little bit loose mentally in the second set after losing that tough first set.
Oh, there's no question they got angry and loose, but we understand why, but it's also kind of one of the differences. Anytime when mental toughness was called for here, and they played such a good set, you know, the bigger points, you know, they responded a little better, you know, Hughes and Powers. That's, you know, certainly the case. And Bursch and Ardoya it's a good team. And the pieces, like we said before, you know, Mark talking about this a few times, their pieces fit really well together. They volley great. They have weapons. We saw Bursch hitting his backhand today, you know, with great success. They got speed. They got courage, good serves. You know, it's just mental. A lot of it's mental. And then sticking through it for an entire 2-3 set match.
Yep. I think that's a great comment. And that's the big concern you have to have for them at Nationals. Okay, that takes us to triple match point.
You know, because they do have everything. And I think they can play kind of fast or slow. They can move the pace around. They don't play just one way. They have the ability to play with multiple styles. Oh, wow, just that heavy roller. What a shot from Ardoya. Never say die. 40-15. Match point number 2.
So at the conclusion of this, Mark, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine, Patty Hogan.
Oh, lovely. At the conclusion of this match, we're going to switch over, and we're just going to put a camera on center court here. A huge crowd has gathered to watch the semifinals of the Open Division here, Mark. And we will not be commentating at the beginning. We're just going to throw the camera and let the play speak for itself.
Wow.
And we'll come back on with the women's final when we finish some women's semis.
If this match finishes now.
Oh, this is a great point here.
See that running topspin forehand from Bursch? We haven't seen that shot all year.
Awesome. That is so I'm going to save my third match point with the one shot I haven't all year. Might as well, right?
Might as well.
As soon as we know what the start time of the women's final is, we will share that or post it.
Wow, this is a terrific point. Oh. And match point 3 save. That's great. And really, really good point there from Bursch or Ardoya.
So Annika Cooper serving 1-2 in the third, and we'll try and get a score for the Andreeva-Zabori match with Delmonico Gebbia.
Great switch there from Hughes Powers, seamless.
Wow, all of a sudden.
4 in a row.
Love the fight from Bursch or Ardoya.
4 in a row. And you definitely feel a little bit of a lessening of the mental structure here from Hughes Powers there, but it's just great points these last 3. Love it.
Oh, what a forehand from Ardoya. I thought he was out of position.
5 in a row.
He just John Hughes that shot.
I mean, 5-2. That's pretty good right there. Let's see if they can build on it. I mean, they're up against the wall right now. And that was a little bit of it was great points, but it was also a little kind of devil-may-care, going for your shots kind of points, and they were able to pull them off. And great plan.
Timo Araya is going to get us a score from the Andreeva-Zabori match with Domenico Gebbia, because Timo Araya is the best scorekeeper we got.
On top of that, Timo Araya, I think you should have to say, 10 and under champion of the Connecticut Junior Open. Timo Araya, not just Timo Araya. Timo Araya, 10 and under champion of the Connecticut Junior Open.
Great forehand there.
Number one ranked 10 and under player last year.
With his partner.
With Maddox Parsons.
Nope. Well, that was last year. Now
Last year.
This year.
Number one ranking last year.
Playing with Mr. Melnikov.
Gosh.
He's a great player
There's
as well.
faults.
So.
They come back. They have that great hard fought game, and then serve that's too hard and a fault. Back to love 30. Just feel like you're walking uphill all the time.
Yep.
Like when we went hiking in the Tetons, Brad.
That was a lot of uphill until it was downhill. That was a beautiful area of the country. Oh, Burrish just taking risks and just
did not think that was the best of decisions, but it worked out.
At this point, every decision they're making right now in these moments, they're great.
It's about to be love 40 again.
Just making a stretch volley there and puts it away. It hits out Powers with it. Great shot. He just read the play. You know, you got in that moment where there really isn't anything to lose right now for Burrish or Doya.
Oh, and their Powers fails to follow the ball into the corner. We're back to deuce.
And they're playing that way, and it's great. And if they get this game, see, things might get a little interesting. Ooh.
Point for 5-3.
How about that? Right for the crease. That was a good ball. Another really good roller from Erdoya. That's the one. If he can hit that into that back screen and get it to die near the side, that is a terrific ball. And there is the hold from Love 30 down.
5-3. Look at this.
5-3.
We were all set to write him off, Brad. We were changing courts, and look.
And here we are now.
Here
Hughes
we are,
and Powers.
yeah.
There's a little danger moment.
Oh, yeah.
Here.
More than a little. More than a little. And you've lost Love 40. 40 Love, triple match point. That's a lot of pressure on you.
They're going to have to get their game into play where they're playing super solid again. They started missing a couple. And Burrish Doyer just came up with some incredible shots. And as I said, they feel like they're a little bit like they're just going for them. And they're making them, and they're great.
Well, that point at Love 30 where Love 30 where Burrish was just completely out of position and made an amazing volley or two.
Yep. Incredible.
That was a kind of like a hell with it moment.
But they're winning them. And you know, Hughes and Powers have missed a couple now, so this is that perfect formula for a comeback, right?
Yep.
Although when we get to 5-4, it'll get super tight again, I suspect. Some cheering in the background, actually, for one of our open semifinals. And that's always a crowd favorite. Mike Stulak playing on the court. Hall of Famer. That's going to be tough. That is a great cutter. And he didn't hit that one with the super short thigh. He cut it so it spun into the side screen, and then Doria couldn't play it. It's too good.
Mark, do you know when you stand up, I can't see through you? You're not clear. Oh, I get to see the match again now. I was quiet for a while there. My view was blocked.
Mark's got to work on his back, stretch out a little.
15 all.
Patty, if you listed Mark's commentator demands, he did have massages he wants for his back.
Yep, he's going to have to go elsewhere.
Okay, we believe it's 4-1 on Andreeva-Zabori in the third set, according to ace scorekeeper Timo Araya. Cool. If you want to see Timo, he'll be at the New York Open this week in Uniondale, playing, watching.
And maybe Timo can give us an update on the Roxy Anika match.
There we've got Martin Bostrom out there, so I'll get an update from him.
Well, Timo's making a move, Mark. He is embracing the roving scorekeeping role.
And there's a first burst cutter for a winner. I love it. And that is a shot. I love it. They're feeling like they're going for it now, and it's all put into place.
So is it 30-15 or 15-30?
It is 30-15, I believe.
I think when you're down 5-1, there's no pressure, Brad, all of a sudden, and it gets a little bit easier.
Yeah, they're playing.
And how many times have you guys seen this happen? Someone goes way down, all of a sudden they start
They're playing
becoming really competitive again.
No, it's
volley
just,
from Burrish there. And we saw that with that running forehand, topspin forehand volley by Burrish on match point.
Powers just flies that
all.
forehand, 30 all.
These guys are just hanging around, and this is a testimony to competing. If you just hang in there, good things will happen.
They put those big boy pants on, and
Yeah.
they're here now. I
And
mean,
Hughes faults and a point for 5-4.
at the start of this game, I would have bet you $1 that Hughes holds easily.
Oh, I mean.
Wrong again.
I would have said that when it was 5-1, but now, you know, it's a little different. But now it's deuce, and here we go. And this has always been that moment. You know, if we had to say there was one or two things, it's just been the moments here and there. Oh, that's a big backhand.
Well, there's the approach you don't like, Brad.
I mean, it just doesn't work. I
Yep.
mean, you know, I mean, it's not. I would like it if it worked, but Bursch getting a little late start. It works the other way when Erdoya goes, and only if he goes on the Bursch swing. Oh my goodness, he got that.
Wow.
What's the call here? I don't understand why this play stopped. We got to
Get a
see this.
replay. Up too late. We missed it there.
They're going to have to play a lead if that's the case, because that ball.
Did it hit off the screen before it went
well,
over?
It's possible. I think they think he might have hit off the screen or.
Right, paddle screen over. Somehow, I don't know.
You know, I was going to say, Brad, they had the break point, and Bursch misses the return to serve. And those are the moments in time you have to embrace.
That's the exact thing I was making a point there before we got into this. Is those are the crucial moments right there.
I didn't think he touched it and he turned around and he played it. I didn't think he did, but he could have.
But Erdoya's call at the end of the day.
Play the point over.
Yeah, I think they got to play a lead here. So they think, Hughes Powers think that Erdoya touched the ball when he was scraping at it off the side screen there. And then he spun around and got it on the back. And so Hughes and Powers were, you know, they hit it over, but they were stopping play.
On a lighter note, we've got an update from Timo Araya. 2-all.
And why are you suggesting that's a lighter note, Patty?
Anika and Brozova are in a battle with Hanisch and Cooper. 2-all third set. Thanks, Timo.
All right, so we got deuce here. That's an interesting turnaround.
Boy, if you're Hughes Powers, you just hate to have to play the point again, which you feel like you already won it.
Yep. But now I guess we'll have to put some of their mental fortitude to the test. And he's going to hit that. Nice. Ooh. He was almost confused Powers there. Ooh. That's big.
Too big.
Yeah. I think he was hoping they'd try to stab at it. Sometimes you take the big one. You notice he didn't take a step forward and try and come take the net. He just ripped it, and he was hoping they would stab at it, because that'll happen too from time to time. So take your gambles. Way too big to take the net from. Oh! Oh!
What a great hit from Erdoya.
Erdoya is some athlete.
Yeah, but what a volley by Powers, too. The whole
my
combo of those
that was
balls.
great.
Yeah, I thought the volley by Powers was amazing, but a little bit of a miss hit.
Either way, just to stick the paddle
Details,
out on that
Mark.
ball.
Yeah.
I'll take his miss hits over most of my hits ever.
Oh, there's more of the swinging backhands from Erdoya.
Yeah, Erdoya's just letting it rip here.
Amazing play from Erdoya. It's really like it feels like they already lost, so might as well just keep swinging.
Break point. I mean, this is crazy stuff. Look at that little doinker.
I think the game got easier for them when they went down so much.
It did. And there's no question that, and there was definitely a couple like loose balls in there from Hughes and Powers. And, you know, how quickly it can go. I mean, we pretty much had this thing written off. And at one point, you know, they were down 3-love, and they just sort of started playing better. You know, they got rid of their anger, actually. I can't remember. There was
down
something that
5-1?
happened. Yeah, the 3-1, I felt like they were getting rid of that angry stuff, you know, like just, and then.
Well, when they switched sides to 3-love on the reverse call on Burish, he served a pretty good game.
And now,
and there we go.
It is 5-4.
Wow.
It is a wow, actually. It is a wow.
Yeah.
Because
5-4.
No, I was going to say you can't say that this match has gone back to the way it was in the first, where they're playing this strategy and tight, and the points are tight and perfect. Now it's more like free swinging and misses.
Just going for it.
And more of the misses are coming from Hughes and Powers, though, when they've taken a few free swingers and just Powers airmailed an overhead one time, or you know, and it's almost probably confusing for Hughes and Powers now. They got to just bear down and play really good points one after another right now. You can't. You know, I hate to say it in the other vein, but they have to bear down now and make sure they come up with the goods. You know, they're still ahead, but this is the time. We go 3 here. We could be here till 9 o'clock at night. 10. It's 5:30 already. Wow. A lot of paddle ahead of us. I feel like this is going to grind now. We're back to that grind.
Looks like Andrekova Zabori are through. That court is done. Try and get confirmation from somebody on that.
I think Amin is going to tell us about that match, maybe. Andrekova Zabori, did they pull that out, Amin? Not sure. Amin came from a different direction.
You know, Amin was out there keeping score for us, and he couldn't keep score of one of the 2 women's semis. Does he know the score of the other women's semi? No, he doesn't.
Well,
so which women's semi was he watching,
There was
Patty?
no algorithm involved with it. This is just straight up scorekeeping.
This may not be.
You don't have to factor who, you know, the strength of your opponent or not.
Great rip there. Love 15.
Oh, that's good cutoff by Bursch. So long. Good, he's adding a little extra juice on these now. Spin.
Almost a permanent eye with Burish in front of Verdoya.
Looking to cut off for sure. Or some. Say it's hurt him much. That's what they're looking for. If Bursch can get a bead on something that's that off-pace ball and cut it off, hit an offensive volley behind him. Actually, you know, mind the play. And I haven't seen yet.
Boy, that is a questionable decision by Verdoya there. Gets away with it though.
Just enough spin so the Powers can't tee it up.
Hey, but he hit the shot and he just went over and covered exactly where he had to on Powers.
Looks like it's 2-3.
Did he touch the net?
Hanisch
Someone
serving.
called it on themselves.
I think it's love 30 then.
Timo has
Touch
just
the
said
net, right?
it's 2-3. Thanks, Timo Araya.
Hanisch serving 2-3 in the third. So you think that's love 30 here?
I do. I think he was called for touching the net. I think that's
Yep, 15-30.
15-30,
Well,
yep.
that's Hughes' bread and butter. That backhand off the back wire, misses that one.
Well, once the thing started to turn, you know, Hughes Powers missed a few.
Yeah.
They might be coming back now. Wow,
Oh.
what a response there from Verdoya. Incredible drive right back. Oh,
What an adjustment.
That counts as going down, Brad.
nope.
He was leaning against the wires.
He
The
had a
wires weren't
hand
there, would have been
but
down.
I think his back or knees have to touch the ground. Does not count.
They just love that waterfall overhead.
Yeah, you know, have they been hurt that bad with it? I mean, not today.
They've gotten away with a bunch of them.
I mean, all these taller guys, you know, you see it from the complement of the tall guys.
Well,
you
Scott
know,
Kaler leads the league in them.
McNerney probably,
Yeah.
you know, as well. You know, I mean, these guys use it and they get some effect with it. I mean, Bursch, he's another one of those, you know, 6'3", 6'4", maybe, tall guy. It's a lot of angle on it.
Another love 30 game, back to 30 all.
Yep, no, they're doing an incredible job. And right now, the shot at the moment has sort of disappeared for Houston Powers. They're not able to come up with the goods. Nice offensive volley. Ooh.
That was a little, they got away with that a little bit there.
Great close by Burris. I feel like he's looking to volley more offensively today for sure.
Much closer than that than we've seen him in the past.
Yep. So we're talking about that, and I like it. You know, he's doing a good job sealing off points. You know, what I call, there are various types of volleys. Some you're just floating deep, some are what I call shutdown volleys, where you're looking to take the drive and volley it right back at the guy offensively to shut down the point. And yeah, but if it hits the chair, that's part of the rules. If
Doesn't
it
matter,
the guy,
yeah.
I
Lost the
mean,
point.
And Hughes is mad because it's going in, but that's the rules. I
Chair's
mean,
there. Can't hit the ball there.
It's just part of the game, unfortunately.
Point
him.
for 5 all. What were the odds on this about 20 minutes ago, Brad?
The odds were, I mean.
I'm telling you, they had that kumbaya one moment. That's all they needed.
You think
Got
that
on
just
the
that
same-
little conference in the back?
I think so. I think the little mic that I had that went into Mick's ear
Brain?
and Sven's said, come on, guys, get on the same page. You can do this.
Now, Patty, are you in some degree claiming some sort of credit?
Totally. I think it
Okay.
was when we talked about them being cute. And I think that was a real game changer.
What a rip there from Powers.
Yep. I think he was trying to hit Burris, but I'm telling you, Burris is elusive. Not easy to hit him. Wow.
But I'll tell you, Sven had an opportunity to clock
That
high
forehand?
forehand, and he passed it up.
Yeah, I don't think he was ready for it. He wasn't looking for it.
Catches the lead cord, and we're at 5 all.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Now you see a little this walking, hands on the hips there from Hughes. Like, what just happened? You got to feel like you just been like, you know, ran over. You know, things weren't supposed to happen that way from 5-1 up. You know, that's not how it was supposed to go.
Danya is the assistant pro over at Kennybrook. He's a psychic almost, and he's predicted that the score would be 5-all in this set
Wow.
at 1-5.
He predicted that.
Great call.
Pretty impressive. The real question is, anybody can make that prediction. But if I called him up and said, I'll bet you $1,000,
Yeah.
will the score be 5-all? Then if he makes the prediction, I'll give him the full credit.
I'd make the bet, and then I'd go double or nothing once I lost it.
Love 15. Hughes and Powers have got to do something to stem this tie. That's 4 games in a row out of nowhere.
I mean, just fascinating, actually. And it really is. I mean, it's out of somewhere. It's out of just some incredible shots and shot making. But also, Hughes and Powers just not closing the door, you know, but also just some ridiculously good shots by Burson or, you know, Ardoya. And there, you know, and you see now, we went from seeing Ardoya a little less active. Now he rides that wave a little bit.
But it's interesting, you made the point earlier that it wasn't like they kind of buckled down, stuck with the game plan, and played really smart shots in the big moments. It was like, you know, we're losing anyway, so what the heck, I'm just going to start crushing the ball.
And everything's working now.
Yeah.
And you see Hughes is throwing up his hands.
Yeah.
This is
I mean, I still remember that running
is a
top spin
moment.
forehand from Burris on the second match point.
which we've seen none of.
Right.
Right? And then, and look at this. Everything's going. There you see Hughes.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to need something to go good, and there it's out.
And it's about to be down to the triple break point. Brad, you don't have dinner plans tonight, do you?
No, I'm fully committed. Or I should be.
Okay, Zabori, Andrejkova
And-
Zabori won 7-6 in the third.
And there you see a fault for
Serbian
6-5
mentality.
Serbian mentality.
Burush Erdoya.
That was over Gebbia Delmonico, semis of the Women's Open.
How about that?
Well,
And listen to this. Burish Erdoya will serve for the second set.
Yep, they will.
Mark, what's the highest number of games you've ever won in a row?
2.
Oh, really?
Might have been 3 one
You
time.
should have asked the question the other way, Patty. Mark, what's the number of games you've lost in a row? That's a more appropriate question.
There you go.
12.
Okay. Van Burst to serve for the second set after being dead and buried. I think their hands were out to shake. They were like halfway out.
And I tell you right now, Hughes Powers, they can't find a shot.
Oh, they're
and the other
they're-
guys, they're not missing
absolutely.
a shot. They can't find a shot.
Look at Hughes' body
Neither.
language. Hands behind his body. Just they.
It is unbelievable. Number 1 team in the country, and they both left.
Yeah, but they're shell-shocked.
They are shell shocked. I think that's a good description.
You know, and
And they had 2 Love 30 games and a 40 Love game.
yep. And every way, shape, or form, this has gone not what they thought could possibly be in the realm. You know, and Bersh and Nadoya earned it, but it was such a different way. And then, you know, Powers and Hughes, they've lost their shots. I mean, they're missing.
Yes.
Now. You know, so when things take a turn, they take this extraordinary turn sometimes.
I see Johan courtside watching his Boston buddies out there, but I also see him keeping a close eye on this match over here. He and Steven are going to be, they're watching closely. They're praying for 3 sets.
Well, I also know who they're rooting for.
You do?
They don't want any part of Hughes Powers.
I would think they want a rematch.
Yeah, I think they're favorites if they played Burris or Doya, and they're underdogs against Hughes Powers.
Everyone's an underdog against Hughes and Powers.
My point exactly. Look at Hughes, hands on hips, hands on knees, leaning over. The set's about over.
Well, that's 6, 7 points in a row, 8 points in a row now for Bersh Doya.
I thought we were going to have a little gap in between our women's final and this match, but
Maybe not.
I don't think so.
How do you call for takeout?
Well, Brad, we had that strange point where Mick appeared to hit the ball or didn't hit the ball.
Actually,
right?
you're
That was
right.
30 all.
That seems to be like a real big turnaround point, and that was a point. You know, it's a really good point that you're bringing up there, Mark, because that, if we had to define a real turnaround point here, other than some of the crazy shots
Yep.
they just started hitting, that's a big moment.
That would have given him match point again.
Yeah.
Of course, having had 3 previously doesn't mean they would have won it.
No, but what a difference, right? And what a difference in the way you feel about it going forward.
Yep.
If you lose it that way, whatever, you lost it that way. But when you lose it and you think it was sort of taken away from you, you know, and you've had, I wouldn't say this match has had controversy, but, you know, there have been a few moments of, you know, I don't know, what do you want to call it? Competitive, whatever. And, you know, and some of it hasn't been.
Misses it wide, and that takes us to double set point.
Wow. And that was a look for Hughes. He tried to spot it perfectly in the corner. And comes up short. And they, like I said, they've lost their shots. They have been missing balls.
And there it is, game in second set.
Wow.
Burris Doya, 7-5.
We'll go to a commercial break, and we'll be right back for the 3rd set.
That.
Scratch it, dub it, crack it like whoa. Pop it, lock it, top it, switch it like whoa. Whoa.
All my ladies in the back with me, all legit. Everybody gather round, now they placing bits. But
At Maple Crest Lincoln, it's about time. Time to experience the unique Lincoln brand of style, performance, and safety, like this all-new 2020 Aviator. Time to discover the ease of personal connectivity with the Lincoln Way app. Time to enjoy premium ownership benefits with pickup and delivery, loaner cars, complimentary detailing, and much more. Serving Essex, Union, and Morris counties, Maple Crest Lincoln. Isn't it time?
We are back at the Short Hills Club, the historic Short Hills Club in Short Hills, New Jersey for the Short Hills Invitational. Amazing men's semifinal match here. And if you just joined in, Brad, tell everyone all about it.
I mean, it was a complete shocker. You know, great first set from Borussia Doya, and they were, you know, playing it well, but then, you know, a few blurts here and there and mental moments. You know, Hughes Powers come up with the goods, win at 7-6, and playing angry to start the second and just loose, get down early and down 5-1. And inexplicably start just going for shots and making them. And Hughes and Powers, a little shell-shocked.
Yeah,
And started
yeah.
missing shots. And the tide just completely turned where you didn't see that composure from Hughes and Powers down the stretch. You saw everything seem to go wrong against them. And there was that crucial moment, Mark, that you were bringing up that I think actually is a huge moment.
The one where Ordoya started to swing at the ball off the side wire and either missed it or might have ticked it, according to Hughes and Powers.
Hughes and Powers think he hit it, and that would have given them another match point, a fourth after losing already 3 match points. But the fact that that kind of went against them, and then everything else started just snowballing, and they could not find their way, you know. And that's 6 games in a row for Borussia Doya. You know, the most amazing comeback, you know, that I've seen. And in a strange way, the most bizarre comeback.
Yeah, I mean,
you know,
as we talked
like,
about, it wasn't like they tightened things up and stopped making errors. They just started trading some crazy shots, and they were going in.
And they made amazing shots. And then Hughes and Powers, you know, went the other way. You know, started missing some balls, lost a little discipline.
So here we go.
Started going against them, and now we're going to see, you know, what this third set is. You know, it'd be funny to even call it any which way. You know, I could see Hughes and Powers rolling out to a 6-1, or I could see, you know, anything.
I know one thing for certain, Brad. The last point, it's going to be hard to win.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, that was crazy.
We talk about it all the time in sports. Closing is hard. And in platform tennis, it's harder than most because you can't step up and hit a big serve or a big forehand or finish a point off.
Good move there from Powers, reading the drive from Ordoya, tries to hit it and move forward, and Powers steps forward and slaps it behind him. He's very good at that offensive play, and 2 of them now right off the bat from Powers, 2 huge offensive volleys. I would think he's mad. You know, like, he can get fired up, and that's a really, really, really good return there from Ordoya.
30-15.
I mean, this match started a little bit after 3:15, 3:25 maybe, so they've been out there 2 hours, 20 minutes. First game, third set.
Body language-wise, what I see from Powers right now is intensity.
Yeah.
And I feel like they lost that intensity when they were up 5-1. They thought they were just going to win. And then they just assumed these crazy shots, you know, some of them that Burch or just start missing them.
But why wouldn't they assume that?
Yes, and I don't disagree with it. That's a great start right there. But to me, they lost their intensity, you know, as they were trying to get through that thing. And then things snowballed over. It was like the snowball, and it just started picking up more speed, that ball. And 6 games later, Setter, Adoya, and Burch.
Well, it's hard playing against somebody who, I don't want to say doesn't care, but is just kind of swinging away freely, trying crazy shots. Now we're going to see if there's going to be a dip in the the Burch Adoya intensity, because they didn't play a great first game, and Mick starts the second game with a fault.
Well, here's the great part about it. They can always fall back on what brought them back the second in the second set.
So
you know, just start swinging away, right? Hey, stranger things.
You know, those swinging aways are not working too well right now.
Hey, they were just down 5-1.
Yeah.
Anything can happen.
Like I said, that last point.
I say nothing.
That last point's going to be hard to win.
That's a fault.
Oh, boy, Adoya, I mean, it's like all of a sudden. And like a little kumbaya moment here, Patty Hogan.
Exactly, and look
Did
at
you
them
press the button again
look
in
at
mixed
that.
brain?
The zapper, it's in their pocket.
Okay, love
They
40.
just
They've
both-
lost 6 of the first, 7 of the first 8 points.
This is the only thing I think that separates these.
Great shot.
Is I just think Adoya Burch, they took a little time off to start that second set, like to get over their disappointment of playing an exceptional set and losing it, and then it took them a while, and all of a sudden, they kind of, you know, re-registered themselves. They figured it out again, came back, and I love that. And I feel like just you feel a little lack of energy from them right here just to start this third set.
Wow, what a get from Hughes, but nice dunks.
And I think when you fight that hard and win that set, there's a little bit, you know, there's a little sense of relief right there. But against Hughes and Bowers, you cannot feel that.
There's no time for that.
You've got to dig in deep right now.
You know, but what's interesting about what you're saying there, Patty, though, is I thought they fought much harder for the first set. They didn't fight that hard for that second set. They just came back and won 6 games in a row, but it didn't feel like a fight, you know, strangely enough. Whereas the first set,
Kind of like
that felt like a fight.
Almost like they gave in the second set.
It was,
It
and
felt like a
their
fight.
physical skills took over. It wasn't the mental grind as much.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Like Burch does such a good job of cutting that volley off in the middle of the court, which is such an essential element of playing with a left-hander. It's early in the set, but this is a big point.
At this point, I'm not sure what is a big point anymore. But now we're back into sort of like a pattern of play. There you go, Powers trying to get a little more involved.
Great pickup from Hughes there. Looked like he was in trouble.
Yeah, he does, again, such a great job, but they've gotten him on that a couple of times. It's a good shot from Adoya. Oh, good overhead from that position, though.
And Hughes misses the forehand, and we're back to deuce. Wow.
And we've said all along now in that first set how, you know, game here, game there, point here, point there. Now at this point, it's been Hughes and Powers having trouble keeping the leads or staying up ahead of them. This is a game they were up in.
So it's 3-4. I believe Hanisch Cooper against Brzova Enica.
Great volleying.
Love how tight to the net Burch is playing. And this is just a great pace of play for them.
No, this is what got them in the first set, to be so tight and right there in that first set. You know, now we're seeing the pace of play go back to what it was. sort of a equilibrium, normalization. And this is good. This is perfect. Exactly what they want. In a weird way, this might be what Powers and Hughes wants too, because the other was so shocking. You know, the shots and the way things worked out. Great positioning again from Burrs. He's going right at him, and Burrs is all over it.
Powers just doesn't have any answers right now in terms of where to spot that forehand. Doyle seemingly hasn't missed a volley in a long time.
Oh, this is a great point. He finds the Burge forehand, still has the answers. That's going to be tough. And that is a great point. Great point from Burge or Doyle to get the ad.
This is going to be a painful game for Hughes Powers to lose if they don't come back.
Hey, anything can affect everybody out there, you know, in different ways. Great return, and Burge just 3-5, takes 6 or 7 hits from Powers and volleys them all back as if there were nothing. And that is just a great game there, and another tough one there for Hughes and Powers to lose. And the little hangdog going on there.
Floor Hanisch serving 4-5 in the third.
That's a battle.
Well, the two women's semis have been unbelievable.
7-6 in the third for Zabori and Andregova. Wow. Almost have been some incredible points, but this match here, unbelievable. In its swings, in its play, and its athleticism. Great shot. Catches handcuffs there, John Hughes. That's out. Love 30.
Bad body language from Powers there.
It's been a little bad body language from both of them in the last, as if they're like, what's going on here? They can't
seen it
figure
more
it
from
out.
Hughes before than Powers. Powers, as you said, was just kind of really focused.
He was focused going in, and then the stuff is seemingly, it feels like it's happening again, you know. But I tell you what, Bursch or Doya, they earned that last game. Bursch made great volley after great volley.
Discussing whether the ball's round or not. And the decision is no.
It's an interesting thing here, but you think, like for Bursch and Adoya, would they want to switch balls, or would they think it's in their heads if they don't, or, you know, I think they'll just all be good sports about it. You know.
They didn't like either of those balls. So we'll wait for the new balls to show up. Okay, so Hanisch held for 5-all.
Got a little wait here for some round balls.
In the meantime, Cochran Estes advanced to the finals of the men's open play here. And we've got a battle out here, Mark, on center court. A lot of short hill support.
So, Patty, what was their score with, was it Vauclair and Bitchikov?
You know what? I think the score is 6-1, 6-2.
Wow. That's a good win there for Cochran Estes. Nicely done.
Okay, so here we go.
Bursch volleying incredibly well.
All right, is the panel picking the winner yet of this match?
I'm staying out of it.
I'm thinking it's one of these two teams.
Yep. I agree with Mark, actually. A very rare moment. I think this is one of the times Mark's not wrong.
A rare time.
I said one of the times. Right?
One of the rare times.
Right. Bursch has stepped up his volleying in his game so well. And the Hughes Powers offense has sort of like dried out a little bit.
Burrish and Urdoya volleyed brilliantly.
Yep.
A little bit of adjustment having Burrish on the net. Oh, Burrish
Wow.
was in position there, and Urdoya blocked him completely.
Very little Burrish could do there.
No, nothing.
Urdoya makes a cutoff move.
He got screened. That's like live streaming with you, Mark Fischel.
When Mark stands in front of you and you can't see the monitor,
That
Patty.
was 8 consecutive points there for Burrish Urdoya before that point.
I've seen the wildest swings. He keeps getting him. That spike, you know, is working really well for Burrish. He's not getting burned, and he's getting Hughes to burn some moves. Now they're going to try and make Hughes beat him with a forehand. He gets him with the low one there. Good job.
But don't you feel like he didn't get burned yet? That there's going to be a moment.
You might be right there, Patty. And I think that one there, Dory could have had it if he closed in a little more, but got a little lax moving in. That's that Burrish backhand heating up again. And they're doing a good job working Hughes over in his screens. Oh, that's a great little shot there from Urdoya, recognizing Powers moving to the middle. There's the huge Powers forehand. Wow.
What a volley.
I mean, they're volleying great. You know, they
Well,
have
I think
been.
it's more than they're volleying great. It's like this new formation, which I love, with Burrish up and Urdoya back.
I just like one of them's on top of the net. I think you have to have a guy on top of the net.
That's a great lob. Got to look, but right there is Urdoya.
Did you guys speak of, you know, your Doy's got incredible overhead, but with Burris handling it, handling the net, it makes it a little more clear cut for Urdoya.
Another 40 love game. Back to deuce.
Yeah, this would be incredible here for Powers Hughes. The swings, though, have been just massive in this match. Oh!
Nope,
He missed it.
Wide. I was thinking, Brad, if Hughes Powers hold here, should Burrish or Urdoya make sure they don't get down love 40, get up love 40 next game?
Yeah, I have no idea how to play it. I think getting down and getting up, and I think just.
And Burrish's backhand has really been tremendous.
No, you know, we've been asking for him to hit it more, and he has. You know, we saw in Midwesterns him not hit it at all.
What a volley from
Just
Urdoya on the lead cord.
incredible. Oh, Powers stuffing the volley. Well played, perfectly.
So back-to-back holds from love 40.
Unbelievable.
Hey, you guys, let's talk about the number of volunteers who make this event possible. How many do you think it takes?
Question, Patty
Yeah,
Hogan?
true or false? It's
I
over.
have true.
It's over 49 people.
I have true.
Correct. It's 50, Mark. That's amazing. 7 different draws, 16 sites, 50 volunteers. I can't even tell you how many bananas and granola bars. 424 players. Shout out to Dennis Collins and entire staff, volunteers, staff. Short
Megan
Hills Club
Murphy.
does a great job. Katie, the manager, Jose, Rafael, all these guys do a great job.
Patty, I'm surprised you can't tell me the number of bananas and granola bars.
Well, what's your over/under?
My over/under is 6.
So,
Patty, I have to say that while you were off air, Dave, Brad, and I were discussing a Patty Hogan trivia question, and I had true in the next one, regardless of what the question was.
Regardless, true.
okay, give me a little time now.
No, I already got it. It was
Thanks.
true, over 49.
Okay, I've got one more for you. But in the meantime, we have the other women's final team.
Oh, there it was. There was what you're looking for. He got it, but they still didn't lose the net, so. Oh,
Hanisch.
jeez.
Hanisch. So Hanisch
Cooper
and
Hanisch
Cooper.
are through, 7-5 in the third.
Wow, what
Joseph
a match.
and Lemieux just reported in that Hanisch and Cooper
Oh,
won that.
how can they do that, Brad?
Yep, you know.
And it's been working so well with Urdoya hitting the overheads and Burrish on top of the net.
The problem with that is they had switched it over to the Powers side. And so Burris is now looking for that ball off of Urdoya's left shoulder. But it's just something they're going to have to work out because we all know, look, there's been maybe 3 of those. And we all know in these matches, 2 or 3 points, that can be it, you know. Powers now is just eating up the net.
Now, this is a mistake, though, Brad.
Getting up in the game.
Love 40. This is a mistake. I'm telling you, they shouldn't be winning these points.
Yep, big mistake because nothing would be worse than getting
smart play by Hughes.
Smart play by Hughes there. Yeah, let me dump this one. So at least we're not up love 40.
Let's get back to 30 all.
Exactly.
I'm nervous when I'm ahead in the game like this.
More of a manageable spot. I think he took a swing and a miss there. Yeah.
Well, he wanted to get back to 30 all.
30 all, like you said. This is well played then. Great serve. That's what we talked about earlier. The burst serve to the ad court is so hard to drive, even for Mark Powers, who's got one of the best drives in the game.
Oh,
he's just not winning. You know, he's getting burned on those more than he's getting them, and it's not working for him. Burst too good with that today. And I don't think they meant to go down 40-30 though. Getting to the 30 all. So
point for 2 all.
And here we go with a big burst serve into the ad court. And Powers just going to lob it. Smart. But they lose a big weapon there. That's what makes this a tough matchup. And Bursch or Urdoya is one of their weapons. Oh, that's a good lob. But that's the ball. I think I heard Hughes say be ready, which means he's driving it. I don't know if he wanted Powers to blitz, but you don't see Powers blitz on the Hughes drive much. You see Hughes self-drive.
Self-blitz.
Self-blitz.
Powers was looking for that. Hughes was looking for that one.
Yep.
Stayed back.
Oh, surprising miss there.
Did I catch the net?
No, he just hit him the off-pace ball, and Bursch kind of hard-handed it. He's kind of squeezed the paddle instead of just, you know, blocking it. Bursch has been doing a great job actually stuffing those volleys back, and there he kind of got caught between blocking it and hitting it, and that moment of indecision killed him.
Cochran and Estes, and they're getting to the finals open play. Got a spot in nationals.
They're in the house and in the finals.
That's a great spot there from Powers.
Yeah, it's just fun to watch that ball move off his paddle. That's also out. Powers have been making those, but
another point for 2 all.
And there's the ace from Burris. That serve is so tough. You take it off the deck, he'll hit that crease a lot if you let it go in there. He's got that angle in there. And what a service game there. They're down love 30. And come back and get another one. Slipping. Nice get.
Great get from Burris.
Yep. We're about to announce a special guest announcer jumping in.
Hey, Brad. Hey, Mark.
Mike Cochran moving into the finals of the Open Division and securing a place in the Nationals. Congratulations, buddy.
Thanks. We're very happy to be qualified.
Mike, what have you seen out here today?
Boy, it's amazing. I mean, I've had the opportunity to play Sven and Mick this year in Cincinnati, and gosh, they've got so much firepower. They're playing really, really smart. Just a tough team, and it looks like they can play with anybody. They actually are a contender to win nationals this year, as we see right here.
I mean, for certainly, you know, they got 2 finals and just great results all across the board. The puzzle pieces, as I said, Mark a few times, fit well together. You know, and how they're playing, they volley great. They really have everything. You just need to see the good, you know, consistent mental effort all the way through all the time.
Oh,
wow, what a volley. Just incredible to play. And I don't know if you've had the opportunity to see this match, though, Mike, at all. I think you were on the court, but, you know, Hughes Powers were up, take that first set 7-6 after easily could have lost it. They're up
Down
5-1.
set points in the second.
5-1 in the second, and Burrish and Odoya rolled off 6 games with just
5-1, 40
wild shot making.
That's what Ray was telling me. I couldn't believe that.
I mean, so the swings are incredible. It's almost impossible to even see. And they did it in a way where it's not like they just buckled down.
That's love 40.
Yep, love 40. And that is a break of serve. And since that moment, it all started to happen. Things just snowballed over on Hughes and Powers, and they're normally pretty unflappable, just keep going at it. There's been a couple of times where they're holding up their hands like, what just happened here? Like they got sucker punched, you know?
Question for you guys. Do you guys feel like the lefty-righty teams have an advantage over the righty-righty teams? I feel like this, seeing the overheads lefty, you look at Mick, just seems so relaxed because he's got those overheads that he can hit to the forehand corner, and it just seems like, Sven doesn't really have to move. I mean, it just seems like there's an advantage.
My answer is if their positioning is good enough on the volleys, because obviously the overheads, it's a huge advantage, but on the volleying, it's a bit of a disadvantage. And one of the things, I think one of the keys to this match that we've seen is we've seen Burrish kind of slide up towards the net, and I think that's really helped them a lot with the volleying.
Yeah, it puts a little bit more pressure, I think, on Mick to cover him if he's going to jump on the net to volley. He's got to cover his back, making sure he can get all those overheads that are over his head.
But Odoya likes volleying off the net.
Absolutely.
No, they've done a great job with it. So yeah, it's definitely an advantage in the attacking ability at the net, and as Mark said, a little bit of disadvantage on the volley. If you can work that out, I think it's all upside.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mark, on the volley part. I mean, I've seen that actually even
today. Can he dig it? Too good.
Well, when you and Scott Estes won nationals in 07, but the first time a lefty had won nationals in a long time.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I mean, it's funny. I just don't even remember when the last time it was. But that's actually a really good point.
Ball called out.
It definitely makes it easier for me. I can tell you that. When I'm at net and I don't have to worry about it, and he calls the overheads, Jeff definitely takes a lot of pressure, and it gives my legs a lot more of a rest. I don't have to worry about going off the net too much. Big fault.
Yeah, but these are the moments that have gone a little awry here for Hughes Powers.
15-30.
Yep. Oh.
Those are the points they have not been winning. They've been unable to transition to the net. They've been cutting off all those volleys.
Yeah, and from that point on, I mean, it's just been a series of some great play from Burrish and Odoya and a couple of missed opportunities.
Mark, how do you feel like how do you feel like John and Mark are playing? You feel like they're playing not as well to lose these matches?
Well, their level clearly dropped in the second, but it was a weird set. It was just like all of a sudden Burrish Odoya started swinging at everything. On one of the match points, Burrish hit a running topspin forehand, which is a shot we haven't seen him hit all year.
Right.
They just kind of started swinging at everything, and the balls were going in, and they got back in it, and Hughes Powers kind of dropped a little.
Yeah, their level definitely dropped, and I think they're struggling just to get it all together again.
So their level dropped, or Burrish and Odoya's picked up their level,
both.
or a little both? Yeah.
It was both, but it wasn't like Burrish Odoya did it by just grinding out one tough point after another and never missing.
Like they're doing now.
They just started hitting some balls, and they made some crazy moves and crazy shots, and they, they were awesome. And then they started just drilling balls, and then Powers Hughes started missing some balls, as if they thought, I don't think they thought so, but as if, we're up 5-1, because they started that set out playing a little loose, a little angry, and they didn't grind their way back into it. They just started hitting incredible shots, and then Powers Hughes.
The match looked as over as a match could look before they shake hands.
And Powers Hughes just started at that point missing, and then they had a triple break point, triple match point. And they lose all three, and then there's a strange moment where it's 30-all, and the ball goes into the side ring, and Odoya takes a swipe at it. Powers Hughes thinks that he probably hit it a little, but he goes back and he gets it off the back anyway, and he says he didn't hit it. They stop play for a moment. They decide that they just have to do the point over. So that point would have been another match point for Hughes Powers. They proceed to lose the game, and then from there it was all down, and followed by some amazing play from Burrish and Odoya.
Well, we all know that this game has the momentum swings more than most tennis racket sports, and unfortunately, I've been on the wrong side of that momentum swing.
Big point right here.
Yep.
Somehow they can get out of this game.
Oh, wow, what a pickup.
And Ardoya's had so many answers like that from off the net.
Yeah, they've both volleyed amazingly well.
Yeah, unquestionably, but in completely different ways.
Yep.
And I think that's been that shift has really been what's made them so effective. Because previously we'd seen them play, they both volleyed from off the net.
But now they got the formula going. They're trying to make Hughes beat him with the forehand.
Nick's hitting really good overheads, really smart.
Just pushing them in there. This is the one they don't want, but every time Powers has touched the ball recently, they're volleying it right back.
That just builds his confidence. Every time he makes more of those, their confidence goes up.
Yep.
And it takes a little bit of confidence away from Hughes and Powers.
The other factor which Brad commented on earlier is that Hughes and Powers have not lobbed well at all. I've seen so many overheads from inside the service box.
Yeah, they're freezing out Powers here. They are freezing him out.
Sure are.
No, we haven't seen him hit a ball in the last 20. I mean, he hit one, but just a lob. And they're a little bit on to the Hughes move. You know, that move forward, they're getting Bursch on top of the net, and he's either spiking balls down over him or pushing volleys behind him.
This could go all night. All four of these guys have the endurance.
Oh, God. And by the way, that's why they're freezing out Powers, you know, at this moment. Because he has that ability on a no-pace ball with such acceleration, you know, in his paddle. And that's, you know, Hughes is a complete player, but that's the one thing he doesn't have. He doesn't have that quick acceleration on his forehand to generate pace on a no-pace ball.
Yeah, that's a sit. He can generate that much pace.
Okay, that's 3-all as Hughes and Powers break back.
Wow.
That was an explosion.
But the funny thing is he hit 2 balls that whole point, and one of them was Mach 50, and Bursch just happy to get out of there with his life.
With his 2 balls.
There you go. Don't they switch every 7 games?
I think so. Okay, let's see if this shifts again. Boy, Bursch's return to serve has been so effective.
Has he been from both sides or only his two-hander?
Only the backhand. I think the only real forehand we saw hit was at match point, that running topspin forehand, the only one off the deck.
Yep. Gave him life. Oh, he's just playing great ball.
These guys go back, smart, play another, live to tell, play the point.
Yep. That time was a very good blitz there from Bursch. And he's doing a great job holding his ball and pushing it behind.
Ooh,
what's the call here? What's the call?
I guess he thought I guess it was in.
Yeah. $30-15.
All right, so the ball was good.
Ball was in, yeah.
Okay, you know, it's so funny the
Looked
way
like he was
Bursch
deep.
played it. It was
Yeah,
just
looked
like
clearly
it's clearly out, and we can't see it here from our monitor. So,
not sure if they need an overrule from the chair umpire or not.
Yeah, Mark Blitz in the chair now, I believe.
Great volley from Powers.
He's hit a few good ones. Loud, and you know his intensities was way up to start this set, and it looked like they were about ready to roll. And then Bursch Ardoya really just been right there and have taken it right back. Now it's this crucial moment.
So heavy.
Well, the thing with Hughes Powers is they never go away.
They'll keep playing for sure to the end.
Doesn't matter where they are, doesn't matter what the score is. They're just not going away.
Yeah, we don't see that kind of thing that you'll see from Araya, even out here from Bursch Ardoya for
Yeah.
a moment,
They
where
went away
you know
for a
they
while.
play angry or they get or you know, they go away for 6-7 balls. You'll see them miss some shots from time to time, and I
Yeah.
would say in the second set when things started to roll, they did, you know, but you wouldn't call it they're going away or they're, you know, off the rails. Yeah, it's different.
This is interesting how they're not switching back. I think Mark can maybe get a couple more balls from that side.
Ooh, spot drive there. He's called in out.
Called out?
I think it was out. Yeah, I think it was out. Hughes Powers, I think they play more out balls than a lot of
Anybody,
teams.
yeah.
You know, great sports. You know, Steve DeRose was another one.
Well, he just didn't see the ball.
Yeah, he didn't know if it was in or out.
Yeah.
But,
Tremendous sequence there for Hughes Powers
so
in
Mike,
both those games.
Tell us a little about your final your finals. Who you got in the finals? Still waiting on that,
Yeah,
right?
they just split, so they're playing a third set, and looks like a raucous crowd over there rooting for
Now,
Zach.
and that's scheduled for 10:30 tonight, Mike?
I think so.
Now,
Yeah.
I know you had a really good three-setter with Chizuke and Mashunga with Tommy Croker in Boston. So you got some experience playing them. I know you played Stulak a few hundred times.
Oh, he missed it.
But
okay, so the women's final is going to be 15 minutes after the conclusion of this match.
All right.
Which this match should be over by 8, I would think.
At least.
Yeah, actually, Admire Mashunga actually really hurt us with his two-handed backhand.
Wow.
No, he
what
did
a
not
get
get that.
there. What a get, but that drive from Hughes, bad idea.
Yeah. Well, that's the advantage of having Burish on top of the net.
Well, but that's the problem with hitting it right now.
Yeah.
Burish is on top of the net. You
Yeah.
got a lot better.
Yeah, he's tight.
And one of the things that Hughes does normally is he's a great lobber. He lobs with that same grip that he drives. That's what makes it so effective. But he's not lobbed well today. You know, you and I were talking in Boston, Brad, that with all the new shots in the game and the spin and everything else, the answer when you're struggling is almost always the same.
Oof. Oh. No. That is that's just like highlight reel right there. We got to see that again, but the whole series there, you got Powers.
What a get.
I mean, the whole series is incredible. Look at this. The guts on this moment to hit that shot from there. You look at Hughes. Oh, my God. But even the recognition from Powers on how Burish is on top of the net, so he cranks that drive. He doesn't spin it. He just blows it by him. And there, just a bad miss. Too bad. 15:30. These have been the moments that we saw a little bit of struggle from, Udoya and Burish. And lately, it's been the struggle for Hughes Powers, Mark, trying to get up in these. They get up in the games, but they can't finish the whole game out. So it was love 30 a couple of games ago, and Hughes missed the return. Love 30 this game, he missed the return that time too.
Big
Again,
point.
lobs are so short.
Really big point.
There's a better lob.
Yep, much better. But at least they know where they're doing. They got the plan now. They're going to make Hughes beat him with that forehand.
Yeah, and Hughes and Powers aren't forcing anything. Mark's not moving around to try to get into position.
I think Powers is worried that he's going to start to press. He got the 2 balls the last time, so he's trying to stay calm, not trying to force his way into the action. Because when he starts to do that, then he starts to possibly go for balls or miss balls that he wouldn't normally.
Trust his partner to continue playing the point until he can get an opportunity.
Yep.
Well, it's incumbent upon Hughes to lob better to get him some swings.
I agree, because
that hasn't happened. I mean, again, a really short lob.
And you're not going to get any blitz moves if the guy's not off the net. You're not going to get anything that he wants, And now, one of the things I will say in defense of that is Burish is like 8 feet tall with long arms. I mean, it's not easy. You have to make a good high lob. You can't just even hit that low one.
Yeah, but you've seen Burish hitting overheads without even moving backwards when he's starting on top of the net.
Yep, no question.
Another missed forehand from Hughes, 30-all.
And this is what they want. This is what they want. They want Hughes to have to beat him with that shot. And now this is taking the shape we're looking for.
This is not looking good for Burish. And set it up nice.
Again, a great transition.
I would say those dunks, I mean, you can say all you want about dunks. They've been winning a lot more than losing, and they have not been getting burned.
But that last sequence where they were both off the net in trouble and they were able to close, there's been so many points where one or the other has made a volley and they're able to keep the net.
Yeah, but, and the thing that is more, concerning for, Hughes Powers is this is like the second or third game that they've been up love 30. And, just a few misses, a couple missed forehands, they hard to build on these games.
God, Mark really varies where he's going to hit that drive, too. He never drives it in the same spot.
I tell you, Burish he's actually doing damage with the dunks. Not that one, but doing damage with the dunks. That wasn't really a dunk, though. That was just a classically bad overhead. Yes, Good hold there from Erdoya. I love how he does that. That was,
He does that well.
you know, just that perfect fake the drive, push it up. And these are the moments in the match that what I've loved seeing from, you know, Burris. He's hitting the backhand now. He's not looking just play defensively. He's looking to hit the ball when it comes.
That's good overhead from Hughes from a deep position on the court.
It's great lobs, though. Look at the difference. You got Hughes and Powers are
Yep.
so seem out of sorts. Where you looked at Sven and Mick hitting overheads, they looked like they could do it all day. These, it's just because these lobs are much deeper. It seems like they're not communicating as well, Mark and John. Mark is playing the right side of the court instead of that T where Mick was playing, where he can hit the overhead without moving really much. God, I'm not used to seeing the backcourt players play so quiet, play so patient.
You mean you're not used to it because it's not in your game?
Right. There's like there's like 10 balls that would have driven already.
Only 10?
Exactly.
Right.
I think the best way to say it, there were no balls that he would not have.
Correct.
driven.
That's probably right.
Oh, and Hughes beats him in the hands contest.
But I think in that play, if you're Erdoya, you either are getting closer to the net or you're leaving the net. It's not this in-between thing, you know, where you stay around the service line.
It
and
was
hit
a no
couple
man's land.
balls.
Yep.
You know, you're either in or you're deciding you're getting out. You know, and you got a ball or two to decide that.
Heck of a volley.
Yep.
He's been doing that all year.
I mean, they've been doing that a lot.
Powers will not be happy with that miss.
Nope. And he wasn't even going for a ton there, just a little bit of rolling spot drive. You know, they could use, I mean, any team could always use a let court at a timely moment, but
He's so tight. Look how tight Burris is.
and but I love how they did that. Burris is there to cut off the Hughes. Oh, I missed it.
Missed it.
He's there to cut off the Hughes off-pace drive, so he's not allowing him to blitz. Doesn't matter if he lobs because right behind him is Erdoya. There it is. Oh, that is
Such a
just
good
so
move.
good. But see, that's the thing that Hughes has. You have to play him for that. But that time he held him long enough where he thought he might go body on him.
Mick's got to close when he sees Powers.
I agree.
See Hughes coming
You either close or you leave
Yeah.
because the dink is a super likely play there from Hughes. And his length is so good. I mean, that was not an easy volley to make. I wouldn't have gotten there at this stage in my life.
What stage in your life would you have got there, Brad?
The declining stage, Mark. The downhill side, you know, but
Point to serve for the match.
oh! That was a good overhead. A good lob, actually, I have to say. Oh, he's waiting for it again.
Lucky you got away with that one.
Well, they are so good moving back there that they can take risks that other teams can't. Watch the Nick. Beautifully played.
And I've seen Mick hit that topspin overhead a lot more, and he's not doing as much of that to Hughes.
Hirsch. Good spin overheads.
Really good overhead there by Mick.
Again, that shot.
And Boerish is just waiting for it. They've really taken away John's blitz on that side screen, haven't they?
Yep.
I mean, they got one of them, but they have, and that's it. So they're taking away the weapons and saying, beat me with the forehand, and that's what they're doing. And that is such a smart play, and that is a beautiful point, exactly the way you want to play if you're Bursch and Erdoya. Beat me with the forehand. We're not going to let you beat me with the blitz or the off-pace drive coming forward or the high spike or any of the other things.
Great volley there from Bursch.
Yeah, and it's almost, you know, hard to keep saying it because they've just been volleying great the whole day.
That was that ball that Hughes loves so much off the back wire.
Got a lot better. They're just getting killed.
But that was not a ball you'd expect Mark Powers to miss.
Yeah, but he's got a lot of options, and Burst is doing a great job. Just holding it, just flicking it down, pushing it out a little. Just these subtle differences in the dunks to the pushes through, little cuts. And there's the hold.
Great hold from Burst. He served a tremendous game there.
I mean, another opportunity lost, though, if you're for Hughes and Powers. They've had a few.
What do you think, Bradford? Third set breaker?
I was just
Third
about to
set
say
breaker
that.
is
Mark.
the
Seems
only
like it
way to
deserves it,
decide
right?
this. The only way to decide this is third set breaker.
Each team will have to save a couple match points en route there.
This is the semis, too.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think for either of these teams fitness would be any kind of issue, but who knows? Maybe mental fitness would be the bigger issue for any of these guys, actually.
Gosh, that was a hold. Oof.
Burst with his matrix-like move there to avoid getting hit.
He's not easy to hit.
Yeah, he's skinny.
You've tried numerous times, Brett?
Yeah, I've tried to hit him in many different ways. Passing him in a hallway, gets out of the way. Oh, the court.
No.
Oh, that is crazy. He's going to get that.
Oh!
No.
What a point.
I actually lost track of what was going on there for a second. That's amazing. Look at his hands. Oh, he was letting it go.
I think he was.
And then it hit his paddle as he had it raised. And what a break there for Hughes and Powers. Although I have no idea if it was going in or out. You couldn't tell from our angle.
No
I think he was
idea.
trying to pull it down.
He was.
Definitely trying not to hit it.
What a point. That's crazy.
Okay, so
Ah.
Genius Chizuke won, and they're into the finals. Your opponents, Mike, hopefully you guys will be playing before 9 o'clock.
Well, we're ready to play. I might have to do a few jumping jacks to get back loose. It's been a long time since we got off the court.
I was going to say you might need a nap.
Yeah. Not sure what that score of the third set was.
Oh, great hook drive there from Bertoya with a terrific volley from Powers. Oh, and you hear Powers going, no, no. He's
Might have been wide, and he was going to cover it anyway.
Yep. He was made the right call, and Hughes couldn't lay off. He was fully committed. See if that becomes a big point or not. To me, it could be. Called out.
Ooh. No question.
No, none.
Big deal.
They have 30 love, too.
Yep.
Yep, it was that point plus the fault right away. These points at this stage, big deals.
That's a really good volley.
I tell you, they've tested Powers too many times with that mid-pace volley. He's literally just standing in and swing volleying at it.
He's really punished him with that one.
You gotta, at a certain point, say enough of that.
Point for 5-4.
And you could say that about a few different plays here in this game, you know. But that's certainly one of them. Powers had about 6-7 winners with the stuff volley today in this third set alone. So that lob is just so much better.
It is. I feel like John's actually reacting late, too.
That was a
big
bit of
miss.
a press from Burris. A bit of a press.
Yeah, it was a pretty high ball hit to move pretty far to hit it.
I liked it.
Yeah, shocking. Shocking.
You know, that's it's tight tension actually out here from, like you said, Mark, before. It was about as dead in the water. It's about as close to shaking hands as you could possibly be at any match that I've called.
The arms were extended. They hadn't clasped hands yet.
It was the most amazing comeback.
Okay, new ball. And Mick Doyle will serve to stay in the match.
Hopefully it's a round. Yeah, let's see. Now, these have been the moments that we've always expected Hughes and Powers to really bear down and play their best ball. We'll see. But, you know, Bursch or Doyle have had some great answers. Volleyed great. Right now, they have a great strategy. They're going to let and make Hughes beat them with the forehand. Still testing on these balls, seeing if they're round.
Wow, long
Yeah, you
long
just
break
hate
over
this
the change,
delay.
huh?
Hate this delay when you're ready to serve at
You
4-5.
know, it's been, every time they've changed the ball, they've been having a long test to see and make sure they feel the ball's round, playable. But it is a strange break in between.
A few discussions, strategy talk. Not sure what they're talking about now.
Well, Bursch is stalking around the court. He's waiting to get going. So is Verdoya. I think, I'm not sure what they're waiting on. You're right.
Okay, Mike, thanks for joining us. It was great. Mike's going off to get ready for his final.
Good luck in the finals.
A quick time for a shout out for Harry Walsh, the new director of racket sports here at the Short Hills Club. Harry has, followed after Dave Broderick was here most recently. And Harry's been working hard all day. Sometime we'll get him on the live stream to come in and say hello, I hope.
That seems extremely unlikely to me, Patty Hogan.
He seems shy, Mark.
I don't think he seems shy, Patty. I think he is shy. Okay, here we go. Looks like we've got a new ball. Good. As opposed to Mike Cochran, who is not shy.
Good luck, Mikey.
Okay, so we're Doyer to serve. 4-5 in the third.
And there you see, you watch that. You see Bursch stepping right up to the net. They're taking away the off-pace ball from Hughes. Be tough for Hughes to get the blitz. And therefore, they're going to say, go ahead, hit your forehand hard at us. And that is the one area that struggles with on a soft ball. He'll crush it if you hit it off the screen hard. You know, put it into his wheelhouse, but you put that ball with less pace. The acceleration is the one area. It's not like he's going to lose the point all the time, but it's your best shot.
On a percentage basis.
Right, on a percentage basis. There we go. Dialed up the pace there. Whereas you see Powers, he can go to work when he starts hitting forehands. You know, down him with pace and spin.
Doyer's just volleyed so brilliantly from off the net.
Yep, I mean, the two of them, though. I mean, the way they're combining it, too.
Tremendous.
Love it. And it's as if they're hearing like some little words, you know, get up there. Make sure one guy is cutting off these balls.
That's Patty Hogan.
She did it again. Oof. I'm not so sure Bursch should take that.
Yeah.
That ball's got to be Erdoya if they're going to play it that way.
Too far for him to travel.
Well, he does the quick step back, and Erdoya has that momentary where he thinks he's hitting it, and then it's a sudden thing that goes to Powers, and he whacks it, and Erdoya is actually still looking for the overhead, you know. Ah, beauty. That's a good miss-hit volley from Bursch.
As opposed to a bad miss-hit volley, which wouldn't have gone over the net.
That is correct. Thank you for the distinction. That's a good ball at the crease. He's going right at it, but great blocks there from Hughes. That's another one right at the crease, and he gets him to just miss it, but good playing. Isolating, giving nothing to Powers, looking for the ball in the right place. Big serve from Erdoya. Oh, such a good move up the side wire. And that's where Erdoya is. You got to be careful, right? Just push it again. Do the same thing. Do not go into the side wire.
You don't want to inject pace into John Hughes' game.
Right. Make him hit the off. There you go. That is the ball.
I thought that was even a little too hard.
Oh. And then less touches, and you get a miss there from Powers on a ball that is a little more difficult than he wants anyways. Traveling a little too far for it, a little too deep in the court. Oh, that's just big, and a huge ball off the screen from Erdoya.
Great backhand.
Handcuffs him. 40-15. Great shot. And I actually think this play of getting Burris right on top of the net has made a big difference because it's forcing the ball to go harder past Burris. You know what I mean? You can't just hit this half-pace drive, and he's so long, he can cut off.
Yeah, but I think
balls.
that Hughes' inability to hit good lobs over there has really been their undoing.
Maybe. I mean, it certainly hasn't helped things. I'm just saying that last drive from Powers even, he, cranked it, and it just come off so hot. Easy drive from Erdoya back. And that's just a good play, and they got him in the screens a couple.
But there you see Burris hitting 1, 2, sometimes 3 overheads without ever having to leave the net.
Yep.
And you give a good player that short overhead on a regular basis, you're going to pay for it.
And look, and he's playing tight to begin with.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not off the net. So 5-all, getting down to the wire, and it would be super fitting for this to go to a breaker. Oh, wow. It's away with it with another incredible volley. The volleying is so good.
I tell you, the better team right now is Burris and Erdoya.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't argue that.
I don't know if they're going to win,
Don't know.
but I think they're the better team right now.
You'd have to say they might have been the better team in the first set, too.
Yeah, well, they had set points. I mean, they've outserved them, they've outreturned them. I haven't seen a
30.
fault from Burris or Erdoya in a while. Most of the match have been played with Burris and Erdoya at the net.
Oh my God, just thumping that thing. Triple break point here. Unbelievable. I just wonder if it hit him or not, but that's just a rip. Pulled the trigger there from Erdoya.
Love 40.
Rare miss forehand from Erdoya there. Oh, Hughes went sidearm there.
Crazy.
Great reaction from Burris.
Yeah, the hands have been terrific.
That's a lot of guts to go with the sidearm serve. Out of nowhere.
Wow, what a get. But the better team, you said before, right now is Burris Erdoya, and I agree with it, but it's the better combination of strategy, too. They really have honed it down to exactly what they want. They've gotten back to what they were trying to do in the first set, too. And you can see how tight it's been. And now it's not even like in the first set we were talking about they had a few let cords and this, and now it's just they're playing solid ball and making it hard for using Powers to get their winning shots in there. There's a great ball.
And there's that short lob getting punished again.
30, 40.
See, that's it. It's a return and play. Good job. Oh, he missed it.
The dreaded 40 love lead, Brett.
Once again. I mean, I don't know that I've seen this many of those either. I mean, of course you see a few, and every match can be, determined by a few of those holds, but not like 6 of them.
It's like every game. Oh!
And it
Boy,
just
Burris was beat, and it hits the net, top of the net.
It's just lost opportunities in many cases. That was a tough ball. Not the easiest drive. He had it, but not the easiest one. Oh, he let it go through, and what a dig!
Snowboard dig.
And not only snowboard dig, but a beautiful volley. And beautiful lob, too. He put it right in there. And now, at the net, they're going to go into their mode. Attack, dump. Dump that ball right to that spot. It's a good ball.
Hughes just got a lob better.
Yep.
Look at that, short lob after short lob. That's better, but then he gets in survival mode.
That's really what it is right now. It is not controlling the, it's survival mode for sure. And that ball, Bursch has got it all day with his length.
And the number of overheads that Bursch is hitting tells you how bad the lobs are, because Bursch is just on top of the net.
No.
Oh!
I thought that ball was
Go
flying out,
yeah,
but I
so
think he
did-
must have
yep,
mishit it, and it
yep.
had a high floor. It's hard from our angle on our monitor.
Yeah,
here
I think
to
that's
see
a good
that.
analysis. I think he kind of mishit it.
And then Bursch just he couldn't find it.
Yeah.
It was floating there so long he couldn't find it. It was definitely going in.
Tremendous courage by Hughes.
What a move! Well, oh, if Bursch stayed in there, he could have had a real good spike.
Interesting to me how many more balls. I mean, to me, the teams are somewhat similar in that both the Hughes and the Bursch forehand are the somewhat of the safe spots on a softball.
Yep.
But you've seen a lot more balls hit by Hughes and Powers, is to testimony of what you said earlier. They haven't stuck with the game plan of hitting the ball into that Bursch forehand.
No, not at all. In fact, you wouldn't even say, can you even decipher a specific game plan
No,
from
they
Hughes
just
and
play in
Powers?
battle.
I mean, and sometimes they just play paddle, and they generally are just better than everybody else.
Yep.
But you can clearly see a game plan for Bursch or Doya, and you can clearly see they're not sure how and where they're going to attack, these guys in the backcourt. And so they're just going to keep playing a good point.
What a
That's
volley
out.
from
He went for the
Hughes.
body, and a great move to get out of the way from Hughes. And I think Ardoya's intention was to fully body him there. I don't think he was trying to hit it in, which isn't necessarily a bad play.
No, Hughes hit two tremendous forehand volleys.
Yep. Caught him
One with, excuse me, one with Powers bailing.
Now they have a game point, and how about that? Well, like you said, it's only fitting if we get the tiebreaker, but I feel like,
What a hold.
it was a great, but both times, the hold before for Bursch was great,
Yep.
and he was right back in there, coming back from big points. Hughes and Powers have been able to get up 30 love a number of times, and they just can't crack it. And now a lot of that is just a testimony to the great play and the strategy, the way they're volleying and the way they're sticking to a strategy, from Bursch or Doya. They just can't quite get over the hump. This set's amazing from what we've seen from 5-1 down. Crazy.
Like the idea.
Yep, he's a little deep in the court, but I think Ardoya and Bursch don't mind that either in a strange way. If they want whatever it is, they want to see Hughes beat him right now, I think. Better lob. That is a much better lob. There's a better lob. Down the road, that'll open some stuff up if they can keep that up. Oh, what a ball there. Players. That's a
There you
lob.
go.
Oh, there's the play. Great job, but it started with better lobs.
Yep.
It started with better lobs.
It almost always seems to start with better lobs. Because you create movement.
Get him off the net. tell you, he has had
That shot
little
is-
to no success with
Yeah,
that. He's
it's
got
a
to.
crazy
He's going to
shot.
have to go back and work on that a little. Oh, what a great get! Bursch's length is really becoming something to deal with.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
think it's more than his length. I just think he's a tremendous athlete. His movement is so good for a big guy.
yeah, I mean, I just mean all combined. You know, how he's able to reach out and get a ball 1 or 2 strides. You know, makes a difference when he's up at the net. He can pick off all those little ones and, you know, reach a ball that I couldn't get. And
That's hard to believe.
yes, it is very hard to believe. I think you're making fun of me, Mark.
Never.
Yeah, that ship has sailed.
Yeah.
long
Long
ago.
time ago.
It'll never go into port again either. But that's one of-
Berchadoya not looking to switch back here.
I don't mind the look every now and then. Oh, he missed it.
Wow.
I think they should have to play this out. You know, win by 2 games.
Maybe win by 3.
3 games. Somebody's got to win 3 games in a row.
There you go.
Perfect. Good call.
27-24 in the third.
Right. Oh,
That was a little deceleration, wasn't it, on that swing?
I think it was a bad toss. I mean, we haven't seen any faults really. You
2
know,
points from the match.
2 points from a tiebreaker. Oh. It's been a couple of those crucial returns. You know, gotta put it in there.
Yeah, it seems so simple, but you just can't
Sure.
afford to miss those.
No. There's no
And that wasn't
question.
even a ball that he like tagged.
Wasn't a killer.
Wasn't
Probably
going anywhere if it goes over.
Oh, that's a good serve. Let's see if they can keep getting that lob up, get Urdoya outside that service box when he's hitting his overhead. He's hanging around there now. There's a little more height. Perfect, though. That's good.
It's not like Powers is lobbed particularly well either.
Yeah, but he's not seeing any
Oh,
balls.
what a backhand.
I mean,
Yeah.
he's just not seeing any balls. I
Yep.
mean, you know, literally, what is it, 1 out of 10?
1 out of 10, I think.
20,
Is a
you
good
know,
guess.
1 out of 15.
That was an awesome play with the
Yeah,
backhand there,
and-
stepping in.
Which is the example why he's seeing less balls, right? You know, because he can hit it from anywhere. You know, forehand or backhand. He crushed that backhand. And his forehand's better.
Oh!
Ah, perfect time for the drop.
Let go drop?
Nah, you know, either way, you're hearing that one. Great shot. Yeah, great shot.
Another point for tiebreak.
Only fitting. There you got Bursch outside the service box, so that's good. Wow. He's doing a good job holding those and deadening his hand.
Hughes has had virtually no success with that shot, and yet he's keep trying it.
Hughes?
The soft drive
Oh,
that
yeah.
Bursch is cutting off on a regular basis.
Yeah, I mean, this is part of the game. I mean, he's won a couple of points with a couple of spot blitzes, but he's definitely not on the plus side of anything that's going on with it.
Yeah, I don't mind it so much when he's inside the court and ready to move forward. It's the ones that are deep in the court that are killing him.
Oh! Now, could you say he's had success with that?
No,
I
that was
mean,
not
like,
success.
You're not going to call it. You got good luck with that.
Yeah,
he
that's
had
a
some
point
luck
you win.
with that.
Yeah, you
right.
win 1 out of 10
Right.
with that shot.
Yeah, Bursch jumping the route, knows it's there, but he misses it. That's it. Gets the return and play that time. I guess it would take 8 no's before Urdoya is going to listen to him. He only got 4 in.
You think Bursch let that ball was going to be wide, Brad?
I think Bursch was pretty confident in its wideness. But
what did you think?
It's hard for me to tell. I mean,
So it's going to be close.
Yes, it was hard for me to tell. I mean, Bursch was so confident. I guess he'd have to let it go, but they're having reasonably really good success at the net. I wouldn't want to lose the net. So
Yeah.
if you have any doubt, which Urdoya obviously had, hit it, you know, because their success in the back, you know, at the net has been very good since they've committed to this really good strategy of pushing the ball, dumping it in there, giving Powers 1 out of 10. hitting it back in there when they can, you know, to keep them off balance. But I would say, you know, as you said before, they're winning, you know, more than 50% of the points when they're at the net. Oh, that's such a good fast lob. Oh!
Did Burris call the ball out? Looked like Burris called it out and then played it.
I have no idea.
Match point number 4, and it's probably been about
Match point.
an hour and a half since the last one, Bradford.
Unbelievable.
And he faults game,
Unreal.
set, and match.
You cannot even imagine how that all worked out there, Mark. That was some match, the ups and the
Bizarre.
downs. I
Wow.
mean, incredible match, but the way they played that in the third is exactly, and even the first. I mean, those guys played it, and they match up really well with Hughes and Powers.
Well, and also such a testimony to Hughes and Powers' mental toughness. That when things were falling apart, losing 6 games in a row, losing 5-1 40 love, they just kept hanging in there and battling and fighting. And it didn't matter that it all had happened. They just kept fighting.
And they always do, and it's one of the reasons why they're the best team in the country right now, or certainly are.
Okay, we'll have the women's final at 7, followed by the men's final at 8:30, and we'll be back with you after these commercials.
At Maple Crest Lincoln, it's about time. Time to experience the unique Lincoln brand of style, performance, and safety, like this all-new 2020 Aviator. Time to discover the ease of personal connectivity with the Lincoln Way app. Time to enjoy premium ownership benefits with pickup and delivery, loaner cars, complimentary detailing, and much more. Serving Essex, Union, and Morris counties, Maple Crest Lincoln. Isn't it time?
Welcome back. We're at the Short Hills Club for the Short Hills Invitational Women's Final. I'm Patty Hogan alongside Mark Fischel. Mark, we had some amazing semifinals. Want to tell us about what happened here en route to the finals for these guys?
Well, Andrekova Zabori, let's just say that Anna Zabori had a tough night last night. So it's been a tough start to the day, and they won their semi love 6, 7-6, 7-6.
Did she go on a safari last night?
I think she remembers it as safari. I'm not sure it was an actual safari. And then Cooper and Hanisch ended up winning their match 7-5 in the third over Brzova and Anika. They won the first set, lost the second, and had a great third. So, a lot of play, a lot of paddle. To me, this is potentially a matchup at Nationals final.
This could be. I mean, these players are so talented, and what a great day of play here. 32 teams started out in this women's draw. They played all day long. We had over 400 players, as you've heard about throughout the day. Dennis Collins, shout out one more time, our tournament chair. Katie Bliss, Mark Bliss, over 50 volunteers here who are required to pull this off. And
well, think about what the day was, Patty. We
incredible.
Had a women's draw of 32. Men's elite draw of 16, premier draw of 16, men's open draw of 48, all in one day. That's a lot of paddle in one day. Maybe more than any other day of the year.
And, Mark, it can't happen without the willingness of all these local clubs to give up their courts, and we can't thank them enough. And, this is a sport where you need courts to play, and it is a sacrifice from local clubs. And we have so many tournaments in New Jersey, and, we all come knocking on their door for courts all the time. We have junior nationals. We're going to use 60 courts on February 22nd, and it's only because of the willingness and generosity of all the clubs that this whole thing works.
Well, this is the 69th Short Hills Invitational, the longest-running platform tennis tournament in the country outside of Nationals.
How many years have you been here?
I think 68. And it's just been another tremendous event. And, the innovation that people like Dennis Collins and Dave Broderick bring to it is just really remarkable, because this format, which they unveiled last year, has really become the preferred format for the APTA Grand Prix Tour. And 2 of the 5 Grand Prix used it this year, and I think more will use it next year. And that's clearly the transition we're going to. So, kudos to Dennis and Dave for coming up for the concept.
I never heard Dave described as an innovator before.
Okay, I won't do it again. I'm sorry. Okay, let's take a look at the players on the court so we can introduce them to our viewers. So on the far side of the court, in the black vest on the deuce court, is Annika Cooper. And her partner in the blue jacket is Flor Hanisch. And then on the far side of the court, once again, in the gray jacket in the deuce court, is Anna Zabori. It's kind of a red and multicolored hat, I'd say. And then her partner in the ski cap is Martina Andrekova. So 3 of the 4 women are former national champions. And, Zabori is arguably, in the absence of Gabby Nicolescu, the most talented player in the game.
Well, we celebrate who's here. We also miss Gabby. Liz Cruz is not here. Amy Shea's not here. Vicky Stokloksova coming up. She has an injury she's missing. But, the void's been filled, and exciting play, and couldn't ask for 2 better semifinal matches. And I think this final's going to be a real treat.
Well, Andrekova and Zabori are undefeated this year. Haven't played a lot, but they've 2 tournaments they played, they've won. Chicago Charities, and then again up in Boston.
Are we going to pick this? Let's wait 1 game, and then I'll give you my pick.
Okay.
I have my pick right now, but just in case I change my mind in the next 5 minutes, I would like to have that opportunity.
You want 2 games?
No, one
Just
game.
1 game.
1 game.
Does it matter who wins the game?
It doesn't matter to me.
So you want to write your pick down, and then we can turn the paper over later?
I'll just reveal it here
Put
on
it in
the
a
live
sealed
stream.
envelope. Maybe Cooper's and Librand could.
I'm 1-0 with my pick so far today.
Wow, that's impressive. I think Brad's like 0 for 7. Although he steadfastly refused to make a pick in the 3rd set of the semi we did. That amazing Hughes Powers Berger-Doya match.
Wow, what a match there.
And my big question in this match is, what does Zabori have left? She's had a long day.
Well,
She had a long night.
Let's pretend we don't know anything about yesterday.
Check 1, 2.
And we just had this as a match.
Check.
I feel like you would say number 1, Zabori Andrekova in the rankings. the match is in their hands. In a way, I kind of feel that.
Yeah, I think that's true, especially since Annika Cooper has not played a lot of paddle this year.
Right.
Cincinnati was her first event of the year, and she was clearly rusty. I think she played better in Boston, but still rusty.
Oh, and Annika's such a great competitor.
Amazing that she was able to accomplish what she did, given those facts.
And I just kind of feel like when you make a commitment and you play like they have for a couple of years, you know, if there's pressure to be felt in these kinds of situations, I think it's for on the longer time, you know, partnership in a way.
Well, Zabori,
I feel like there's still surprises that Andreikova and Zabori can throw at their opponents. I'm just not sure there's anything that Annika and Floor can come up with that it's going to be, you know, surprising out here for Anna and Martina.
Well, one of the big advantages Andreikova and Zabori have over everyone else in the women's game is they both serve so well. And I think they're the only two women in the country that really both have very effective serves that aren't easily driven.
Right, and so we've seen some of the players, you know, where the serve does become a little bit suspect. We know the feeling.
If that's okay.
It's a big stage, and as they go into nationals, you know, right before Philly, this match has a lot of ramifications for nationals.
And that was a big win for Cooper and Hanisch over Brzova and Anika in the semis. I mean, that tells me that Cooper is back.
Well, I mean, I think Cooper and Hanisch, they're amazing competitors. Floor is one of the players, I think, who is a match changer. I feel like if it's a toss-up, I've seen Floor really in the last 2 years be the difference.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Short Hills Invitational Women's Finals. This is a finals match. Playing on my left, we have Martina Andreikova and her playing partner, Anna Maria Zabori. On my right, we have Annika Cooper, playing partner, Florentina Hanisch. Ladies, begin play.
Okay, here we go. On to Zabori to serve. And when Cooper's got it going real well, she's catching the ball early and putting pressure on her opponents with her drives. Drives the ball off the deck as well as anybody.
Cooper sort of like Burris sits on that backhand, waits for that two-handed backhand.
But she really catches it early, steals time, and takes the ball down at their feet and likes to blitz behind it. And of course, we talk about Zabori's favorite shot, the behind-the-back shot. I saw her hit one in the quarters against Morgan Sikora at break point down. I would say she hits more behind-the-back shots successfully than any other player in the country. Now, Andreikova likes to drive the ball off of both wings. She's not very comfortable on the wires, but she's so long and it's very hard to get the ball to the wires her on that soft ball. Love 40, early opportunity for Cooper Hanisch. And there you see that Annika Cooper backhand that she catches early, and Zabori didn't even make it to the service line.
Cooper and Hanisch lead the first set, 1-0.
And Andreikova is such a smooth player, and like you said, you know, she can hurt you off both sides, forehand, backhand. She'd prefer to take the ball off the deck all day long rather than let the ball go into the screens. That's what you're saying, Mark?
Absolutely. Floor Hanisch to serve. She's got a terrific serve, despite that fault. Just a really well-rounded game. One of the best athletes in the women's game. Moves really well.
For them to win this match, she's going to have to serve well.
Yes, because Cooper's serve can be suspect at times.
All our serves can be suspect at times. But,
okay, suspect at all times. Great lob there from Andreikova.
Love 30.
And that's the difference from the men's game to the women's game. That lob, a foot or two behind the service line really can put these players really in a truly defensive position.
And to me, this is somewhat indicative of women's paddle, where serve is a disadvantage. It's not an advantage. You can see a lot of breaks of serve tonight.
Well, and the reason for that, Mark, is these players are so talented off the deck with the power that they have on their returns, so they can hit the return of serves harder than most of these women can serve.
Yes, and that they don't serve particularly well. That's a great play from Andrekova.
Off the screens, Mark. She looked like she liked that one.
Yeah, very athletic, came all the way out with that ball. Couple of fast games, couple breaks.
Andrekova, Feburary. Match is tied, 1 game apiece.
Patty, what's the record for most hours on court at the Short Hills Club in one day? Because I think Timo Araya and Vince Broderick have it.
They are on that second court. They've been out here, I think, since about 11 o'clock today. Every time there's an open court, these guys are out there. Maddox was out here, Maddox Parsons earlier.
Ball.
Andrekova's got a hard, flat serve.
And this is what I'm going to look for, to see if Hanisch can push them back beyond the service line, open up some court here.
Oh, and some ball through from Cooper.
Yeah, and you can see Andrekova didn't think for 1/2 second that she was going to try to make a volley. Just let the ball go through.
Yeah, that was a ball. As soon as that overhead went up, Hanisch should have bailed, and they closed the net off.
30-15. All.
Andrekova stays back. Zipori misplayed that one.
And in the women's game, because of the powerful return of serves that are potentially going to be hit all the time, you'll often see one player or both just opt to stay back on the baseline, let the ball go through.
That's just so much feel and touch. Zipori is as good as there is at that.
It's kind of an interesting formation. It's what Hanisch and Cooper, played this style with one up, one back, and I mean, it's scary to think about how good Zipori would be if they used that tactic. I mean, just because of her hands, she's got, one of the best set of hands in the women's game.
Did I mention how much I like Jeff Morneau, Patty Hogan?
He just went up in my book. I liked him a lot before about 10 minutes ago, but I like him a lot more right now.
This would be a big hold. Welcome to the booth, Jeff.
Thanks. Happy to be here. Although I'd rather be playing in the men's final, but it didn't work out that way today.
Deuce.
Wow, that lob barely caught the sideline.
Jeff, who'd you play with today?
I played today with John Lubau, a local legend out here in this neck of the woods.
Certainly in his own mind.
Yeah. Former partner of Steve DeRose.
Former national finalist.
Yeah.
Indian Trail.
We had a great time. We had great matches.
How many matches did you guys play in total?
We played 3 total matches. A lot of sets, a lot of long matches. It was really fun. He's a fun guy to play with.
Brief question: did you win any of them?
We did. We won 1.
Which is the most you wanted to win.
What do we got going on here?
A couple of early breaks. And now we got a close deuce-ad game. They had an ad in the last point, and the lob just caught the outside of the line. Sharp play early. Oh, what a shot from Cooper. Yep, catches Zipori off the net.
Advantage, Cooper, Hanisch.
Mark, how many matches have these women played to reach the final today?
It's 32 draws, so they would have played 4 matches.
So besides sheer talent, these guys have to be in shape. Look at Hanisch running down that shot, almost getting there. Mark and Jeff, are you guys texting each other? Because you're sitting next to each other. You could just talk through the mics.
You know, I just found my phone, so I'm just responding to some people back in East Longmeadow, Massachusetts, just kind of checking in on John Hughes, checking in on me, but I would say more checking in on John. So I was texting them. They were wondering when the men's final was going to go on and things like that. So I was just texting a couple people back, but you know, I'm gonna stay focused on this match.
I don't want you to. I want to talk about Longmeadow. You guys are hosting a Grand Prix next season, Jeff?
Yeah, we're looking forward to that. You know, we're already in the planning stages. We've already met twice. We've got a large group of volunteers. John Hughes, Mike Shields, Per Nilsson, Steve McKenna, you know, Dave Appelman. We've got, you know, a whole bunch of people out in our neck of the woods that are really helping out and volunteering to do just about anything that's needed to run the tournament, to make it great. You know, APTA has a lot of requirements for putting on a Grand Prix, and so we're pre-planning before, you know, even this early, just to try to make it as great as we possibly can for the players and for the fans.
What's the date of your event? What's the weekend?
I think we're the weekend before Thanksgiving. So it's sometime in November, although we're talking a little bit about the date, about whether, you know, whether we should move it or not. But it doesn't look like we're going to move it. It looks like it's going to be that weekend. And this year we had just an incredibly strong draw. We got some great sponsors, Remedy One, and then we had a lot of local businesses put up some money. So we had some prize money in the tournament. It's, you know, it's really moving along. And you know, we've done a men's tournament out there in Longmeadow for many, many, many years, but we're, you know, I think the fans and I think the club members and the members in the area, the paddle players, are actually really looking forward to the women coming out to Longmeadow to play.
Well, that's going to be a lot of fun, Jeff. I've been up to the Western Mass tournament a couple of times. You put on a great show up there.
Yeah, if I remember, Mark, I think you did you win that thing once with Juan Pablo Araya Martinez?
2 consecutive semifinal losses to some mediocre player named Durand something.
Yeah, right back when, you know, that was right back when Durant was starting.
Yeah.
You know,
actually,
when he was
both times to Hayden, Matt Porter. First time with Anton Mavrin.
Yeah.
Like when I played with Juan, we played you and Bill Power.
That's right. I remember that. I remember losing.
And here, Cooper and Hanisch are kind of falling into that one up, one back, excuse me, formation a little bit, which is so effective with Hanisch being so athletic at the net.
Jeff, I want to talk about you winning and your run with Juan to get to the finals of nationals.
15.
I mean, that was an amazing year to watch you guys come together and see the different things that each of you had to offer and how you really helped Juan, I think, take a big step in his game with your skill, your positive attitude out there. You just really kind of helped level him out. You guys were a phenomenal team.
Yeah,
so fun to watch.
Yeah, he's just really fun to play with. He just, you know, a player like Juan really complements my style of play. I think, you know, I just think my, you know, calming demeanor and just, you know, encouraging him. But, you know, one of the things that I say, you know, with Juan is that, you know, when things aren't going well, he really needs, you know, even today, he still needs somebody on the court that just slows things down and gives him, you know, a little more time to come back.
40,
I saw that they
30.
didn't do so well today. You know, I'm sure that
do so well today.
Well, I mean, I saw the result. I was surprised by the score.
Oh, they were brutal.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I was out playing, but
I don't think they know what happened either.
They got crushed, Jeff. That's what happened today. And they haven't played a lot as a team, and as you know, that's such a big part of it. I mean, they're the defending national champions, but still, I just feel like every 2 months in this game, you see more players who are taking a step up, and they're harder to get by. and you know, everyone pushes everyone to another level.
Yeah, I mean, maybe today was a bad day for. It could be a whole bunch of reasons, but I fully expect them to be, you know, ready for nationals. Mark Parsons a gamer. You don't win, you know, 4 or 5 national titles.
4 national titles.
Yeah, and then if you combine the ones that he's won, and you know, husband, wife, and
we're not counting those
mixed and things like that.
Those
He's got a whole, you know, that's true. He's got a whole bunch more. I mean, Parsons is a great partner for him. I'm sure they're going to pull it together by the time nationals comes around and be a, you know, they're not going to be an easy out. No one's going to blow through them, you know, 6-2, 6-0. You know, congrats to, you know, the team that took them out. I mean, you know, Randy and Graham.
Randy and Graham played a great match.
You know, Graham's he's turned himself into one of the, you know, top players in the country. And, you know, Randy is, you know, he's sort of one of those players who's been, you know, he just hasn't had a really, really strong partner. And when he does, you know, he's sort of like what I was. You know, I always felt like I was a top player, but you can't do it by yourself, and you also need a really good partner. And you can just see how, you know, when Randy gets a really good partner like Graham, he can play with all the best in the country.
So we got 4 breaks in a row here. Cooper was up 40-15 that game before getting broken. So let's see who steadies down and serves a good, solid game.
First to hold wins the set, Mark. Is that the? I've often heard you say that.
I'm not sure I'm willing to go there just yet. Great
Okay.
overhead from Zabori, and there you see that hard overhead and catches Cooper in the shoulder.
30, love.
And that's the difference. You know, club level players, they get a short lob. They try to hit the waterfall, but they're not Graham McNerney hitting the waterfall. Where these guys bring it with that roller overhead, and that's the difference in the game with the Gabby, the Roxys. You know, Floor hits it. Who else hits it, Mark?
Zabori.
Well, I had her on that list first because of that.
40,
Lauren
15.
Gabbia can clock that ball. When you can do that and go straight at that player's
Charlotte Sikora.
It's a big factor.
You know, I'm just catching up on this on the women's draw. Have any of them? I'm sure you gave the preview. Have any of these teams along the way had some really tougher long matches?
Would you describe Love 6, 7, 6, 7, 6 as a tough match, Jeff?
I consider that about a 2-setter.
Okay, well, that was the set that Andreeva Zabori won in their semi, and then the other side, Hanisch and Cooper won 7-5 in the third.
You know, so I'm wondering, they're great athletes, and they're pros, and they're in great shape, but it's a long day here. You know, 4 tough matches in one day is a very very difficult thing to do, no matter how great a shape you're in. So I'm wondering if as this match goes along, if the points get long, if fitness becomes fitness and fatigue, mental fatigue in particular, becomes a factor.
Yeah, Andreeva and Zabori are both just really ripping their return to serves right now, putting a lot of pressure on Cooper Hanisch.
Not so sure that was in.
Yeah, things are getting away from Cooper Hanisch right here. And it's just return of serve. I mean, it's just the difference between that aspect in terms of how well Andreeva and Zabori return serve.
15,
a lot of pressure on him.
30.
Zabori misses that one.
Good blitz, though.
Yep, that was right play.
Right move. Right move.
Great hands there from Hanisch.
And I love that she threw up a lob, bought time, bailed out right away.
This is one of the problems that Zabori and
Andreeva
have, yeah.
A little bit of that overhead coverage.
Yeah, well, you see Andreeva kind of fading back to her left as opposed to staying in the position and letting Zabori hit it.
Right, staying in a lane of coverage and kind of letting Zabori maybe come over and hit a little bit of a slash rather than Martina back up into her path, really.
Yeah. That's a great lob.
Yeah, because Zabori's overhead is just such an effective shot.
Right, and even right there, Cooper hit that first lob, and Martina took it, threw it over to floor before then Zabori got the next overhead. I mean, I love Zabori doing her thing with all these overheads.
And Zabori's drop shot is clearly the best in the women's game. Yep, misses that one.
That was amazing how she got that to drop on her side of the net.
Almost dropped on her foot. Big point right here in the set. Oh, that's such a
What
smart
a
play from
move.
Zabori.
What a move right there.
So quick to that ball. And took it right at her.
Andrikova and Zabori lead the first set.
And this is a great volley from Hanisch. And then she's low, and the ball's just right on her. No chance.
So Annika, I think she had to go stuff that volley. She sees her coming in from below the level of the net. She's got to hit the ball up. And I think Annika just stayed back on her heels. I think that's where she's got to be bold and just step into the drive. Try to stuff the volley.
Confirm the call. The call is wide.
Yeah, it's tough. You know, she on that one there, she stood still and was waiting, but and you know, maybe she could have closed in, but Zabori really got it right up on her. You know, got it really up right in the chicken wing spot. It's a tough shot. It's a good move by Zabori.
It is a good move, and I think we'll see it again if we don't see Annika get her paddle up there and really try to, you know, be a little bit more of an aggressive volleyer in that situation if Zabori's hitting up to her.
Oh, what a great get. Great move.
Yeah, it's just Hanisch has just got to be careful with that shot with Zabori sitting on the net. She wins that point, but that's not a point they want to play on a regular basis.
Now, Mark, you've seen and you've commentated for a lot of the women's paddle. Who's the best volleyer on the court out there?
30 all.
I would say probably Hanisch, with Zabori a close second. You agree, Patty?
Do we have to say best?
No, Patty, all I should say is 5 games have passed since you promised us your prediction, which didn't come.
Oh, okay.
So don't quibble with Jeff over the terminology best. Oh, that's a
I just
great
think
pickup.
Zabori's hands are phenomenal.
Yeah, she does so much with the ball, no question.
She does, and the shots
30,
that would put
40.
most people totally on the defensive is sort of into the sweet spot with Zabori's hands. Those low balls, the angles, she loves those shots.
But Hanisch is much better positional volleyer.
Yep. And I think that's just the thing on Zabori and Dragova, just their positioning sometimes. It's a little bit suspect. And I think if a team is willing to play some longer points, slow down play.
Those are some great overheads there from Andrekova. And there Hanisch got too deep in the court and she got beat. This is a really important game for them. I don't think they can afford to lose it and still come back and win the first set.
Well, I don't know, Mark. If I remember, I was actually watching some women's live stream paddle in Boston, and I saw, I think, these two come back from
5-love down,
from total despair. I mean, that's an old Zabori doing the old Johan Durant shot from when he won nationals for the first time.
Catches the nick there.
The slammeroo.
Advantage, Andrikova, Zabori.
Fault puts him back in the game.
Is Cooper back and is she fully recovered?
I don't know if she's fully recovered or not. I know in Boston, I had lunch with her before the quarters, and she wasn't even sure she'd be able to finish the match. So, really had a big win today. I mean, beating Brzova and Anika is a good win.
Oh, she tried to take one of Juan's little tricks there.
Advantage,
worked as well as his did today, too.
Andrikova, Zabori.
You talked about it earlier, Mark. There it is, the best drop shot in the women's game.
Yeah, she just put so
Andrikova
much
and
pressure.
Zabori
I mean,
lead the first set.
Gabby
5
Nicolescu did
games
it
to
also
2.
with that roller, but Zabori just puts so much pressure on her opponents with her net play. Just there's no comfort in the backcourt when she's at the net.
14.
And we played 7 games, and Hanisch and Cooper don't have a hold yet. They're 0 for 3.
Now do you want my prediction?
Now I don't need your prediction. Let me guess, you like Delmonico Gebbia?
I think Andreeva and Sabori are going to extend their lead here in the national rankings going into Philly.
That's a big limb you're going out on right
Yeah.
now.
Well, it was the same one at the beginning. I go with number 1 seed.
Is the sealed envelope around? Is it underneath your clipboard?
Yep, it's on the other side. I'll tell you, Domenico Gebbia, they did well for themselves. They were pretty close in the rankings to Morgan and Sakura going into this. So semifinal finish for them definitely helps.
Virtually all the women were here. The only one that wasn't was Laura Barron.
15, love.
Amy Shea.
Dardis and Shea. Where were Dardis and Shea this week?
So Cynthia Dardis played. Cynthia had a big win with her sister over the team of Lemieux and Joseph today.
That's an upset.
I don't know where Amy wasn't playing, obviously, and Cynthia has a twin, and
There's a
they
great move
get to
right
play
there.
paddle sometimes.
Great transition there from Hanisch Cooper. That's their signature play.
Yep.
Ball gets driven through. Cooper drives it back. Hanisch cuts it off and hits a winning volley. There they are, one up, one back, and here comes Cooper.
Mark, speaking of Dardis and Shea, are they playing Philly?
I think so. I saw them in the draw.
Yeah, it's unbelievable to think they're currently ranked 7th in the country.
That's a big forehand from
30-15.
Yeah.
Win, lose, or draw this
Hanisch-
set. Hanisch Cooper need to hold serve. need to
Yeah,
start
Hanisch
getting
was,
the play.
trying to run. She kind of ran through that volley. I mean, we all do it as players.
40-15.
This would be a big hole to serve for him.
Yeah, if they can hold here, it gets them back in. They're really only one break down.
Or 2 holds.
There are 2 holds.
That's great control from Andrekova.
40-30.
That was a rusty-looking miss from Cooper. She's going to rush that ball.
Yeah, I'm finding these points are very short.
Game, Cooper and Hanisch.
It's so interesting. If
Andrekova
years, the
and
women's game
Zabori
is slower than the guys'
lead the
game.
first set.
As you and I talked
5
about
games
earlier, it's
to
kind of
3.
flipped, and the women play much faster than the guys do now.
Wow, big
Love
backhand there.
15.
That go off Andrekova's paddle?
I don't know. I think Andrekova looked like Andrekova let it go through, and they turned around and looked at it, and it was in.
Yeah. Kind of looked wide from the trajectory, but obviously not.
15 all.
Cooper backhand is just a terrific shot normally.
Yeah. I'm wondering if Hanisch and Cooper played a little slower, whether that would be more effective for them. I don't know, because I know the way that they play, but I'm wondering in this match if they played a little slower, whether they could get themselves kind of back into this match.
I think you're right on the money, Jeff. They've got to slow play down.
Hanisch did a good return of serve there to set up Cooper. And
30 all.
I think that's what I'd love to see, her hitting real aggressive return here on Anna's serve, using
I think it's
the pace if she can.
I think it's 15-40 and now 30-40.
Advantage, Andrekova, Zabori.
I think he's got that wrong. It's the other way.
Okay, excuse me. Correction. 30-40.
He heard you.
Interesting decision by Zabori to stay back there. top from Sabori.
Really good screen play. Mixing up the lobbing here a little bit.
Oh, it's usually Martina's wheelhouse.
Yeah, that was the ball you expect her to make.
Cooper Hanisch.
So, Mark, while they're having the changeover, the tournament was great today.
Andrikova and Zubori.
And I'll tell you, one of
set.
One of the things I
5
really enjoyed
games to
about
4.
today was I saw, like, in between matches, it was a beautiful day, and in between matches when there were some free courts and, nothing crazy, no intense matches going on, I saw kids out there, hitting the balls and getting excited about paddle. And it was nice to see Timu Araya Martinez back on tour.
I think that's Martinez, Araya.
Martinez Araya Martinez. So it was good to see him. You saw, Drew Broderick's kids. You saw other kids. They're out there hitting. And,
Maddox Parsons.
Yeah, Maddox Parsons, so I mean, it was. I thought that was something
Love
that was really
15.
great, and it's it's good to see them all out here with their dads, and sometimes and with their moms and things. Not just supporting their play, but you see them out there. It's the kind of the next generation of paddle players.
Vince Broderick is making his debut at Junior Nationals, age 7, in a couple of weeks. Jeff.
It's awesome. It's awesome.
15
you watch them out there. I know, at times when we're up in Boston, I've my son's gone out there and hit with Timu, and it's so much fun. The kids really enjoy the game too.
Jeff, Jersey's got a big day for juniors tomorrow. Michael Espy's running an event up at an Indian Trail on the Viking Junior Tour. And then Mickey Erdoya, who is going to be very busy tomorrow morning early. Mick, along with Jill Fair, are running the New Jersey High School State Championship tomorrow.
That's awesome.
So play kicks off for that, 8 a.m.
Yeah, my son Ryan, he played in his first tournament with with a local kid who really hadn't played too much paddle, and he really had a great time.
30 all.
A couple of missed returns from Zabori there and some big moments in the match. 2 points from the set. We should mention Wendy Spiz and Heather Propp winning the Hinsdale Challenge 2 weeks after Heather had knee surgery.
That's amazing.
A lot of misses.
Advantage, Cooper Hanisch.
Just really quick points. Very quick points.
3 missed returns this game.
Make it 4.
Game. Call confirmed. Game. Cooper Hanisch.
Boy, that was sloppy.
First set. Games are tied. 5 games apiece.
I don't want to jinx you, Mark, but you did say at 5-2 that they were probably out of it, but they somehow find a way. It's
paddle.
Yep. You don't get to 1 in the country.
Well, if this is going to be a competitive match, it's going to advantage Hanisch Cooper.
Love 15.
They're just great competitors. And right now you're seeing some really sloppy play from Andrikova Zabori.
Well, I think that was a great move from Cooper in that ad court. She saw Zabori line up to hit, aiming toward that side screen. She just used her wingspan, cut the shot off, and clocked it. And I think Cooper's one of these players, Mark. She gets in one or two shots, and she goes from feeling sort of like a non-factor into a huge factor in the match.
Sight. Body was in the way. Call must stand.
Good decisive umpiring right there.
15 all, correct? 15 all, play.
Well, in or out, Zabori did a good job shielding it.
So if you're going to call the ball out, don't let the umpire see it.
That's right.
That's a ball Cooper usually makes.
30,
She's so good
15.
at that.
Yep. They were right where they wanted to be with, Hanisch running into the net, Cooper in the back with an open spot to, drive it.
Seems like Floor will do this. And then in a huge moment, she'll
she
blitz off
played
of
it.
one of those lobs, Mark, that I've seen, where she'll just decide that she's going to take charge and try to win the point.
Yeah, she does it a lot of the big points, too. I just love.
Yeah, I love that she has that willingness, and she'll sort of kind of not bring it into play, and then all of a sudden, What a great lob right there. Forced a huge error. I don't know if the
30
ball was going to be
all.
out, but Zabori probably could have let that ball bounce.
And to your point, Jeff, they've really slowed down play. Boy, Cooper does that so well, cutting that ball off.
And I think she needs to. I think she needs to take that overhead away from Zabori.
Oh, what a volley.
Great up the line. Here's the blitz.
And there Andrekova doesn't warn her partner.
It's almost like I
Advantage,
called that, Mark.
Cooper.
Not almost,
Hanisch.
Patty Hogan. Point for 6-5 and serve for the set.
I mean, and that's what Hanisch does. She just does that sneak move. At a critical point, she has a willingness to gamble.
Great spot. She finds
Game.
the right pick of Andrekova.
Cooper,
And it's 4 games in a
Hanisch.
row.
Zabori plays soccer with the paddle ball.
Cooper and Hanisch lead the first set. 6 games.
And I don't really think, there was a hard shift here. The ball went over. Well, this is back to the blitz.
Yeah, and that's where Andrekova's got to warn her partner.
Yes. And then Zabori just had that shot. And again, I just think they kind of got caught flat-footed, really didn't make a hard shift over. And then there was a huge amount of real estate off of Martina's right hip there.
Yep. I mean, even in that one, though, I think even if Andreka warned, you got to give the warning. But even if she did, I think Hanisch was she was on that.
That was a great shot from the crew here. The action all around the club. We still have
15.
We have a men's
love.
open final going on out there in another court, and we await the men's final to start once those guys have showered and ready to go.
Oh, what a shot.
That's a great shot by Zabori. If you get it past Hanisch, you've hit a great shot.
You're seeing how much less of an impact Zabori's overhead's had in the last half hour or so.
Well, Annika's hitting it.
Oh.
There we go. We might have to look at that again if they win the point.
30, love.
About to lose the set.
Yeah, that was an amazing shot. I mean, just... Did I see it between the legs right there?
Yes, you
Is
did.
that what I didn't see it for real on live. I had to get the replay.
That's why I wear glasses.
That's a great ball.
30-15.
Really good. Low point of contact. Kept that ball. Ball just died.
As we talked about
30
in the past, Cooper's
all.
serve can kind of come and go a little bit. These faults tend to come in bunches. Look much better today.
Gigantic point.
Great serve there. Sorry, guys.
I don't think
She said so
Advantage,
fast. I
Cooper,
felt like there's a
Hanisch.
lot of sincerity in it.
A lot of sincerity.
Not at 6-5-30 all. I don't even say sorry.
Guys. Yes.
I might turn my back.
Yeah. No sorries there.
To hide your schmirk.
The only people who are sorry were Andrekova and Zabori. Great serve from Cooper.
Yeah.
And there's the first set.
Game.
7-5. Cooper on.
First set goes to Cooper and Hanisch. They win the first set 7-5.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back for the second set of the women's final at Short Hills Invitational.
2 more games for a ball.
At Maple Crest Lincoln, it's about time. Time to experience the unique Lincoln brand of style, performance, and safety, like this all-new 2020 Aviator. Time to discover the ease of personal connectivity with the Lincoln Way app. Time to enjoy premium ownership benefits with pickup and delivery, loaner cars, complimentary detailing, and much more. Serving Essex, Union, and Morris counties, Maple Crest Lincoln. Isn't it time?
Rev it, crack it like whoa. Pop it, lock it, top it, switch it like whoa. Whoa.
All my ladies in the back with me, all legit. Everybody gather round, now they placing bits. But no, we're not taking bets, we're just breaking necks. Throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Bounce. 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 Bounce on it, swip, bounce on it, lit. Show 'em how you bounce with the split, bounce with the trick. Bounce it down really quick. Then make it dip, bounce it down, bounce it down.
Welcome back to Short Hills Invitational Women's Final. Hanisch and Cooper just won the first set 7-5 over Andreikova Zabori. I'm Patty Hogan alongside Jeff Morneau and Mark Fischel. Jeff, what are your thoughts?
You know, it seems to me that they,
Love 30.
Hanisch and Cooper, have just found a rhythm, and that Andreikova and Zabori have not changed their game at all. They're playing the exact same way they did before, and I think they need to do something different. What that is, I'm not sure.
Martina hitting a few more overheads here without them switching to get on to the left of the two of them.
Yep. Maybe, you know, overheads like that are probably going to be better because these hard ones have been causing them a lot of problems.
Well, they also have to be more consistent on return to serve. They missed so many return to serves in that stretch of 5 games in a row they lost.
I think you're right, Mark. I think that was the key. Just way too many
Love
errors.
40.
And they're starting off the second set the way they finished the first with a ton of errors. First point, Zabori almost reached into Andreikova's alley. Oh, that's a great backhand from Hanisch.
You know, Andreikova plays pretty far off the net.
Yeah, I think it causes problems because she gets in the way of the overhead. Another great inside-out backhand
Yeah.
from Hanisch.
I mean, just like that.
And Hanisch. Cooper and Hanisch lead the second set. 1 game to love.
She's a you know, Andreikova's a great player. She's a great person. She's got one of the better forehands, I think, in the game, in the women's game. But when she's off the net like that, it really, you know, it gets a little difficult to volley. You know, and she's tall, and so I think she could actually play a little closer to the net and still be able to get to the overheads fairly
Love
easily.
15.
So I mean, I'd like to see her play a little closer to the net, if she could.
Yeah, and I think that would be a great adjustment for her. I think she just kind of splits the difference, and a lot of times it doesn't matter so far for them.
Yeah.
But especially with, you know, Annika
Love
and Flora kind of
30.
finding their way here and a little bit more offensive moments going on.
Yep. Well, I know you guys. There's a great play right
Love
there.
40.
But again, Flora backed off that. If you're going to stand up there, then you've got to almost move forward and be ready with your paddle up.
Mark, I've got a question for you guys. Can you name the only person to lose to Flora Hanisch twice within 24 hours?
Juan Araya?
No.
You?
15.
Jeff Morneau.
40.
In less than 24 hours, I lost twice to Martin Brostrom and Flora Hanisch in the husband-wife and the mixed. Yep, just last year, 2019.
Okay,
Game.
back
Under
on
Korber.
serve, 1-0.
Zabori. Second set. Tied. 1 game apiece.
I mean, Andreikova and Zabori started to make their returns, and all of a sudden things are going better.
Yeah, I mean they lost so many games in a row, right? I mean they were up 5-2, they lost 5. They lost basically a 6-0
Yeah.
from being up 5-2. They lost 6-0, so it's good to see them get back on the board.
So much of the damage was self-inflicted. That's great rip from Flora. Yeah, Andreikova tends to fall in love with that down-up
Love
overhead in the
15.
And Hanisch is really good at punishing her.
Yeah, I'd like to see her kind of push the overhead more, just kind of push Hanisch back with some deep, you know, a little deeper or a little lower.
I'm sticking with that Zabori and Andreikova don't necessarily shift.
15
They don't
all.
make an adjustment. So if one of them has hit a poor overhead, you know, that's a hard play for them to come up with the next shot, given that they just basically stand there and then rely on their really good hands to make the play.
Yep. No
30, 15.
That's what we talked about earlier in terms of comparing Zabori's volley and Hanisch's. That's the overhead you're talking about, Jeff.
I just think that's going to be, you know, they need to slow it down. The hard ones are just not working. You know, that one right there. You see where she's now. That was a good volley.
But you feel like Hanisch is controlling this point, not the net team. Those guys are chasing her shots.
There's a good one.
Great overhead.
40, 15.
You see, she hit the hard one there when it was a short lob, but when Hanisch is lobbing the ball deeper, I feel like Andreikova's got to kind of keep Hanisch back and just kind of push it back. But what's happening is when Hanisch is hitting a good lob and Andreikova hits it hard, it's coming off the screen, Andreikova's off the net, and Hanisch is really taking advantage of Andreikova being off the net.
Andreikova, Zabori.
Those are a fast pair of games.
Andreikova and Zabori
When it's going fast,
lead the
it's
second
bad for
set,
Cooper Hanisch.
2 games to 1.
Well, every paddle match we watch, you know, with players who are within the same skill set, there's just momentum swings all the time. It's amazing. You know, a team gets it for 2 games. Then all of a sudden, they might look terrible for 2 games, and all of a sudden, the spark returns quickly.
Yeah, I really feel, you know, as I'm watching more and more of the match, I really feel if Hanisch can move Andreikova off the net and Andreikova keeps hitting overheads over there, if she hits an up-down hard, Andreikova's just not getting close enough back to the net that I think Hanisch is going to end up taking advantage of that. I mean, Hanisch is going to take advantage of that.
15 love.
I think you're right, and you don't ever see Andreikova even throw that shot straight ahead right into Annika's body, and Annika really is not a threat up the middle with her forehand. I feel like there's safe area there where
15 all.
You're right, it kind of fuels Hanisch's game.
Well, the other thing is you really feel like if they hit 8 or 10 good lobs, you're going to get an error from Andreikova Zabori.
Yeah, either an error or something that comes hard out where Hanisch can really take advantage in, you know, in transition.
Yep.
Quick shout out to Sherry Burley, one of my buddies up at Lake George Paddle and Pickleball. Hate to say it, pickleball. But I'm loving pickleball now. Jeff, do you play pickleball yet?
Not yet.
Oh my gosh, wait till you start with that lefty-righty thing you got going on. You're going to be dominant in the sport.
I don't know about that, but...
Oh, I know. I've watched the men and women who switch hands sometimes a little bit. Huge advantage.
Not sure why Andreikova didn't cover that ball. She was already back.
30, 15.
But decided not to move over and cover the through ball.
She didn't feel like it, Mark.
That must have been it, Patty Hogan.
Well, I mean, you know, Zabori's one of the better movers on the court. Maybe, you know, she's just used to Zabori getting that. That was kind of a crazy shot right there.
40, 15.
Yeah, falling back. And that's the beauty of the Cooper Hanisch one-up, one-back play. It kind of lures you into trying to hit the ball past them or around them.
$40, 30.
If there's such a thing as a good fault, that was a good fault.
Yeah, it's a good swing.
Good swing, a little bit long.
Game.
Spraying a lot of
Hanisch,
balls.
Cooper.
Yeah, and talking to herself, you know, hit it in, hit it in.
Second set tied, 2 games apiece. Cooper and Hanisch won the first set, 7 games to 5.
Looks like the men's match has started. Randt Mitchell used powers. I'm real interested to see how Steve Mitchell responds to the lefty spin from John Hughes today.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to be over in the deuce court.
Love 15.
Yeah, I'm wondering. I'm wondering
see
if
if
after watching Boston, whether or not Johan and Steve Mitchell have come to a conclusion that in the backcourt that maybe Johan should be playing the forehand court.
Well, that's
Maybe
what I
not-
meant. I watched
yeah.
them, and Steven stayed over in that ad court, and I think that's the issue with that lefty overhead. And we
Whoa,
we saw it in Boston.
We got to see that Zabori overhead in instant
Yeah,
replay.
yeah.
You see that?
Right off the top of the paddle.
15 all.
Goes over the net like a lob almost,
Twice.
and then it comes back over. And even, with Hanisch's great speed, she
Zabori-
couldn't get it.
Zabori was
30,
looking for the behind the back
15.
shot there.
She looks for the behind and back, just like people sit on their favorite shot. I think it's her favorite shot.
Clearly.
I don't know if that's the first game over there, but it looks like Randt Mitchell, I believe, won the first game, if it was the first game.
All right, hopefully we can get someone sending us some scores.
I mean, that's the play for Hanisch and Cooper, is getting one of
30
them off the
all.
net, hitting it low, and the other one blitzing, which is typically going to be Hanisch, but there I think it was Cooper.
Yep.
Yeah, they're just not getting... There it is again. There it is again, right? It's the same play over and over. So it's a repeat theme.
Advantage. Hanisch
unless
and Cooper.
Zabori and Andrekova can learn or start pushing that forehand deep as opposed to hitting it down hard, it looks like it's just not going to go their way.
Andrekova staying back there on Zabori's
Game.
serve.
Hanisch and Cooper.
I mean, they're just missing a lot of balls. I mean, Zabori made
Hanisch
such a
and
bad
Cooper
decision
lead the
to
second
drive the
set.
ball after it went through at the 30-all
3-2.
point.
Yeah, they're missing balls, but look where they're missing them from. They're missing them from the service line. They're missing them from no man's land or no woman's land. So it's where they're missing them from as opposed to just the fact that they're missing them.
Is that our chair umpire singing?
I don't know.
Is that you, Patty Hogan?
I must confess, that was me.
Sounded exactly like you, Patty Hogan.
Patty, I didn't know you had rap.
Oh, yeah.
Hang on.
I think that was our chair umpire.
This thing is getting away from Andrekova Zabori fast. Just a lot of misses.
You know, I think the push overhead for them would make a huge difference.
So
when they're at the net.
So what we're talking about is particularly on Andrekova when her contact point is above her head, and you're saying you feel like she lets the ball drop and goes into a push, far less pace.
Yeah, exactly. Instead of having her racket basically at head height or above when she's hitting the ball, you really want to have it
Sidearm.
to your side, or a roller, just anything that's not.
Which is
great
the whole
drop.
idea behind the sidearm serve.
Yeah, exactly. So when they're off the net, you can call it a down up or a hard overhead is what's getting them in trouble.
And there they look at each other as the ball traveling 3 miles an hour goes through for the winner.
Yeah, that shouldn't happen with a team with their type of experience and playing together for so long.
Great volley from Hanisch, but that's got to be put back in play.
And the lack of that overhead is only revealing itself because of the lobbing from Hanisch from that deuce court.
30 all.
Big point right here. Well, that serve was close. Just too fast.
Yeah, but it seems like they're all doing it.
Andrekova and Zabori.
If either team from the back lobs well, they're winning the point.
Every point.
Every point.
Yeah.
off of a lob because
and
it
that's
seems
the difference in the women's game because of the guys are
Game.
so tall.
Andrakova and
And the
Zabori.
speed going back negates so much of the good lobbing where it's
Second
such a
set
factor
tied. 3
Well,
games
in
all.
women's paddle.
I'd like to say it has something to do with height, but I think there are probably 2 women on that court that are taller than me. And maybe all of them, but definitely I think Cooper and Andrekova are, they're 2 of the taller women in the game. You see if they can, there it is again. I mean, it almost worked, almost.
And the refusal to lob the ball after it's been driven through. I mean, that's a ball she's got to put in play. Her partner's out of position. She's hung her out to
Love
try.
15.
Does Zabori know that she can just put her paddle over and lob that ball with a routine backhand right there?
I don't think she's allowed to do that.
$15 all.
Great cover from Hanisch. Zabori's just kind of looking around.
15-30.
It's okay. Wait, lower, Carrie.
Well, we see Carrie Delmonico here going into a crawl.
Very impressive. Isn't
It
She
is
gets out
actually.
of-
Look at this. Look at the agility in the
practicing her
announcing
breaststroke
booth.
on
This
the
is
carpet.
great.
Why is
I
she
mean,
standing up? She should stay
30
down like that.
all.
It's unbelievable. After the long matches today, that is really impressive. Carrie Delmonico showing her agility.
Is Riley on the other side, or were they playing
I
hide
know
and seek?
she's got her army jacket on. I mean, she could have been doing like a tough mutter right there, just trying to get across without getting on camera. Oh, through the legs, nice.
Great discipline by Hanisch. Let that ball through though.
And there it is again. There's the play right there. I mean, that's a tough shot, the half volley. Oh.
Oh, got away with that one, but that's not a place you want to make a living.
Advantage.
I just like to
Andrakova
see
and Zabori.
both of them when they're back off the net take it a little bit more from the side, but
Jeff, can you just go out there and tell them that?
I am gonna tell them that. I mean, Martina is Andrekova is
Former mixed doubles partner of yours, right?
Yeah, I played mixed doubles with her for a couple of years. Really, she's just such a great person to play with. She's so much
Deuce.
fun. But I will, I don't have any problem, suggesting it to her. I consider her a friend, and
Not on the next changeover?
Advantage.
not on
Cooper
the next
and
changeover.
Hanisch.
Not on the next changeover.
I marvel that she hasn't dumped one ball into the middle screen, given that Cooper rarely drives her forehand in the middle. I like the play where Floor comes to the middle a little bit and get her out of her corner even.
But they're playing so many balls at Hanisch. She's killing him with the cross-court lob. I'd come back hitting the ball at Cooper.
Yeah, she goes cross-court up the line. As Jeff said, this is repeat. Same pattern repeating itself.
When they're, both on this, that, so I don't mind that. On Drekova and, well, there's...
Game. Cooper and Hanisch.
There's why she might not be going down the line. But
well, I'm talking
Cooper
middle.
and Hanisch
Forget about the
lead
corner.
second set.
And I'm
4 games to 3.
And I think on Drekova right there, she kind of wandered back. I think Zabori
Cooper
could have
and
handled
Hanisch
that overhead.
win the first set. 7 games to 5.
And that's what I'm saying with Andreevka, and we've talked about it. I think she hedges her bet with her positioning a little bit. I think she plays a little bit closer, maybe a little more depth on the volleys, and I still like Zabori early in this match when she was just dictating play off her overheads.
I'd like to see them, both of them have really good rollers, hard and, go for the nick as opposed to the, just kind of hitting it, it's like a half up-down. It's not a straight up-down. But the rollers would seem like they might work a little better.
Right, Jeff, and I saw you, when you play, you do that, you know, as good as any guy out here, and you just
15 love.
Wait forever and let that ball drop, and you're so content to do it, and you know you've got the hands where if someone sort of is sneaking in and making a move, you've got them in their sights, and you can put a ball around them as well. That's an advantage of letting that ball drop.
I think Andreka and Zabori are in a load of trouble right here.
Well, again, you know, Hanisch, like I said, you know, I've seen her rise in the matches, and she's the difference maker.
Love.
She clearly has been today. Another sloppy mistake from Zabori. Just driving that side back ball just too deep in the court, and if it went in, it wouldn't have mattered. Well,
30-15.
I thought Cooper had her in all sorts of trouble there in transition.
They did.
She just missed that one.
If that goes in, it's probably their point. Hanisch is going to knock the next one off, probably right back at Andrekova.
All.
So little of that from Zabori's normally reliable forehand. Big forehand there from Andrekova.
Advantage, Andrakova and Zabori. Game, Andrakova and Zabori.
Who wants it?
This
Who wants it?
This match is
Second
predictable and
set
it's
tied,
unpredictability.
4 games apiece.
So we're 4-all. Following this match, we will go to the men's final. Hughes and Paris out there against Durant and Mitchell.
Boy, it's just great lob and opened up the whole court.
Love 15.
But another missed drive when there was just nothing there. Boy,
Love 30.
Zabori is really struggling on serve.
Let's see what we can do here.
Love 40.
Yeah, if I'm Cooper Hanisch, I'm lobbing every ball. Because it's just a matter of time until you open up the court. There's just no point in driving the return to serve.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cigar smoke out there. I think Zabori's asking some people maybe to move away a little bit.
You see, that's the type of mistake you just shouldn't be
15,
making. Just lob that
40.
ball. Your lobbing is just open up the whole court.
Well, or hit a forehand. The ball was
Yeah,
down the tee.
Well, she doesn't have much. She obviously prefers her back. See, again, they're playing so fast. They're winning all the long points.
30,
Why do you want to
40.
blitz there?
The team from the back seems to be winning the points.
Yeah.
You know, the net does not seem to be a place that either team really should be, or where they want to be. Seems like the points are being won by the team that's in the back.
Great cover by Cooper there, going all the way to the other side of the court behind Hanisch.
Just keep lobbing, stay back. You can open the whole court up.
Ball's out.
Wow.
Confirmed, ball's out. Game, Cooper Hanisch.
Look at that scrambling. It paid off.
I don't think Zabori thinks that ball was out. She's not very happy right now. You know,
Cooper Hanisch lead the second set.
Can't tell
5
one way
games to 4.
Can't tell one way or the other. The umpire confirms the call.
Look wide to me.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I thought it was wide.
I think Zabori's probably not happy with
Frustrated.
herself.
Right.
Yep.
But here we go, 5-4. Let's see what happens.
Short Hills Invitational, 69th year of this event. Patty Hogan with Mark Fischel, Jeff Morneau. Women's final, grueling day. Started, draw of 32 teams, starting at 9 o'clock this morning or 8:30. Here we are, 8:15 at night.
Well, just in the event, that's one she normally likes.
That's her shot.
Love 15.
So in the event that this match happens to end in this game, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention two people from Long Meadow that have helped out for years and years with the tournament. Brian Graboff, thank you so much. Jen Wilson. I mean, we can't do it. You know, the Hut commanders and things of that nature. So, you know, I forgot a few of our key people, and I want to make sure I give a shout out to them.
It's nice
so
of you,
thanks.
Jeff. We know it takes so many volunteers, over 50 here for Short Hills Invitational, and we look forward to your event next year.
Yeah,
30-15.
If I forgot anybody, you know, please forgive me. But we're in a battle here. 30-15, 5-4.
2 points from the match.
30-all.
Zabori just goes right at Cooper.
That's where Cooper kind of hangs back, and that paddle head dips on her a little bit. I think she's got to keep it up. Wow, that was... I almost thought she was going to get that.
Are they allowed to lob from the backcourt this game, Jeff?
What's it?
Are they allowed to lob from the backcourt this game?
I don't know.
So we've got a match point here for Hanisch and Cooper.
Yeah, well, maybe they figured it out. Playing from the back's not such a bad thing.
And there it is.
Game.
Game, set,
Cooper
match.
Hanisch.
Cooper Hanisch, 7-5, 6-4.
Yeah, great. A
Match
good match.
is complete. Cooper Hanisch
So,
win. 7-5.
Jeff, great job. Thanks for coming in. Mark, great
6-4.
job as always.
What's our plan,
Congratulations,
Patty?
ladies.
So our plan is we'll take a quick break, and I assume the guys will move over to the streaming court so we can have proper audio, and we'll get right back to you.
A ladder.
At Maple Crest Lincoln, it's about time. Time to experience the unique Lincoln brand of style, performance, and safety, like this all-new 2020 Aviator. Time to discover the ease of personal connectivity with the Lincoln Way app. Time to enjoy premium ownership benefits with pickup and delivery, loaner cars, complimentary detailing, and much more. Serving Essex, Union, and Morris counties, Maple Crest Lincoln. Isn't it time?
Scratch it, dub it, crack it like whoa. Pop it, lock it, top it, switch it like whoa. Whoa.
All my ladies in the back with me, all legit. Everybody gather round, now they placing bits. But no
15-30.
Okay, welcome back. We're joining our final in progress. So far, as you can see from the scoreboard, it's been an absolute rollover for Durant and Mitchell as they're up. Won the first set 6-love, and Hughes is serving 15-30 here. And Jeff, what we see immediately different is that Durant is staying in the deuce court against the Hughes overhead. Oh, that was closer than they thought.
Yeah, I don't think that's a surprise to many of the top players who watched the match in Boston. They played a couple of weeks ago, and it was a good match. Hughes Powers came out victorious, but it appeared, I think, to many that Mitchell was, Hughes was able to take a little bit advantage of Mitchell being in the forehand court, and so.
That play from Johan is the play that he kind of stopped doing for a while. That got himself in trouble, that little softball in the blitz.
Yeah, right now they're up 6-love. He's kind of, I'm sure he's feeling it.
Game. Powers, Hughes.
But 6-love is one set. As we know with Hughes Powers, they're never out of the match.
That's right. That's right. I mean, in the semifinals in Boston a couple weeks ago, they were down. They got, wasn't a 6-0 set, but they got smoked pretty good in the first set, 6-2. They were down 2-0. It looked like they were going to go down to Mick and Mick Erdoy and Sven Burris, and they came back. They won the second set, changed the momentum, won it, and then won it in the third. You don't win national titles, and you're not 1 or 2 in the country for just because you're only good on some weekends. They're more than just good. They're great on all weekends.
They're Hughes, you see blitzing. He's so effective with that play.
Love, 15.
Jeff, talk a little bit about the sidearm serve and how you combat it.
I think it's different. I think it's different for each person. I mean, for me, I have a really short swing, and I think players who have a short, compact swing, the sidearm serve, we don't have a problem with it. People who have a big swing, John Hughes has a bigger swing on his forehand, and so he's not really able to generate as good of a return as he can from the overhand serve. Mark Powers has a short, compact, quick swing, so the underarm serve doesn't really bother him too much. But the ball stays low, and for most people, it makes it a challenge to really get a lot of power on the return of serve.
You see Hughes Powers starting to grind a little bit, making sure Durant Mitchell hit a lot of balls.
Yeah, we were busy watching the women's final, which was a good final. So we really don't know what happened in the first set. So we're kind of just picking up from here.
We know nothing good happened for Hughes Powers.
That's true.
Oh, what a shot from Hughes! Great dig from Durant. Look how quickly Durant runs over to the deuce side. Keep Mitchell out of there.
That's a great overhead right there. And Powers, his overhead's no joke either. But Mitchell really seems to be on right now. He's playing aggressively. He's hitting his forehand whenever he gets the chance.
Great lob from Durant. And Powers is doing a real good job of keeping that ball in his corner, kind of keeping him honest. As honest as you can ever make Johan Durant. That's great touchy-feely play from Mitchell. Oh, that was close.
Yeah, I would have called that one out.
Me too. A little bit of impatience.
I guess it was out.
There. Yeah. Welcome to the booth, Dave.
15.
Thank you.
30.
I took a little bit of a break, and
15 all, 15,
now we're
30.
back in the action.
Randt and Mitchell do such a good job of taking away return serve with that sidearm serve.
Yeah, they do. Although, you know, I'm surprised a little bit. You know, as effective as it is, I'm surprised. Randt really, you know, I want to say back in the day, but last year, I mean, he's got a great serve, especially to the ad court. And so I'm surprised that he doesn't do any overhand serving at all to the ad court. I can see why, you know, he does it to the deuce court, but on the ad court, a guy with his height,
30 all.
you know, is kind of like a Sven Burris. He has the ability to really get it over there pretty easily. And so, you know.
Right, so why change?
Yeah, I don't know.
Advantage.
I don't know. I mean, I'd like to see him mix it up a little bit depending on who he's playing.
Hughes just misses that one.
Deuce.
So, you know, I think on the next changeover, I'm gonna give up my
pass it off.
I'm gonna pass it off to a more experienced commentator.
You're saying older, Jeff?
Slightly older, more skilled.
More experienced.
More experienced. More skilled.
Bigger?
You know, Brad Easterbrook has finally found his way back to the booth. And so I'm going to pass off my microphone in a little bit, and I think I'm going to go outside in the cold and watch this thing live as opposed to on live stream.
The viewers don't know that we're down in Miami watching this on telecast reporting from Miami.
Oh, what a volley. We've seen more soft push overheads in this one game than we saw in the entire women's final.
Oh. Oof.
That wasn't a push overhead.
And that was the one he was looking
Mitchell
for.
Durant.
That was his shot.
That was a thumper. Well, he went for the highlight reel.
Deuce.
And it just didn't happen.
Almost a swing and a miss.
I mean, you see the difference. I mean, not that Hughes' forehand is nearly doesn't nearly have the power that Mark Powers does on a normal basis, but you can see the difference that the underhand serve has to Hughes versus Mark Powers. Mark Powers can whack it. John Hughes likes to take his forehand really from up high and hit down on it. That's when he's able to really generate the power. Mark Powers can pretty much hit it from anywhere.
And Jeff, we talked about it earlier about how Sven, you know, his regular overhead serve is pretty effective, and Powers didn't have many big swings at it, but he's getting some swings at the underhand serve.
Yeah.
Well, Burris does have one of the best serves in the country to the end court.
Yeah, but I think Johan has a similar ability to serve that way to the ad court. And, you know, I just, I'm still at a little bit of a loss as to why he's completely abandoned it to the ad court. But, you know, he's one of the best volleyers in the game. He'd probably, you know, get the ball in the box and get myself to the net.
One of the best everything in the game.
Advantage. Mitchell Durant.
That's a great spot there.
Right, you see again, underhand serve, he's still ripping it.
Powers misplayed
Advantage.
that ball.
Mitchell Durant.
Good waterfall, but that's a ball you expect him to put back and play.
Yeah. Well, if this game would end, I'm going to find my way outside.
Oh.
Jeff, it looks like you're here forever.
Deuce.
Yeah.
The game that wouldn't end.
It's just it's going to end soon. It's going to end soon.
Oh boy, Mitchell had him in all sorts of trouble there.
Advantage, Powers, Hughes.
But I think you on that point alone, you watch the evolution of Durant-Mitchell partnership, where back in, a while ago, Johan's taking a lot of balls, and now you hear Mitchell saying mine. And I think
and Hughes
Stevens become, he's
2 games to love.
He's getting comfortable there.
Jeff, thank you very much for joining us. Pleasure having you. And why don't you text us your observations from out in the cold?
All right, I'll send you a couple of texts. I'm going to pass this off to a former law school classmate of mine, and somebody who made his appearance in the premier draw for the first time, had a couple of sneak wins there in the back draw. Rob Phillips. I'll be back later. I'll text you some things from down below.
Thank you, Jeff.
Oh, that ball just dove after it hit the
Love,
wires.
15.
Now you see Powers serving there.
Yeah.
15 all.
Robert, welcome to the booth.
Oh, glad to be here. This is some great paddle.
How was your day today?
Well, it started off playing against two really great players. We played a good match with them, but they're just better players than us, have more experience. And then we won a good match in the back draw, and then played former national champion. And fortunately, or unfortunately for him, he hurt his back.
Who's that?
Drew Broderick.
Drew hurt his back.
Yes.
Oh, I hadn't heard that.
Yes, and
Must be his long hair.
Gave us a walkover to win the back draw.
Does that qualify you for nationals?
I think we were already qualified. I think
Already
it gets us placed.
Congratulations. Very exciting.
15.
Nothing
30.
like a little luck to help your ranking.
Oh, great play. Oh,
What a
too far
volley.
travel.
15, 40.
Wow, look where Powers is. He's behind
Game.
the service line
Durant, Mitchell. Powers and Hughes lead the second set, 2-1. First set goes to Durant, Mitchell, 6-0.
So we got to give a shout out to the chair umpire, Gregor Robertson, doing a great job, speaking loudly, everyone to hear. Marky's got a big mouth.
Big mouth. Robert, any observations of what you've seen so far?
Yeah, it's amazing, these great players who have the ability to hit great shots. I think what separates them from the rest of us is their patience and understanding of court placement. You know, us lower ranked guys, we try to go for too much. And these guys are such great athletes and play so well that you just take unreasonable risks. And these guys, it's like a great chess.
15, love.
It's like a great chess player. You know, as you get better in chess, you look more and more moves ahead. These guys just wait and wait and wait and have the patience to keep waiting until they get the perfect shot.
And there you saw Durant taking advantage of that soft drive from Hughes. You just cannot afford to hit that shot against him.
Mark, he's talking about the lower-ranked players. I was almost not allowed to play in the 95s because my 95 plus was my ranking so low. Where does that put me on the lower list?
Yeah.
It's
30-15.
It's interesting to see these great players hitting the underhand serves. My nephew, you know, Randy Lofgren, who had a big win today, has been hitting an underhand serve, and I saw how effective it was for him. I started hitting it today.
How'd you like it?
It's very scary mentally because it's so easy to miss a serve, but if you get your technique down, you're not hitting many winners, but they can't hurt you with it.
You're not hitting winners with your overhand serve either.
Yeah, so I like it, and you know, one of the best players in the game, Graham McNerney,
40-15,
says it's the serve of the future.
Well, Johan Durant has gone to it, and he had
He's got a pretty good serve.
a terrific regular serve. He's really controlling play right now at the net. Drop shots, slash overheads.
And you see, Mark, how they're getting
Durant,
Johan over to the
Mitchell.
left side at the net, to hit all the
Second
overheads.
set, tied, 2 games apiece.
Look at this shot he hits.
Yeah.
Great get by Hughes, but he just can't get out of the way.
Mark, you know, I tell everyone, if Drew wasn't my brother, Johan's my favorite player. And that's only because I have to root for Drew.
Love
Johan
15.
is just an amazing player, fun to watch, such an innovator. Done so many things with the game. I mean, his hard overhead was so good it caused a rule change.
Yeah.
But he's just dominating the court right now. He's
Love
everywhere.
30.
But even before, you know, way back when he first started, it was like, oh, we're playing this guy Johan. What do you know about him? Just be careful at the net. He might hurt you.
Yeah. Or in the backcourt.
Yeah.
Boy, that is just a surprising miss from
Love
Powers.
40.
Almost looked like mentally not there.
Pretty well placed shot.
Well, didn't see that miss volley coming.
15-40.
Every time Johan misses a volley, you're surprised.
Game, Durant, Mitchell. Durant and Mitchell lead the second set, 3-2.
Well, Hughes Powers, just bad body language. So they deserve chair umpire singing. I thought it was Patty Hogan earlier.
Mark, what do you think on future broadcasts? The chair umpire does karaoke?
Sounds good to me. Gotta have some entertainment between games. Gotta get Brad Easterbrook to talk about that now. Brad can sing. He would know far more than I. Houston Powers have got to figure out something here to change the momentum because they're struggling right now. Not even getting a lot of good swings in the backcourt. Randt's really dominating play with his overhead.
And you see he's using a variety of spins out there. He's hit a bunch of rollers, a lot of cut shots. And the thing with Johan, too, is you don't know if he's going to hit that like a
love.
hard, deep slash or if he's going to hit a drop shot off the same shot.
Hughes and Powers just look a step slow right now, too.
15-all.
They did play a long match.
Yep.
Right before.
But they were not tested at all in their first two matches. Look at Durant cover the net up and still get back in time for the overhead.
What a volley.
Yeah, great volley from Mitchell.
30-15.
See Johan getting over to the left again.
Mitchell with a rare
30
mental error.
all.
A little bit of a reach.
Yeah, when you got Johan Durant behind you,
Right.
no need to reach. Great hands from Mitchell there. Oh, what a volley. It's like he just extends that arm out. Jerry Vian calls it go-go gadget.
That's a good spot, yeah.
Good spot. Chance to go back up another break.
Advantage.
John Lubau with the
Advantage,
catch.
Powers
John Lubau.
Hughes.
Surprised he caught that ball. I would have expected him to drop
I
it.
thought he would have kept it. Fan ball. The
There you
fan
go.
gets to keep the ball, right? Now at the U.S. Open.
Great volley there from Mitchell. You see how close to the net Durant is. Sometimes I'm not sure which side he's on. Oh, catches the outside of the line there. See if they look to switch back. Yep, there they go.
There you go. What a volley.
Boy, Hughes hit a smart shot, hit it behind Durant. The Durant would move to the middle, and Durant, as he usually is, was a step ahead. I tell you, Dave, right now these are the two best teams in the country. It's twice in the last 3 weeks they've played. Could be a preview of Nationals final.
Yeah, no, it's...
Advantage, Mitchell, Durant.
And like you said, Johan, if he kind of inserts himself into play, he's forcing the action. Like we talked about with Juan. You know, Johan's another one. He'll hit shots, and it's either a winner or, okay, try to beat me.
Wow.
Game. Mitchell,
That was kind of a
Durant.
mental blurt there from Mark Powers.
Mitchell and Durant lead the second set, 4-2.
Mark, I appreciate you bringing me in. Before I go, I want to give a shout out and congratulations to my two nephews. Randy Lofgren had a big upset with Graham, beating the #1 seeds quite decisively. They finished 4th, finishing ahead of their, I guess, seed or placement. And my nephew that I played with. We obviously were the last ones in the draw and finished 9th, so we kind of beat our place.
Well, congrats on a great day for you and the family, Robert. Always
Yeah.
happy to have you in the booth.
Love 15.
We actually accounted for 10% of the draw. Anyway, thank you so much for having me.
Terrific. Thanks again for joining us.
15 all.
Look at Johan all over the net, just back and forth.
Going with almost a
15-30.
Hybrid version of the one up, one back that he and Parsons used to use. Just I'll cover the net.
Well, you never want to count out Hughes and Powers, but this match feels over. Johan's almost toying with him right now. And Mitchell's been solid as could be. Brad
30 all.
Coming back in. No, he's not. Just looked like he was. Big point in the match right here. They just absolutely have to have a hold here. Powers is back serving overhand. But you see how far into the court he was there before he made that first volley?
Yeah.
I mean, 3 feet inside the baseline. I think that last match took a lot out of him, maybe more mentally than physically. Oh, what an effort by Hughes not to touch the net. Well, if his paddle touched the ground on the other side, that's loss of point.
What's the call, guys? Okay. Okay. So I can't. It's right below me. I can't see. No. 30-40. Advantage. Randt. Mitchell.
So it turns out that John Hughes' paddle touched the other side of the court.
He missed the net, but the paddle can't touch it. I guess it would only be fitting after this wild day of upsets. We have one more surprising result.
Well, I was going to say, how about the umpires? They've got a workout today.
Yeah.
They have to make rules on rules that everyone's not sure about.
Although, who was the one that said it's not my call? Did you see that?
I did.
Deuce.
I think I can't make that call. It may have been appropriate.
By Durant's forehand is just like the rest of his game. It's just unbelievable. Every single point, he's just returning the ball through them. Wow. Great
Advantage,
blitz by
Randt,
Hughes.
Mitchell.
Just a step slow.
The only thing I have to say is, here's the question. Nationals, 3-day event. Johan's a big one-day event guy. Does that change your mentality?
No. But I'm not making them the favorites. I still think it's Hughes and Powers, but I think they're number 2 right now. You agree with that?
Yeah, I think I think they are.
I think this will pop Durant Mitchell right up into the top 4. A rare miss from Durant when he's getting ready to put him away.
Deuce.
That's the first time they've served to Durant like in the last 10 points and managed to hold the net. Bradby led Mark Powers did all the overheads right here. Keep the ball away from Durant. Mitchell's just playing so solidly. And here comes the 747.
Oh, boy.
Advantage, Randt, Mitchell.
Ever been anybody better at blitzing than Johan Durant?
If he stands in the middle of his wingspan, does it cover the whole court?
Sure looks like it. Another great return. Mitchell misses that one.
Deuce.
Boy, if Hughes and Powers can sneak out of this game, that's going to put some pressure back on the other side of the court. And there's Mitchell blitzing.
Advantage, Powers, Hughes.
That play I'm not so fond of. Powers has become an afterthought in the match.
Did that hold?
What a sequence of events from Randt. Just amazing.
It's almost like Mitchell and Durant's overheads are just freezing Powers. Like even earlier on, you saw him creeping up the side screen once in a while, but
oh, what a rip from Mitchell.
Advantage, Durant, Mitchell.
Another great return from Mitchell. Oh, great volley from Mitchell. Like Powers just unloaded on that ball. What a volley. That's a spectacular play by Durant Mitchell.
Game, Durant,
and right
Mitchell.
now they're toying with the best team
Durant
in the country.
Mitchell lead the second set, 5-2.
I have to be honest, our chair umpire, Gregor Robertson's doing a very enthusiastic announcing out there.
Sounds surprised, Dave.
He's not an enthusiastic guy.
Maybe he's found his true calling.
There you go. Mark Bliss inspired him.
And they'll serve for the title. Just unbelievable the shots he's hitting right now.
15 love.
15 love.
Oh boy.
I don't know that Durant
30 love.
ever won this tournament, Dave.
I don't think he has.
Well, he's 2 points away right now.
30-15.
And that takes us to double match point.
40-15.
Did they go switching again? Johan back on the left.
Well, he's just hitting anything you want.
Yeah,
right now.
yeah.
This has got to be a little embarrassing for Hughes and Powers to be toyed with like this.
This is like the production crew want to work with the mouse. They just whatever they want to do. Mark, Patty leaves the booth, all hell breaks out.
Falls apart. And there,
There
it
it
is.
is.
Game, set, and match. Durant Mitchell. 6
Durant
love,
Mitchell.
6-2.
6 games
Dave,
to
any
2.
closing thoughts?
No, I think just, as we talked about earlier today, kind of the upset open.
Boy, they
A
ran
lot of
through the
surprise,
draw.
results. Mitchell, Durant looking good going into
That's a
the next
G-Rob
event.
signing off.
I think they had one competitive set the entire tournament. Second set against Lufkin and McNerney in the semis. I think everything else was 2-3, 2-2.
We think chair umpire Gregor Robertson did a great job.
Unbelievable. Enthusiastic would be the description I would use, Dave.
But he didn't say it's your call.
Thank God for that. Well, it was a pleasure working with you, Dave, and we'll see everybody at Philadelphia in a couple of weeks.
We'll see everyone in Philadelphia. And for right now, we're signing off. Thank you for tuning in to the 69th annual Short Hills Invitational. We'll see everyone in Philadelphia.
Scratch it, dub it, crack it like whoa. Pop it, lock it, top it, switch it like whoa. Whoa.
All my ladies in the back with me, all legit. Everybody gather round, now they placing bets. But no, we're not taking bets, we're just breaking necks. Throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, bounce. 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 Bounce on it swift, bounce on it lit. Show 'em how you bounce with the split, bounce with the trick. Bounce it down really quick. Then make it dip, bounce it down, bounce it down, bounce it down, bounce it down, bounce it. Bounce on it swift, bounce on it lit. Show 'em how you bounce with the split, bounce with the trick. Bounce it down really quick. Then make it dip, bounce it down, 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 bounce it down.
At Maple Crest Lincoln, it's about time. Time to experience the unique Lincoln brand of style, performance, and safety, like this all-new 2020 Aviator. Time to discover the ease of personal connectivity with the Lincoln Way app. Time to enjoy premium ownership benefits with pickup and delivery, loaner cars, complimentary detailing, and much more. Serving Essex, Union, and Morris counties, Maple Crest Lincoln. Isn't it time?